Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Welcome back, everybody, to the end of our special City Council meeting that commenced at 4 p.m. Having attended all of the business at hand, the Council now adjourns our special meeting to Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, for a joint meeting in the Council chamber at 6 p.m. We now stand in recess. And good evening, everyone, and welcome back to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the successor agency Housing Authority, Parking Authority, Public Finance Authority, and Youth Endowment Services Fund Board, and probably something else, on Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. I love the efficiency of government, don't you? All right. As we do every meeting, we would like to begin with a brief moment of reflection. So in your own way, I ask that you join along for this moment of reflection. This is a moment that is intended to begin our meeting tonight with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both those of you who are in person with us, those who are in the hallway waiting to get in, and those of us joining virtually tonight. We encourage you right now to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together this evening. And although each of us have our own unique reasons for being here tonight, we're united in our passion for this wonderful city that we all call home and have the pleasure of serving. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all very much. And now if you'd please join me in standing, facing the flag, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, how are you this evening?
I'm terrific. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm great. I'm so glad you brought those flowers for little old me. That's fantastic. Would you please conduct the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
In the spirit of unity, I'm here. We have a full council this evening. Wonderful. Before we go on, we will have 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the first period, the general public comment period tonight. Please note that this is the first night of our new public comment procedures, so please submit your cards or get on the phone lines before the general public comment period begins tonight. And we'll remind everyone as we get closer to when that point arrives. Now, the first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item that we will be discussing this evening. If you're here in person and would like to speak during general public comment, you should have and still can submit a yellow public comment card. Ms. Ty, do you have a yellow card you can hold up for everybody? Wonderful. Looks just like that. It's available right when you enter the room, and you can still come on down and turn in your card. If you'd like to participate in general public comment by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335, 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. So if you want to give public comment by phone tonight, call right now and wait in the queue. Additional public comment periods will be available after each report to council this evening, but they will only be taken in person. With that, we have 7 announcements this evening. I would ask everyone to direct your attention to the monitors in the room.
The following are announcements for September 24th, 2024. The City of Burbank is hosting several community meetings to receive public input on a potential rent cap study in Burbank. The city invites residents to attend the remaining in-person meeting to learn more about a potential rent cap and provide their feedback. Each meeting will provide the same information to give residents multiple scheduling options to attend. The city is also collecting public input through an online feedback form. Interpretation services are available in English, Armenian, and Spanish. To participate and learn more, please visit burbankrentcapstudy.com. Beginning September 26th, official sample ballot booklets will be mailed to all registered voters, and on October 3rd, voters will begin receiving their vote-by-mail ballots. Please ensure your ballot is not mixed in with other mail. As a reminder, the November 5th, 2024 Burbank General Municipal Election is consolidated with the County of Los Angeles General Election, and any questions regarding voter registration and the issuance of ballots can be addressed by contacting the county at 800-815-2666 or by visiting lavote.gov. You can also contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Calling all adults 55 and older. Rockahula is this Thursday, September 26th at 4 p.m. Get ready to dance, play games, swim, and hula. This year's event will be held at the Verdugo Aquatic Facility. For more information and to register for the event, visit burbankparks.com. Department of Parks and Recreation invites you to Stowe Canyon Nature Center this Friday, September 27th at 6:30 p.m. for our Native American Day celebration. Learn more about Native American culture and enjoy traditional dances, crafts, and activities. Register for the event today at burbankparks.com. As part of Burbank Water and Power's ongoing commitment to sustainable energy and community engagement, BWP is exploring updating the rate structure to a solar net billing system. Join us at an upcoming public meeting on September 30th to learn more, share your thoughts, and engage with community leaders and experts. Your participation is crucial as we move forward with these changes. Visit burbankwaterandpower.com for more details. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a full 2-year term and one vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2026. The deadline to submit an application is Monday, September 30th at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for either of these vacancies, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office would like to remind residents and candidates that candidates are prohibited from placing election signage on private property without the permission of the owner and are prohibited from placing signage on any public property, including the public right-of-way. To report election sign violations, please contact the City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Well, thank you everyone for coming out. It's always good to see a packed house here in the council chamber. We don't always have that, but I can tell you it really makes the evening special when we have so many folks, especially on a night like tonight. This is my absolute favorite week of the entire year. It's Employee Appreciation Week. And before I get to the three announcements, I just want to quickly say that it's not the 5 council members who sit up here, but all the people that we will be recognizing tonight, those of you in attendance and supporting them. And we'll see some of you on Thursday to serve breakfast. I think I grabbed the 6:30 a.m. shift like a trooper. It's our employees that really move this city forward and make it such a special place to live and work and play and create. So give it up for all of our employees. And so over the course of the next 45 or so minutes, we're going to honor a lot of folks. But I just want to say it's a privilege to serve as your mayor, and just know that this recognition is bestowed upon everyone we're celebrating tonight, not just on my behalf, but on behalf of the entire council. We so appreciate all of your contributions. So first up tonight, we're going to be recognizing the firefighter, police officer, and employee of the year for the city of Burbank. So our first recipient, would be firefighter Adam Boyd. Adam, come on down. How are you? Good. Chief, this is where I get to roast him, right? Okay. No, so I'm going to read this certificate, and then I'm going to ask Chief Alvarez to come up here, and I know he has a few remarks prepared, but I'd like everyone to know I do in fact sign each and every one of these, and each message is a little custom created for all of you. So Adam, on behalf of the City of Burbank and the Office of the Mayor, we present to you, firefighter Adam Boyd, this certificate in recognition of receiving the Firefighter of the Year Award, in recognition of your outstanding dedication, bravery, and exemplary service to the Burbank community. Your commitment to safeguarding lives, property, and the environment exemplifies the highest standards of the firefighting profession. This award is a testament to your selfless contributions and remarkable leadership within the department. We hereby acknowledge and commend your exceptional efforts and outstanding achievements in the Burbank Fire Department. Congratulations. Chief, you got something a whole lot better than what I just said. Why don't you take it away?
I don't know that it's better, but I'm gonna just to give a little bit of a background on how we select Firefighter of the Year. At the beginning of each calendar year, an awards committee is assembled, comprised of members of various ranks of the department. They have the honor of reviewing the nominations and making the recommendation of the Firefighter of the Year. It's a special honor to be recognized by your peers for your contributions to our department and the city of Burbank. The Firefighter of the Year Award is given in recognition of extra duty on projects, day-to-day excellence while performing regular duties, or special duties as assigned throughout the year. I think what really makes this year's nomination letter really special is that it came from a probationary firefighter. And the reason why I appreciate that so much is that creating a sense of belonging, whether you've been here 1 day or 30 years, is an integral part of who we are as an organization. And Firefighter Boyd, the investment that he makes in our newest members as well as our seasoned veterans is really commendable, right? And so he really embodies that idea of creating that sense of belonging. I truly believe that the greatest gift that we can ever give is our time, and Firefighter Boyd is always willing to give his time, which speaks volumes about his character and who he is. And the other part about Firefighter Boyd, outside of the one-on-one mentorship, he's one of those individuals that walks into a room and the dynamics of the mood of the room, of the entire room, automatically like just shift. You feel the mood lighten. It's because he's always got a smile on his face, a joke to tell, or a really good magic trick to show. He's a really good magician. And so,
can we see one right now?
Because of all of those things, along with his just his operational skill set, his commitment to really continuing self-growth and helping those around him, Adam, you make us all better. So well-deserved recipient of the Firefighter of the Year Award. Congratulations.
Adam, congratulations again. And I think that as great as that magic trick was, half the room, half the city would have applauded if you made the mayor disappear. But that was pretty dang good, too. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, give it up for him one more time. Oh, this one, here comes trouble, right? I'm kidding. Next, we have our Police Officer of the Year. Give a huge, huge round of applause to Lieutenant Brent Peggotty. Despite my best efforts, you generally keep me out of trouble, sir. I appreciate that. On behalf of the City of Burbank, we present this certificate to you, sir, for receiving the Police Officer of the Year Award in recognition of your outstanding dedication, unwavering commitment to public safety, and exemplary service to the Burbank community. Your professionalism, leadership, and tireless efforts to maintain law and order have significantly contributed to a safer and more secure Burbank for our residents and everyone who visits. We hereby acknowledge and commend your remarkable contributions and exceptional achievements in the Burbank Police Department. And on a personal note, I just want to say that I've had the chance to know you for 4 years, and you very much, just like Adam, you walk into this building and you make everyone's day brighter because you do your job and you do it with a smile. So first, give it up to him for congratulations. I'll give that to you. And to add a few more words, I'm going to bring up our fearless leader, Chief Michael Albanese.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. And this is a very proud moment for us. So when it was Sergeant Peggotty, he was assigned to IA, and we had a monumental project that needed to be accomplished, and I needed a project manager. We had some movement that we didn't expect, and the CAD RMS system, CAD Computer Aided Dispatch Record Management System. So when you phone 911, from the time you phone 911 till that incident is disposed of, that is the system that he took the lead on. The system that we had was end of life. The system that we onboarded was exceptionally sophisticated, almost like a new language. So I called him into my office and I said, Brent, I need you to take the lead on this project. This is not a really glamorous law enforcement effort, but it is so critical to our daily operations. It is critical that every person on the department, both sworn and non-sworn, become conversant with that system. Brent embraced the mission and mentored the entire department, both sworn and non-sworn, and this took a year and a half to get everybody conversant with this new CAD RMS system. Plus, he was still doing his duties as an IA sergeant, and he's one of those guys, the more work you give him, the more efficient he is. So the whole organization was a no-brainer as far as who would be our employee or sworn officer of the year, and that's Brent Peggotty. I would like him to introduce his family. Absolutely. He's got a young family, great-looking kids. So, Brent, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'll let you introduce your family.
I have my beautiful wife, Stacy. I have my son, my 7-year-old son, Brixton, 4-year-old daughter, Paisley, and 8-month-old son, Weston.
Right there.
Lieutenant, thank you.
Well done.
Chief, thank you. And thank you so much to your family and to everybody, all the employees we're recognizing tonight. I know there are a lot of folks at home that support you in being able to do what you do and to serve our community, so thank you for sharing him with us. And thank you to all of our family in attendance tonight. Give it up for him one more time, right? And last but not least, we'll be recognizing tonight the City Employee of the Year. I'd like to invite Maribel Leland to come on down. You can't see it on the TV screens, but there's a whole bunch of staff at the back of the room with Maribel's face on sticks and great signs and everything. Maribel, I've had the chance to know you 4 years, and you do a phenomenal job. You've tackled some of the biggest, the toughest issues facing our community, and you come and you do your job so professionally and so prepared. So on behalf of the entire council, we just want to congratulate you in receiving the Employee of the Year award. And to share a few more words about Maribel, I'd like to invite down the one person who consistently tries to outdress the mayor, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Maribel. Congratulations. Well deserved. I'm going to read, but I want to read it all because it's a lot, and you do incredible work. So Maribel has been a city employee for 26 years, a valued city employee who's shown unwavering dedication, hard work, and passion for what you do for the community. Maribel began her career with the city as a redevelopment project analyst. From the beginning, it was known that Maribel was going to have great success with the city. In her first 6-month employee appraisal, it notes that Maribel, quote, has excellent listening skills, great initiative, exemplary follow-up, and stellar potential. None of this has changed. In fact, Maribel has used these praiseworthy skills to serve the city of Burbank and its residents throughout her career. In her early years, Maribel worked on and oversaw project development of some of the city's most prized and valuable assets, such as the Senior Artist Colony, the Airport Marriott and Convention Center, Media Studios North, and the Buena Vista Library. She has also been involved with the Burbank Housing Corporation since its inception 25 years ago. The contributions and hard work by Maribel in conjunction with Burbank Housing Corporation improved several neighborhoods within the city and enhanced the overall quality of life of those who live there. To date, Maribel has helped Burbank Housing Corporation acquire or build 326 units of affordable housing, which provide and continue to provide housing opportunities for many families in Burbank. As the Housing Authority Manager, Maribel currently oversees Home Funds, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, Section 8, and Homeless Services. Maribel and her team provide critical services to the public, and with their work, we're able to provide the community with 1,027 Section 8 housing vouchers, 15 veteran housing vouchers, 20 permanent supportive housing vouchers, and 67 emergency housing vouchers. All this work could not be accomplished without a high-performing team and a terrific leader. Maribel is innovative, always looking for ways to expand her program for the betterment of the Burbank community. In fact, 2 years ago, she partnered with the city of Pasadena and Glendale to create the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Regional Housing Trust. The trust focuses on affordable housing, including homeless transitional housing. And through Maribel's efforts, the trust was formed through the state legislature, and Senator Porcentino allocated $21 million to the trust. Almost $7 million of this will go directly to Burbank. Maribel has also successfully led her team through significant changes during the years. Maribel is respected by her peers for her professionalism and her willingness to participate and lead. Her ideas, attention to detail, and follow-through have enabled her to create strong, lasting, and valued relationships. She combines vision with, as a member of your team stated, she combines vision with compassion, always being available for her team and encouraging us to reach our full potential. That's from your team. Just this year, Maribel demonstrated remarkable leadership and strength when the Community Development Department lost one of our colleagues. Maribel provided support to each and every person, putting aside her own needs to ensure her team had the resources, support, and help they needed in this very difficult time. While balancing this, she ensured the work got done and those in need did not go without services. During her time at Burbank, Maribel has given herself tirelessly to serve our wonderful community while going through major life milestones. Maribel has gotten married to her husband Ray and raised 2 boys, Ethan, who's in high school, and Aiden, who started college this year. You'll be able to stand up and introduce them in a second. And you also added your lovable dog Lucy to the family. Tomorrow Tomorrow is Bring Your Pet to Work Day, so perhaps we'll get to see Lucy. Maribel, you are a shining example of an exemplary public servant and well-deserving of the honor of City Employee of the Year. Thank you for all you do and continue to do for the community, your team, and the city. You're a true role model, and we're very proud to have you on our team. Congratulations. One more thing.
Oh, yeah.
And also, the roses, Mr. Mayor, were not for you.
I know.
They are a gift to Maribel.
Ouch, by the way.
They're a gift to Maribel from her team. Simone, do you want to come up and give the roses? And all the team, you can see how well loved Maribel is, offering their support.
Do you want to introduce your family?
Yes, I would love to. I turned it around, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Take the mic.
All right.
Perfect.
All right.
Let me go. Okay. All right. Okay. Making it personal tonight.
You can only smile for so long.
Thank you so much, Simone. See.
Yep, it's on.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I would love to introduce my family. I started here single, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed. I still remember the Ann Taylor suit that I wore on my first day. So I'm super excited just to introduce my husband, Ray. We'll be celebrating 20 years on November 1st. Thank you for everything and the support throughout my career here. And also my son, Aiden, who I'm so proud of this young man and everything he's accomplished, me now going off to college. And my youngest son is Ethan. And I was just sharing a story earlier today that one of our team members, and I was pregnant with Ethan 15 years ago when one of our team members was hired, and just an amazing process to be able to have my home family along with my work family. Thank you so much. And my team members in the back, honestly, it's lockstep with them. Everything that we do, couldn't have done any of this without all of them. The ones here tonight, the ones that are no longer with us, but still in memory in our hearts. Thank you for allowing me to introduce them.
I'm going to make y'all do it again. Give it up one more time for our firefighter, police officer, employee of the year. So that was part one of our awards, and I have a whole new script just for our second presentation tonight. At our second presentation this evening, we would like to honor the hard work of our employees that have reached significant service anniversaries with the city of Burbank. Those include anniversaries of 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40 years. Every employee that works for the city of Burbank plays a critical role in our organization and in our community. And this is why it's important that we all recognize and acknowledge their years of service. They're the ones who work hard daily to ensure the provision of city services goes uninterrupted, that our community is sparkling clean and safe, and that our water and electric services are running without any impediment. They are really the ones that move this city forward on a daily basis. To all of the 2024 awardees, I and the council are grateful for your commitment and your continued service and your loyalty to the people of Burbank. We're delighted and fortunate you're here, many of you with your family and friends and other loved ones to celebrate. And I'd also like to extend my personal gratitude to every employee who can't be in attendance tonight, but is equally deserving of recognition. We thank you for your dedication and your notable contributions to the city throughout the years. And at this time, I'd like to begin by recognizing all of our employees celebrating 20 years of service in 2024. Thank you. I am going to need help with this one. When I call your name, please make your way to the podium, and we'll make sure that we wait for everyone to get up here before we can take a picture with all of the awardees. So, from our Parks and Recreation Department, we have Diana Fowler. Carlos Harper. Vincent Hartung. William Lodwig. Basil Nahas. Mario Asuna. And Armando Ruiz. Thank you for the help. I always find a way to make the unawkward awkward. We're all going to stand right here, but before we take our picture, I'd like to share some interesting facts about the world 20 years ago. By the way, putting this together was fascinating and yet heartbreaking to see what things cost. But let me tell you a little bit about 20 years ago. So in 2004, when you were all hired, Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook from a Harvard dorm room. Google introduced the free email service Gmail. In that same year, around 33 million people watched the final episode of the sitcom Frasier. Also in that same year, the New England Patriots were Super Bowl champs for the first of many times. Perhaps more notably, the Boston Red Sox won the World Series, and the Tampa Bay Lightning clinched the Stanley Cup. Here's the part that I find fascinating and also heartbreaking. A 20-ounce loaf of bread cost only $2.09. A dozen eggs were $1.49, and 5 pounds of white potatoes cost you $1.99. You won't find that nowadays, but what you will find are some really incredible employees serving our community. Give it up for them one more time, everybody. Let's all get nice and close for the photo. I don't bite, I think. Right, Ross? Okay.
Why don't you open your certificate?
And I will just mention for those watching and those at home, each of you is receiving a certificate signed by our city manager, Justin Hess, and on my behalf, on behalf of the entire city council. So congratulations, everybody.
Looking right here. 1, 2, 3. Hold it.
Okay. Give it up for all our 20-year employees. Thank you. I'll try and do this a little less awkward this time. I'll stand over here, and you're all welcome to fill in the middle right there. So next up, we're going to be acknowledging our employees that are celebrating 25 years of service. Again, when I call your name, make your way up to the podium. We'll hand you your certificate. You're welcome to open that to get ready for the picture, and you can start filling in this space between the two of us right here. So from Burbank Water and Power, we have Jason Edwards. From our fire department, we have Robina Hadnazarian, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names. From Financial Services, Karen Little. From our Police Department, Claudio Lasaco. Financial Services, Tricia McCreary. From Public Works, Felipe Orozco. From our Parks and Recreation Department, Carolyn Stevens. Patrick, I think she's got you rivaled for best dressed tonight. I'm not bitter, I promise. And lastly, from Burbank Water and Power, Casey Valdo. So as our amazing photographers are getting you all positioned for the picture, let me tell you about what was happening when you were all hired in 1999, right before the turn of the millennium. The federal minimum wage was $5.15. Albert Einstein was named Time Magazine's Person of the Century. Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France for the first time, not the last, but the first time. And the world population was just over 6 billion. And the world, of course, was preparing for what many feared, Y2K, which proved to be nothing too much to be scared about. But regardless, 25 years later, you are all still here serving the Burbank community. I just want to thank you all for your dedication and know how much you are all essential to the mission of what we do here every single day. Give them a huge round of applause. Punky, everybody. I love that.
Okay, looking right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Give them another round of applause, everybody. Now, for this next portion of the presentation, I'd like to ask Richard Wilson, Burbank Water and Power's Assistant General Manager of Water Systems, to make his way, he's already on it, almost as if he had that script, to the podium to honor our employees celebrating 30 years of service. Richard, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and the employee we're recognizing tonight?
My name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems, and tonight we are going to honor Ray Ewan. Is Ray here? Come on up, Ray. Ray started... Ray started in 1994 designing pipelines and transmission lines, valves, and he was doing it all with pencil and paper. So a lot has changed since then. But since then, Ray, you have contributed mightily to the city of Burbank by designing water pipelines and transmission mains that have made our water system the reliable system that it is today. What's more, you're passing along your skill and knowledge to younger staff members who will carry on your craft. But more important than this, though, and I really want to highlight this, Ray, are the personal traits that you have brought to BWP. Your soft-spoken manner, thoughtful observations, and caring disposition towards others is a reminder to the rest of us, caught up in the hustle and bustle of our daily work, that decency and respect always win the day. Albert Schweitzer said that the full measure of a man is not to be found in the man himself, but in the colors and textures that come alive because of him. Thank you for being the man that you are. And congratulations, Ray. Thank you for your years of service to BWP.
Congratulations again, Ray. But that's not the only 30-year employee that we have. Up next, I'd like Jennifer Becker from Financial Services to come down. Jennifer, why don't you tell us who we're recognizing tonight?
Absolutely. Hi there, I'm Jennifer Becker. I'm the Financial Services Director. If you've ever visited payroll or received a paycheck or called payroll, you probably know Romina Altunian, who's sitting back there celebrating 30 years. Why don't you come on up? Romina's part of that 5-person payroll team that makes sure all 1,400 of us receive a paycheck accurately and on time every 2 weeks. She actually came to us in 1983 as a student worker from Burbank High School, coming in after school to help out with front desk duties. She stood out immediately among student workers, and a year later this led to a work trainee position in 1994. Romina worked in several areas, including HR, budget, and IT before transferring to payroll in March of 2001, promoting several times to reach her current title of Payroll Tech 2. She is a standout member of our payroll staff, known for her calm and professional demeanor, her strong work ethic, and of course her sense of humor, which you need to have working in payroll. Her assistance was invaluable in 2008 when payroll transitioned from the old mainframe system to Oracle. And Romina is currently working on the online time entry project team, which will transform the way the city does payroll and bring us into the modern era very soon. We are super lucky to have her as a part of our finance and our city team. So thank you, Romina, and congratulations, and we appreciate everything you've done.
Thanks, Jeff. And next up from Burbank Fire Department, we have Chief Danny Alvarez.
Okay, we have 4 members in attendance tonight that will be recognized. All 4 of these members came on the job in the Recruit Academy before I got there. And in the fire service, the academy that comes before you, they kind of serve a role as like a big brother to you. They are the ones that help you get through probation. They provide guidance, mentorship. And all 4 of the gentlemen that I'm going to talk about tonight provided that mentorship, guidance, and certainly filled that big brother role for me, not just while I was on probation, but throughout my career. So there are 4 individuals that are very special to me. So first I'm going to start off with Fire Captain Matt Garland. That's here, right? All right. Captain Garland has served as a firefighter, an engineer, fire captain, Recruit Academy instructor, fire prevention inspector, and a hazardous materials program coordinator, and has been a hazardous materials specialist for probably over 20 years. Outside of the leadership that Captain Garland provides here in the city of Burbank, on his time off, he is a volleyball coach. He coaches girls beach volleyball at Royal High School. And he basically created the program from the ground up a few years ago. The last 2 years, they've won the Coastal League championship. And I was reading an article the other day, or actually it's probably a couple of months ago, about Matt and his team. And there was a quote from the league's MVP, who happens to be on the team, and she said, "Matt creates a really good environment where we can learn but still have fun." And I think that quote sums up Matt perfectly, not only as a volleyball coach, but as a fire captain. Great leader, creates an environment that people want to learn in, but still have a good time and enjoy their work. So thanks for all your work, Matt. Okay. Next up, we have Captain Kenny Allen. Captain Allen throughout his career, Captain Allen has served as a firefighter, a paramedic, an engineer, a captain, EMS program coordinator, a hazardous materials specialist. He is a USAR and technical rescue instructor. And he also, outside of Burbank, is involved in a local college academy. He's an instructor at a local college academy, and we recently did interviews for recruit firefighters. And we had a few people that came through his academy that interviewed with us. And one of the questions was, why specifically do you want to work for the Burbank Fire Department? And we had several individuals that had gone through that academy that said, Captain Allen was one of my instructors. And his dedication to the profession, his just professionalism, and most importantly, like the way he treated these new recruits made them want to come to the city of Burbank specifically and work in this organization. So he's had a tremendous impact not only in the city of Burbank, but for all those prospective firefighters as well. So, Kenny, thanks for all your work. Okay, next up we have Battalion Chief Dave Burke. Chief Burke has served as a firefighter, a fire captain. He's been a hazardous materials specialist pretty much his entire career. He served in our Fire Prevention Bureau as a captain, overseeing all film and studio production throughout the city. He served as an operations battalion chief. He served as a hazardous materials program coordinator. He served as our fire marshal for the city, and he currently serves as our administration and logistics battalion chief. Prior to coming to the city of Burbank, Chief Burke worked for the U.S. Forest Service, where he quickly became very experienced and well-known in the wildland community. He brought that education and experience to Burbank and was quickly regionally recognized as a subject matter expert in that space. When he brought that education and experience, he also started a really unique program, the only one that I'm aware of in Southern California. It's called the Monarchs, and it is a partnership with Los Angeles Valley College, the U.S. Forest Service, and the City of Burbank Fire Department. It has been in existence for over 25 years now, and the program allows college students to be part of a hand crew, start gaining experience in the fire service, learn about fire service culture, get mentorship, and for many people, it is their introduction to the fire service. We have several members of our organization that went through that program, and that was what introduced them to the fire service, and they ultimately came and worked for Burbank. Chief Burke is an incredible leader. He's been a mentor to me and someone I rely on quite a bit, and a mentor to many others within our organization. So, Dave, thanks for all you've done. Okay. Deputy Chief Mark Hatch. Okay, Chief Hatch has served as a firefighter, an engineer, a paramedic, a captain, EMS program coordinator, operations battalion chief, EMS chief, fire marshal, and deputy fire chief, where he's now oversees all fire operations and is second in command of the fire department. I think I got them all. Chief Hatch, amongst all of the different things that he's done to impact our fire department, he played a critical role in the implementation of our peer support program and our overall wellness program within the fire department. Behavioral health and firefighter behavioral health is something that's near and dear to Chief Hatch's heart, and because of him, I believe we have one of the best programs regionally for our firefighters. Chief Hatch has the uncanny ability to know exactly when to reach out to someone and exactly what to say. And I say that from personal experience. If he catches wind of anything that anyone is going through, any challenge they're facing, whether they're a one-year firefighter or they're the fire chief, he reaches out, he checks in, he makes sure you're doing okay, and he says all the right things at all the right times. So, Mark, thanks for everything you've done.
I'll do a quick photo. Congratulations, guys. And we have one more employee being recognized tonight for 30 years with the city. And to introduce that employee, I'd like to invite Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, to come down.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so excited to invite Lannis Abed to come up to the front to be recognized for 30 years of service to the city. All right, Linus. So Linus began his career with the city of Burbank in 1994. So he has been a fixture in the city's reprographics division in management services all that time. So he started first as a duplicating machine operator, and he actually came to us from a commercial printing background, so he quickly adapted. And he was then promoted to an offset press operator, where he remained until 2022, at which time he became the supervisor of the operations. So he has been serving in that role very capably ever since. So the short story is, if you have ever held a piece of printed paper in your hand that was produced by the city of Burbank, be it a budget, be it the weekly agenda, be it a poster, a flyer, letterhead, envelopes, business cards, anything at all, this gentleman has had a huge certificate. Absolutely.
Just pulling the curtain back for
Right.
what I see.
Yes, he probably printed his own cert, but this gentleman has had a huge part in it, in presenting that written material out for the city. So Linus, thank you so much for your great service. So in his spare time, he has a wonderful family. He loves to take his grandson for hikes and bike rides and trips to the playground. I didn't know this, but apparently he's a bit of a baker and a bit of a cook, and he likes to try to recreate his favorite restaurant dishes in his kitchen. So the next MSD party is at his house. He's going to cook for all of us. And he and his wife love to travel to visit family and friends as much as practical. So Linus, thank you so much for your wonderful service. Really, the city of Burbank wouldn't look the way it does without you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So Betsy, when that party happens, I'm invited, of course, to the mayoral prerogative to partake in the food, right? Okay, fantastic. Before we move on, I have to embarrass everyone. Facts from 1994 when you all joined the city of Burbank, all of you who were just recognized. So in 1994, Pope John Paul II was recognized as Times Magazine Person of the Year. The hot topic conversation, of course, was Tanya Harding's attack on Nancy Kerrigan. We also had the infamous O.J. Simpson Bronco chase right here on Los Angeles freeways. Now, this one I found really interesting. The big movies in 1994, it was a good year for film and television. You had Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, and The Lion King all in one year. So something for everybody. Pulp Fiction was the right answer there, by the way. Great film. And then this one, Councilmember Anthony, I know you're going to feel me on this one too. The average price of a new house nationwide was only $130,000, which isn't even enough for a down payment today. But you're all still here, so thank you. We're happy to have you. So before I go to the next folks, we're going to be recognizing 35 years. Again, just one more round of applause for all of our 30-year employees. Thank you. And we're going to welcome back Financial Services Director Jennifer Becker.
How much do you think a time machine is, Mr. Mayor? If I can...
Probably $130,000.
Thank you. I'm feeling very lucky to be recognizing all this amazing experience in the fire department, or in the finance department, excuse me. Where's Angela O'Connor? Come up, Angela. Good. Welcome. Angela began her career with the City of Burbank on April 6, 1989 as a work trainee in the Management Services Department. She was responsible for a variety of clerical duties, including mailing out job applications and transcribing the weekly job hotline, for those of us who remember that. Over time, she gained a vast array of knowledge from working in recruitment and selection, workers' compensation, liability, safety, and benefits. Angela promoted to the Financial Services Department as an account clerk in 1995, where she worked in accounts payable, payroll, and accounting. She was part of the team that spent countless hours implementing our Oracle financial system in preparation for Y2K. A lot of Y2K references this evening. And her experience in finance helped her determine that she wanted to pursue a career in accounting. She was promoted to accountant in 2001 and then to senior accountant after receiving her AA degree in accounting. During this time, she has managed every funding type you can think of, including capital projects, grants, debt service, special revenue, internal service funds. She was a key player during the dissolution of redevelopment and continues to prepare our annual ROPS for our successor agency. In 2022, she was promoted to principal accountant, where she is now in charge of the entire general fund, and recently also helped us implement the Caseware financial statement software, which we use to issue our annual award-winning comprehensive financial report. Angela has been a dedicated, knowledgeable team player for every single one of her 35 years with the department, and she is such a huge asset to our finance team. I think sometimes accountants often go unrecognized, and it can be a thankless job, but we honestly couldn't do what we do every day in this city without our accounting team, and Angela's been just a fantastic leader throughout that entire time, so we really appreciate your service to the city, and thank you for being part of our team.
Thank you.
He's been waiting all night for this. Welcome Ken Berkman from Public Works to come down. Just making sure you're awake with us, Ken. Here you go.
Thank you, Bob, Kaz, Merrick. Come on down. He'll get here. There you are. So, hey, Bob. On September 1st, 1988, yes, do the math. That's 36, but Bob took a little break, so it's really 35. Bob started his career with the city as a groundskeeper helper for the Parks and Rec Department, and in February of 1990, he started his career in Public Works as a construction and maintenance worker. Described as innovative and eager to learn, Bob excelled in his responsibilities, which included metal working, concrete, window glazing, roof repairs, carpentry, and other various skilled trade work. In October of '95, Bob was promoted to his current role of carpenter, where he always provides high-quality products and workmanship. Bob provides great value in his role with the city, and obviously with all his years of service, has abundant knowledge and experience in his field. Bob also committed to serving his fellow employees and was elected president of the Burbank City Employees Association in the year 2000 and currently remains involved with BCA as a steward. Personally, I know Bob is a calm, cool guy that gets the job done with a smile on his face, which is a great example of what we want to do for our customers here in Public Works. So thanks, Bob, for all your years of great service, and congratulations. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank my wife.
Oh, yes, please.
My wife and my daughter. And my wife Terry is here, who's retired from the city, and my daughter Christina and her fiance Jen are here to celebrate with us together.
All right. And we have one more 35-year employee we'll be recognizing. And tonight I'd like to invite up Burbank Water and Power's Acting Assistant General Manager of Power Supply, Frank Messinio, to honor this employee celebrating 35 years.
Good evening. Jeff Steinhaus, please come up. So Jeff has held various positions over the 35 years he's been with Burbank Water and Power. He's currently a power plant mechanic and is well known for his metal fabrication skills. Jeff has been providing custom metal fabrication services for not just Burbank Water and Power, but many of the city departments when they needed help. Jeff has helped with parts that were not available, for example, by custom making the needed items to avoid delays and costly retrofits. He has done this time and time again with many items over the years and has a deep passion for his work. He's a master at his trade and takes quality and precision work very seriously. He is so passionate, I often find Jeff reviewing work projects or programming code for metal operations during his lunch. He is also humble, easy to work with, and has led innovation by presenting new technology. Jeff is well respected by his peers and has passed on his knowledge by training many other employees. Thank you, Jeff, and congratulations.
All right, and before we move on to our 40-year employee, I have to do the customary embarrassing facts from 1989 when you all joined the city of Burbank. And I think Councilmember Anthony was just a wee one, right? All right, the year was 1989. The Berlin Wall between East and West Germany fell. The World Series champs were the Oakland Athletics, and I think that was a pretty memorable year for that World Series. The Energizer batteries told us it keeps going and going and going, and I think they're still running. And Youth of America got a demonstration demonstration from the Partnership for a Drug-Free America of what their brain looks like on drugs. So good reminder, just say no to drugs. So give it up one more time for all of our 35-year employees. So I think that's everybody, right? Oh, that's right. We do have an employee celebrating 40 years. 40 years with the city. Boy, that was 1984, Vice Mayor. I think that was even before your time. All right. To help me in honoring this employee, I'd like to welcome Burbank Water and Power Assistant General Manager of Electric Services, Riyadh Slayman, to honor this employee.
All right, thank you everybody. Riyadh Slayman again, Assistant General Manager, Electric Services. I'd like to welcome Tom Wilkie up here. Congratulations, sir. So, I actually feel very honored to be up here congratulating Tom on 40 years of service with the city. 19 years ago when I started, he was actually the first field supervisor I met out, actually down all of here for a job. And I don't forget it. And the first conversation we had, I could tell how much passion, how much love he had for the job that he had, and how much he cared about what he was doing. As a green engineer, the first time being out in the field, he took the time to actually explain to me why we do things, how we do things. And you know that resonated with me because I felt like, hey, there's somebody that really cares for the system, and I really appreciated that. And as I progressed through my career here, I couldn't really find anything that Tom hasn't had his hand on, right? So we have a really successful apprenticeship program, and I didn't know this, but apparently Tom, redid a lot of the rules and regs on how we train the new employees. And I could see that because if you've met Tom, he has that caring personality. He wants to improve. He wants to see the efficiency, the effectiveness. He wants things to be done better for cheaper. So whenever you turn on that light switch, he's the magician behind the curtains. This is a man that had a lot to do with that. And I, being here 19 years, know that for a fact. And so, oh, there we go. Oh, sweetie, yes, come on. And so, sorry, I think she's trying to tell me to wrap it up here. But I do want to say I really appreciate what this man's done for the utility. You should all too. When you think about affordability and reliability, Tom is a big reason for that. And so with that, thank you, Tom. And on behalf of the city and all the ratepayers and the residents, thank you for your service.
If you want to introduce your family, you can. All right, we do photos first. Is there anyone you'd like to introduce tonight, Tom?
Oh, let's see. Well, that little one running around is my granddaughter, Logan. This is my... She's been screaming.
Might have a future mayor right there.
And that's my daughter-in-law, Megan. There's my wife, Judy, right here, and my son, Zach.
Thank you. Tom, that's right. We have to hand you this.
Oh,
okay.
On a frame?
It's a frame. We sprung for a frame. 40 years and you get a frame. I don't know if we'll get much more. So I get to do proclamations as the mayor. It's one of my favorite parts of the job. It is largely ceremonial, but not everybody gets a custom proclamation. Tom, given the significance of this moment, I am going to read the whole thing, but I promise it's not too long, everybody. Whereas on October 1st, 1984, Tom began his career as a station technician jailer in the City of Burbank Police Department. And whereas after gaining knowledge of the department, he promoted to police reserve officer in 1988. And whereas after 6 years in law enforcement, Tom found an interest in line mechanic work, joining Burbank Water and Power in 1990 as a line mechanic apprentice. And whereas through the years, Tom promoted to line mechanic, then line mechanic supervisor in 2000. And whereas in 2021, Tom promoted to his current position as manager of electrical distribution, where he continues to be a valuable part of the city of Burbank and quite literally keep the lights on. And whereas in his free time, Tom, what was that? I know, no pressure for you. No blackouts under his watch. And whereas in his free time, Tom enjoyed coaching football at Burbank High School for 10 years, being a mobile DJ. That's pretty great. Did you bring any songs tonight? Okay. And boating the Colorado River area with family and friends. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the great city of Burbank, do hereby commend Tom Wilkie for his 40 years of city service and urge all of our Burbank employees and residents to join me in recognizing his contributions in this milestone. Tom, congratulations. Family, why don't you come on down for a photo? And let's bring the star of the show up here, too.
Front and center, girl.
And while they take their adorable photo, I'm going to read off some facts about 1984, the year that Tom joined the city. So, Tom, the year you were hired, Apple Computer unveiled the Macintosh personal computer for a very cheap $1,995. They sold almost 250,000 that year. Molecular biologist Alec Jeffries developed DNA testing. That's done a lot of good. The popular TV shows that year were Dynasty, Dallas, 60 Minutes, Knots Landing, Falcon Crest, and the A-Team. I'm going to need your help on this next one because in 1984, Arnold Schwarzenegger on the big screen told all of us for the very first time, "I'll be back." And Wendy's had everyone wondering, where's the beef? And I still wonder, where's the beef? Thank you to Tom for 40 years. Give it up one more time for all our employees. Where is the beef? That's a good question. We should debate that later. But we're not done tonight. Please do feel free to make your exit if you're here for one of the other items. Thank you, everyone, for coming and supporting our incredible employees. But we do have one more proclamation this evening. So as you exit, if you don't mind just keeping it down, but thank you everyone for coming. Our final proclamation tonight is in recognition of United Against Hate Week. And to help with the acceptance of that proclamation, I see Suzanne Wirtz from the Burbank Human Relations Council. She might have a couple friends with her, but I'll bring Suzanne up first to introduce them.
Yeah, I've got Gloria Salas and Diana Abasta with me tonight from the Burbank Human Relations Board.
All right. So before I let these amazing ladies talk to us a little bit about the significance of United Against Hate Week, I am going to read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Burbank stands for diversity, inclusivity, and respect for all, irrespective of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or any other characteristic. And whereas we reject hate, discrimination, and violence, aiming for a free, prejudice-free community. And whereas united, we strengthen and celebrate our city's rich tapestry of cultures and perspectives. And whereas by joining with our fellow California cities, we send a resounding message that we are united in our resolve to combat hate and promote acceptance and inclusivity everywhere. And whereas the City of Burbank is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our community, and we collectively promote acceptance, respect, tolerance, and unity, thereby enabling our residents and visitors to live, work, and thrive without fear. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of September 21 through 27 of the year 2024 as United Against Hate Week as an important step, a critical step in bridging divisions and strengthening our community. Suzanne, please accept this on my behalf.
Thank
and
you.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Got some comments here.
Do you want to hold that for you?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. All right, so we're facing this way. All right. Hey, you guys. Hi there, council and city staff. So thank you very much for acknowledging United Against Hate Week. Since 1958, the Burbank Human Relations Council has been building bridges of understanding in our community, and we have been uniting against hate far longer than even a national United Against Hate Week has been in existence. I'm very excited that we have with us on our board of directors Diana Abasta, who is a former BUSD teacher, and this year we have partnered with the Burbank Unified School District to put these posters, Hate Has No Home Here, and on the opposite side, It says, "Choose love, be kind." And they are in every one of the Burbank Unified School District classrooms with the hope that it will spark conversations in the classes, the opportunity for teachers to talk about the importance of kindness and acceptance in all of our schools, and then, of course, to remind our students that hate has absolutely no place in the Burbank School District. And then the signs, similar to the one that Gloria and Diane are holding up here, are on fences at all of our schools. And there's this one here is for the secondary schools, but there's one that has been designed for all of the elementary schools that has younger children in it. And we're hoping that that also is an opportunity to spark conversations with families. Everybody who sees it has an opportunity to talk with their children about the importance of inclusivity and kindness in our schools. And hate absolutely has no place in our schools. I also wanted to bring to attention of the council, and I'll share this as a reminder in a few minutes. I can give it to you all. But back in 2020, our president, Marcia Ramos, spoke to the city council and shared some of Burbank Human Relations Council's goals. And one of the suggestions was to put magnets on the vehicles of all of our city vehicles, police, fire, whatever city vehicles we have, that say that hate has no home in Burbank. And we'd like to put that to the dais again and to city staff to consider doing that once again, because I think it's a valuable message, and it's inclusive of everybody, and it includes our city employees as well. And then anybody in our city who would like to have one of our signs, we have those available as well, and they are free, and all you have to do is email thebhrc@gmail.com, and someone will plant one of those in your yard. And then finally, I wanted to let everybody know and invite our council as well as people in the city on our next field trip. Last year, BHRC took a group of community members to Cesar Chavez Monument in Keene, California. And this year, on October 19th, we invite our citizens to join us on a bus, and we're going to be going down to Watts Towers. And then we're going to follow that up with lunch and a trip to the California African American Museum. Right now, they've got a wonderful exhibit there about George Washington Carver. And I'm going to have to read this a little bit because this man is quite exceptional, and I'm very excited to learn more about him. He was not only an influential pioneer of plant-based engineering and sustainable agriculture, but he was also a pianist and a multimedia artist who worked with fibers, oil, charcoal, water, natural watercolors, natural dyes, pen and ink. And he actually did 41 paintings, and one of them was an honorable mention at the 1898 Chicago World's Fair. So I think that is fascinating. I'm very excited to learn more about him. We invite the community to join us, but there are only 40 spots on the bus. So you need to go to burbankhumanrelationscouncil.org and get your spot now. We highly recommend it, and you can bring children, and I think it'll be a wonderful adventure. So thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. Do you have time for a quick photo?
Yes. Come, ladies.
Photo?
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
I can hold the end.
Oh, beautiful.
There we go.
There we go.
You got that shot?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Everyone give them one more round of applause. Okay, that completes announcements for this evening. Before we go to the city manager report, I'd like to remind everyone that's still watching at home and those of you in the audience that general public comment will begin shortly. So please be sure to submit your public comment card right now. Please don't delay. Please make sure it gets turned in. Or if you're calling and you've been waiting, now is the time to call 818-238-3335 to get in the queue. This is a final reminder that additional cards or calls will not be accepted once general public comment begins. So if you think you might even want to comment, dial in now or turn in your card now. You can always say no and decide not to do it, but now's your chance. With that, Ms. Paget, so nice to see you this evening. Do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one update. I'd like to invite up the city's Management Services Director, Betsy McClinton, who's going to give an update on the city's use of LinkedIn to enhance our recruitment efforts.
Welcome back, Ms. McClinton.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I am so excited. First of all, my name is Betsy McClinton. I'm the Management Services Director, and I'm so excited to be here tonight to talk about the enhancements to the city's LinkedIn profile that recently went live. So the purpose of the enhancements is to create traffic to the city's LinkedIn page and to better represent what it's like to work for the city with the ultimate goal of increasing the city's candidate pool for our vacant positions. So there are really three main enhancements that I want to walk through the council briefly. So if I could go ahead and have the presentation. All right. Okay, so first we have a brand new jobs tab on the city's LinkedIn profile. You can see it circled here in the slide. So this tab was not previously on the city's LinkedIn profile before. So what the job tabs enables the city to do is to list up to 10 openings at any one time. The job tab functions differently than just simply posting a job to the city's LinkedIn feed. Before the Jobs tab went live, the city could post openings on our LinkedIn feed that would be visible only to the city's 5,000 followers. The jobs that are posted by the city in our Jobs tab, however, get pushed out to all LinkedIn users who are interested in these types of jobs, even if they don't follow the city's current LinkedIn page. So LinkedIn uses their algorithm to send the jobs to interested users, so we get a lot more views on those jobs. So the jobs on the Jobs tab also show up in LinkedIn searches. So we have the ability to post up to 10 jobs on our Jobs tab at any one time, and our plan is to update and change and rotate through our openings so we can focus on hard-to-fill spots. Okay, so the second feature that recently went live is our Life tab. So you can see it here circled in this slide as well. This was also not present previously on the city's LinkedIn profile. So the purpose of this new Life tab is to spotlight what it is like to work for the city of Burbank. So candidates these days really kind of want to get to know an employer before applying, and the Life tab allows us to post videos and stories that showcase our employees and our work culture. So for example, many of the Employee Appreciation Week activities that are happening this week are going to be posted on this Life tab to showcase what it's like to work for us as an organization. We've also posted a number of videos that showcase some of our departments, and we can strategically rotate those videos to correspond with the hard-to-fill positions that we're advertising for. So Management Services is really pleased to be able to partner with the PIO to try to keep this information and this content fresh. So the third and final new feature that I want to highlight is that LinkedIn is providing a suite of additional services which the city has started to utilize. So first of all, LinkedIn is providing a dedicated account director for the city of Burbank that assists us in fully utilizing all of our new fancy features to help promote Burbank to LinkedIn users. Also, when LinkedIn users are visiting the pages of other cities, the city of Burbank will show up on the right side of the user screen as a place that users also visited. So when a user is perhaps looking at, say, for example, the city of Glendale's LinkedIn page, the city of Burbank will show up on the right side as a place that other users visited as well. So finally, the city is using a function called Traffic Driver, and I'm really excited about this one as well. This enables the city to do a once per year, 3-month advertising push across LinkedIn that is in addition to the functions provided with the Jobs tab that I talked about earlier. All right, so this slide, the data that you can see on the screen shows the city's per month unique impressions for the last 6 months. And as you can see, there has been a dramatic change. The city went live with the Jobs and Life tab in August, and you can see the immediate jump in impressions just with those two enhancements. And the city's first traffic driver push began on September 16th. And you can see that with the traffic driver, the number of impressions that we got in the first 5 days exceeded the number of impressions we got in a single month after we turn on just the jobs and life tabs, which far exceeded the impressions we were getting prior to any of these enhancements. So you can obviously see from this data why we are so incredibly excited about these LinkedIn enhancements. So we encourage everybody out in the public to check out our LinkedIn page. The City of Burbank is hiring, and if you're interested, check it out, see what jobs we have opening, and click the link to visit our Jobs Center and apply for the City of Burbank. I would be remiss, before I close, I'd like to just acknowledge Joy Casucci, who is in the audience. She's over recruitment right now, and her staff in recruitment were responsible for getting all of these enhancements up and running to our LinkedIn page. So with that, visit our LinkedIn page, apply, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McClinton. Council Member Anthony.
I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. McClinton, Ms. Casucci. It's doing much better than our MySpace page, so.
I remember when MySpace was a thing, but well done. Congratulations. Good work. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. McClinton. Ms. Paget, anything else from the city manager's office?
No further updates, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Before we go on, folks, I apologize. I should have mentioned it at the beginning of the meeting. As always, we are offering interpretive services. If you need Spanish or Armenian translation, we do have some interpreters sitting right here in the front row of the room. If you would like assistance, please request it before the start of general public comment. I've conferred with them offline and learned that there have been no requests yet. If there are no requests by the time we start general public comment, both of you ladies are welcome to leave, and thank you for your service. So please visit them if you do need assistance. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met in a special meeting this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss 3 items in closed session. The first item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Nicholas Gutierrez versus City of Burbank. This is a Voting Rights Act civil rights discrimination case. The city also met with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the matter of Sonia Elias versus City of Burbank. This is a premises liability personal injury case. City Council also met in closed session on a third item. That's conference with labor negotiator Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. Now is the time for general public comment. In a moment, I'll be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely manner, we have a designated seat in the very front row for speakers who are going to be next up to the podium. Please note that a timer is available on the podium so that you know how much time you have remaining. You may choose to use this first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but if you do so, you won't be able to speak on that item following this segment. We also ask that you please state your name for the record. The general public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have for the general public comment period?
We currently have 5 right now. 6.
Okay. 6, okay. And how many callers do we have in the queue?
2.
Okay. There being a total of 8 commenters per council policy, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council, based on that number of speakers that have been reported on the record this evening. Our first speaker tonight is Ivan Uziel, followed by Ron Bax, with 3 minutes per speaker.
Hello. I'm sorry for the sunglasses, but I left my glasses at home, so I can't see. All I really need is 30 seconds. I know later you're going to go over the STR situation, and somebody up there guilted me into coming here. I won't say who. Everything that's in this report, I'm going to say it's at least 50% incorrect. At least. I could come and talk. I live on Reese Place, the seismic epicenter of short-term rental pain and grief. I sent one email, and I believe it was only to Mr. Prescott, because I made a mistake. In this report, for example, it says you can't find out the addresses of where the violators are. I have a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old niece who live in Salem, Oregon. So I had to motivate them by concert tickets. She got 200 addresses in 2.5 days. The tickets were $250. I'm not charging the city, but it's very possible to do. In fact, it was easy for them to do. Besides Google Maps and just asking for information, all they needed was 2 credit cards, mine and my wife's, easy. You know, so all this can be done, and that's one of the things in this report that says that it's very hard to do. No. I mean, I really don't have anything else to say except for what I've emailed you all more than 100 times. I did get one email back. Thank you very much for that. I've also gotten a few back from Mr. Prescott. So I have felt ignored, but, you know, the emails will continue to come, and eventually, I hope somebody does something.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, city attorney, and assistant city manager. Welcome. I would like to say it has been hard to prepare with a 3-minute rule. It is now even harder not knowing if you have 1, 2, or 3 minutes. How are the deliberations of rent increase caps versus subsidies going? As I said last time, I think we all agree some residents need help with their housing finances, and it is a human compassion act to help those truly in need. What I failed to mention is subsidies use community money, rent increases use other people's money, which should be considered immoral. Having 2 options, you must decide which path to follow before you start considering actions to be taken at the end of one path. The percentage of Burbank residents that are renters is 44.6%, not 60%. Let's look at page 2. The units column come from a staff report which used the 9212 report. The housing department believes little has changed and is researching whether my numbers for occupant density are accurate or not. In fact, it's the employee of the year that is doing that. The person column is an assumption of average number of persons residing in each dwelling type. The two occupant columns are the extension calculation. They're in purple. The value for all types of apartments is based on my observations and single-family residence is based on an educated guess. Staff is researching, but my calculations result in a population of 103,598. They're shown in red, which is published. What is the published population of Burbank? 104 to 105,000. The calculation results in an average percentage average of 44.6%. True, the percentage of housing units that are rentals is 55.6%, but the occupancy of those units accounts for 44.6% of the population. I did a couple of other evaluations, but resulting populations jumped to 125,000 or more. Unrealistic unless the census data is incorrect, and the average renter percentage dropped to, as you can see, 40% or even 38%. As I did that. Thank you very much. I forgot to mention my name, Ron Bax.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Bax. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Matthew Mucha.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, my name is David Donahue. First, I want to say how much I appreciate the city's outreach for the rent caps. I've been at both of the in-person ones. I think the City Attorney McDougall and Ms. Leland have been doing a very commendable job. I think we've had a very good amount of time to interact, so thank you very much, Council, for allowing us to do that. The couple of reasons, a couple of announcements here, just general, nothing too crazy. First, as the president of Vision Burbank, we are going to be participating in Burbank Pride this Saturday, and I welcome any of the council members that are in town to come on by to sort of, just participate in what we're going to be doing and what this wonderful organization is also. Thank you very much for helping toward those costs of those. I think is a great event. My main purpose for this evening is talking about safety in the community. I emailed the council about e-bikes, scooters, motorized things. I'm not really sure exactly what the category is. But recently on a social media page, there was a report, and I've sent that to you all to your emails, so you all have it, and I got a response from staff that they did receive it. But there's motorized vehicles on Stowe Canyon. My wife, Vicki, and I have loved hiking Stowe Canyon during the pandemic. It was our routine. And we were always nervous when we heard that rattle or rustle of gravel when a bicycle was coming down really fast. You had to get out of the way or you'd get run over. Now that's been combined with very powerful electric motorized trail bikes and recently a quad. I know it's almost impossible to do the enforcement of that, but if you take to what I've also noticed and also commented on to the Burbank Police Commission, and in 2023, I sent you the minutes, there was a report done to the Police Commission on e-vehicles, their speed, their categories, also it included different types of bike lanes, the different categories. So I would ask and urge the council that because of the speed, the power that these vehicles just have, that on, as an example, the Chandler Path, which I live very close to that, I'm beginning to see a lot more of them. I'm beginning to see what look like motorcycles on the bike path. And I'm getting nervous because just last week in the city of Los Angeles, a unfortunate older man was hit by an e-scooter and died. It was a tragic accident, and I don't think the person who did that thought they were going to do it, but they also fled, and they were not there to, just be responsible for what that happened. I don't want that to happen in our community. I don't want that to happen in Burbank. So if you could please bring that to your attention or to ask for a report, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you for your service and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matthew Mucha, followed by Elizabeth Bax.
Hello, my name is Matthew, and I've lived in Burbank for 22 years, my entire life. I served on the Burbank Youth Board, the Youth Leadership Program. I'm a graduate from John Burroughs High School, and I served the National Guard here in Burbank. Today I'm here to speak on the item agenda number 12. The current policy around short-term rentals it's pretty nebulous and gray, and I think the policy should be a very firm ban on short-term rentals. And I think that this should be then followed up and enforced. California, and especially Southern California, is in the middle of a housing crisis, and short-term rentals have been making the crisis worse. In neighboring Los Angeles, a 2022 report by Professor David Walksmith of McGill University found that an estimated 5,000 additional people are experiencing homelessness each night because of short-term rentals. Burbank has seen an astounding increase in short-term rental activity. Since 2022, the number of short-term rentals has grown over 200%. I'm worried that if we allow SDRs to further proliferate in Burbank, it will intensify our housing and homelessness crisis the same way that it has in LA and other cities. We need to be looking for every possible avenue to ensure that we can house our residents long-term, and that we must include prohibiting SDRs to keep them from displacing our neighborhoods, from our neighbors. I mean, like, an SDR just gets rid of, a unit from the housing market, which is kind of crazy. The staff recommendation as written will legalize STRs, encouraging unscrupulous operators to buy up more of our housing and displaced communities, just as it has in Los Angeles. I love Burbank, and I plan on continuing to live here for the rest of my life. And I love the community here, and I want to protect that community. Many Burbankians are renters. I really hope you guys consider banning short-term rentals and enforcing that ban moving forward with that option too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Elizabeth Bax, and then our last in-person speaker card will be Selena Trigueros.
geez. Sorry, Kimberly. Okay. Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Liz Bax, and I am a 40-year resident of Burbank, started renting and now own. Thank you to all who have been working on the Burbank potential rent cap study. I appreciate all the effort that has gone into getting the word out about these meetings. The city attorney stated at one of these meetings that there had been more attendance at these meetings than other outreach. At each meeting so far, there have been question-answer portion, which is not being recorded for you to hear, and unfortunately, a majority of the questions from the community have gone unanswered. This makes it hard to really give the council community feedback. Possibilities are stated, but nothing is solid as to what would be implemented. I found in general, most of the community does not know that there is already a state rent cap. It is quickly explained in AB 1482 and SB 567, with the information given being dense and difficult for people to totally understand. At the school board meeting this past Thursday, someone spoke during public comment, letting all renting parents and teachers know that there was one more outreach meeting left to attend. It was not stated that this outreach meeting is also for landlords and homeowners and residents. It was very one-sided from the speaker at the podium and the school board members in their response. Most of the speaker's comments were directed only at tenants and renters. Although I do appreciate getting the word out, all of Burbank should participate in the outreach. I would like to state that this outreach is for the entire community, and California state rent cap already exists for all of California. Burbank's rent cap outreach is for all of us to know that Burbank Council is looking into this. This is something that, if implemented, would not only limit the amount of rent increased each year, but it will destroy many housing providers' lives. The City Council, as well as the school board, should be considering the whole of Burbank. The city rent cap will not just keep rent increases down, the City Council will be pushing longtime residents and small housing providers to leave Burbank. Does that seem to be right? You will be pushing them out of Burbank, and the new corporations will buy the buildings, and they will totally rebuild, and rents will be higher than ever before because people building in the last 15 years are not under rent cap. Then they will no longer be under the rent caps you've created. What's the plan then? As well as renters, homeowners, residents, housing providers should attend the outreach meeting on September 25th at 7 p.m., not just the tenants. This will impact all of us in Burbank, all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And the last in-person public comment card that I have is Selena Trigueros.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. My name is Selena Trigueros, and I'm a member of the Unite Here Local 11. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 12 and urge you to move forward with the ban of short-term rentals with monitoring for enforcement. Short-term rentals have shown up across Southern California and negatively impacted our nearby cities. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the fair market rent for a two-bedroom home in California is over $2,000, meaning that a household will have to earn more than $47 an hour to afford the house of their family. Short-term rentals are likely contributing to this high housing cost. According to the 2022 report for McGill University in nearby Los Angeles, short-term rentals have contributed to an average increase of $800 on rent since 2015. Permitting short-term rentals in Burbank, as the staff recommendations lays out, will worsen the effect of the housing crisis on rents. Already there are more than 600 active SDRs in the city, taking up housing that might otherwise be able to workers like me. deserve to be able to live in our communities without the fear of being pushed out by operators trying to extract as much profit as possible for our homes. Please protect renters like me and our communities by moving forward with option 2 in the staff report and van short-term rentals in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That was my last in-person public comment card, and therefore we have completed in-person public comment. We'll now be moving to call-in public comment with each of our 2 callers having 3 minutes to address the council. As a reminder for our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and be sure to take your phone off of speaker setting when you deliver public comment so that we can all hear you loud and clear. Madam City Clerk, would you please send through the first caller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out there is a third caller who made it in the 1 minute buffer because there's a delay. So there's 3 total.
Fantastic. So 3 callers, 3 minutes each. Send the first one through.
Thank you.
The first caller is Catlin Brinsley.
Catlin, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Catlin Brinsley. I'm a homeowner and landlord in Burbank. You've heard from me about rent stabilization and tenant protection policy several times this year, and today I'm here to talk about short-term rental regulations. As you've been confronting throughout the last 2 years, we have a serious lack of affordable housing in Burbank. There is simply only so much housing here. While this council has been supportive of building new housing, rent evictions, and higher rents have displaced many of our neighbors. For example, in my neighborhood, a duplex was recently purchased and renovated just a few years ago. I thought we'd have 2 new families in the neighborhood, but instead those 2 homes still sit vacant most of the year, while the owner allows the equity to continue to increase in value, occasionally renting them out for income. Those housing units should be housing my neighbors. I want people to be able to live in Burbank for a long time and enjoy all that this city has to offer. The one reasonable place I can see in our city for short-term rentals is when a long-term resident, a homeowner or a tenant who has lived in their home for at least a year requires a little bit of extra income in order to stay, or could use a little companionship because they now have empty bedrooms in their home. As a supplemental income for long-term Burbankers, I think short-term rentals can sometimes make sense, but only with significant limitations on the number of rentals per year and the length of time that the individual has lived in their apartment. As a result, I support the city's option number 1 to permit and regulate short-term rentals. To avoid inadvertently diverting long-term housing to that short-term market, I think only hosted rentals of a primary residence should be allowed with a cap of 90 days per year. In addition to protecting existing housing units for long-term residents, we have several hotels in Burbank that provide important job opportunities within our community. And by removing unhoused short-term rentals from the market, we encourage visitors and tourists to look to hotels and to support their workers. Hosted short-term rentals would provide an alternative home-based experience that would be different and unique from staying in a hotel. I'm sure city staff will carefully evaluate necessary provisions like enforcement, using a subcontractor for monitoring, limiting the numbers of licenses offered, high penalties for noncompliance, appropriate safety and health requirements. Those are all things that make good policy sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Mark Scroggs.
Mark, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to just share with you that this evening I've been watching the State of the Entertainment Industry Zoom that House or Assembly member Laura Friedman put together with her staff. I just want to say it was really informative with a lot of good perspectives, and I strongly recommend everybody in the entertainment industry to check it out. It's already on YouTube. It's available. It's called, Breaking Down the Post-Strike Entertainment Logjam or Landscape. So just want to share that. It's up now. It's a little over an hour. It's really, really informative. I also want to remind everyone to, discuss entertainment industry concerns when they're talking to candidates and people in office. Last Saturday's LA Times said that part of the reason California is second in the country in unemployment is the beleaguered motion picture industry. So I just want to remind everyone that every vote, every idea matters. So have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jim Barnfather.
Jim, you're on with the City Council.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to congratulate the council and the staff for recognizing the employees 20 years, 25, 30, 35, and 40. We are very fortunate as a family to have our father-in-law as the longer tenured employee with the city of Burbank, 55 years, from 1940 to 1995. Years ago, they used to have the 40-year plus, which now is 35 with the addition of the one gentleman this evening, have their pictures up at City Hall on the hallways, and then they would move them over to the Water and Power. And I don't know if they're even on display any longer anywhere. It would be nice to maybe put those back up with recognition. And the other is to the time limit of using 45 minutes of council time for this. They need to be recognized, but a better use of time would be maybe at the State of the City luncheon so that more people could attend it and more people, their family, they wouldn't have to be in an overflow room. They wouldn't have to crowd the council, and it would be a very festive day to do that as part of the State of the City. The other thing I want to kind of talk about is, and I already have sent emails to the mayor and to the city attorney about what you're operating under this evening as these measures to streamline meetings is clearly a violation of a Brown Act under the Court of Appeals case number B as in boy 27942, December 17, 2018, where it was stated very clearly that the appellate court looked at the minimum or reasonable time for setting a minimum, and it was decided to be 3 minutes, not 2, not 1, not based on attendance at a particular meeting. Some cities go 5 minutes, and they cut it back to 3 under this appellate. So have you gotten a ruling that would allow you to cut it from 3 minutes down to 2 or to 1? There's no discretion in that. It's set right out there for you to look at. That's my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, was that our last caller?
Yes, sir, it's our last call.
Okay. Thank you, everyone who attended tonight in person and those who called in. We appreciate your comments. The general public comment period is now complete. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? Yes, Ms. Padgett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick responses. To Mr. Donahue, we are aware of the recent concerns that have been expressed regarding e-bikes in the city, and particularly the electronic off-road version of the e-bikes on some of our city trails. Our police department is researching it and is working with our community development department and our Parks and Recs department to address those issues. And second, for the last caller, thank you. We also are very excited to have recognized all of our employees today. I wanted to point out that all of our employees that have served 40 years or more are on the city's website, so their photos are there, and Mr. Wilkie's photo is already up and there for viewing. But we'll continue to look at other ways that we can make sure that we are appropriately recognizing our employees that have served many years of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padgett. Mr. City Attorney, I believe you have a response?
Yes. I believe the council is within its authority on its meeting procedures. With regard to Ms. Bax and Mr. Donahue's comments, but specifically Ms. Bax, the city is not recording the in-person meetings. We are keeping a general summary of the Q&A, but all of the attendees have been told we want their input on through the facilitated process, not through the Q&A. The Q&A is for information purposes. It is not to collect input for the city council, but there is an input forum at those meetings. It's the second half of the meetings. For the 2 meetings that were virtual, those recordings are on the city's website. Actually, the website for the rent cap study is burbankrentcapstudy.com. And the 2 virtual meetings, the recordings are there for on-demand viewing. Many of the questions are the same. And I believe at the end of the process, we will have a summary of the Q&A, but it won't be a verbatim transcript.
All Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. Colleagues, anyone like to go next? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came down and to all of our employees. Congratulations. Like the mayor said, the city runs because of you guys. United Against Hate Week is important. I'm very excited to see the new posters go up at the local schools. That's, I think, going to be really great. And then Mr. Bax, I wanted to just thank you for putting all these numbers together. I do want to point out here that you averaged single-family homes as having 3 people living there and multifamily homes as having 1.5 people living there. I would suggest kindly that you flip those two, because that's normal of what I've seen from people. So just throwing that out there.
All right, thank you for your response. Anyone like to go next? Vice Mayor.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Congrats to all of the employees who were recognized today. You, like the mayor said, you make the city run. And just thank you to everybody that commented. Thank you for your patience with our new system. We're trying to make the meeting productive for ourselves and for all of you and make sure we're making the best use of everyone's time. And I will just leave any of my other comments for the agenda items themselves. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, thank you so much for coming out in person to speak and share your thoughts with us. Thanks to those who called in. We also received a number of emails from folks, so if you're watching, thank you for sending those emails. I keep track of all the questions that get asked in emails too, so I bring them with me as well, so I really do appreciate those emails too. Most of these will be addressed during the future item. I did want to also want to follow up about Mr. Bax's data. You know I love data, so thank you for sharing this. Also, I would be curious where you got these numbers from, so please feel free to follow up with me and share me exactly where you got all these numbers from. It'd be awesome. And then also for Mr. Scroggs calling in, thank you for reminding us about Laura Friedman's YouTube video of her event tonight. I really do want to watch that, so thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to go watch it afterwards. And again, we'll address most of these other things later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins.
Okay. Congratulations to our Officer of the Year, Firefighter of the Year, and Employee of the Year, and everyone else who received the awards and certificates tonight. Thank you for all your service, for your hard work, and you make us shine every single day. So I appreciate all of you. Also, thanks to Suzanne Wirtz and Gloria and Diane for coming in here tonight and making us aware that hate has no room here in the city of Burbank. I could not agree more and echo that to be in our schools. So I appreciate you always doing great work for the city of Burbank. Also, congratulations to Management Services on the LinkedIn. I can't wait to go and check it out and see what great information that you have on there. And the rest of the information was answered, and I want to thank all of the individuals who sent us an email with your opinions regarding the short-term rentals and also agenda item number 10. We will be discussing it. To read your emails, I responded to lots of them this afternoon, but we'll continue our discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all of the response from my colleagues. I'll just be brief in saying thank you to everyone who offered public comment tonight. Most of the responses will apply to either an agenda item or have been addressed by staff or one of my colleagues. I'll simply conclude with responding to Mr. Barnfather. Jim, thank you for taking the time to meet with me at the mayor's office. I will simply say, first to your point about employee recognition, your point is well taken. We're always looking at ways to promote our employees even better and improve meeting efficiency. However, the State of the City is actually not a city function. It's a private function put on by the Chamber of Commerce, so that wouldn't necessarily be the appropriate venue, but we definitely take that feedback into consideration and perhaps leave it to the next mayor to look at ways to make our meetings even more efficient. Secondly, to answer your question directly, the council gets its legal advice and relies on the professional opinion of our city attorney. In this case, I, as a practicing attorney, have read the court case that you've you've sent over, and I agree with Mr. McDougall's interpretation in its entirety. I will simply say that from my personal and professional experience, the council policy is consistent with and does not violate the Brown Act or any other law of the state of California. And lastly, I would note that it's been the long-held custom and tradition of the council, as codified in our resolution, and in state law for that matter, that the presiding officer, i.e. the mayor or whoever is chairing the meeting at that time, does have discretion to adjust speaking time for any number of reasons, including meeting efficiency and public safety. Happy to discuss this with you further offline. Thank you for your participation. With all of that said, let's move on to our consent calendar, Ms. Clark. Colleagues, as a reminder, the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Clark, would you please read the consent calendar for this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 9 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of September 10th, 2024, and the dark meeting of September 17th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of June 4th, 2024. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of August 27th, 2024. Item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of August 27th, 2024. Item 5 is approval of the Public Financing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of April 9th, 2024. Item 6 is approval of the Youth Endowment Services Fund board minutes of the joint meeting of April 9th, 2024. Item 7 is adoption of an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 19 of the Burbank Municipal Code to require an indemnification agreement on all planning applications and associated environmental determinations. Item 8 is adoption of a resolution amending the City of Burbank Conflict of Interest Code. And item 9 is adoption of resolutions approving the establishment of the salaries and conflict of interest code designations for the classifications of water quality manager and library operations supervisor, revision to the specification for the classifications of firefighter recruit and police cadet, establishment of the salaries for the classifications of household hazardous waste technician and household hazardous waste lead worker, and adoption of a resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Colleagues, is there any discussion or motion? Councilmember Mullins.
I move to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as it was stated by the city clerk.
I knew you would. And Councilmember Takahashi, would you care to make a second?
I'll second.
Outstanding. Any other discussion? I see no discussion. Ms. Clark, call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. All right, we have 4 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the staff presentation as long as you didn't previously speak to the item. And again, we'll be using our new method of determining speaking time. However, I have a very funny sneaking suspicion that every speaker will get 3 minutes based on the number of people sitting in the room right now. The first report to council this evening is the introduction of an ordinance that, if adopted, would amend Title 5, Chapter 3, Article 3 of the Burbank Municipal Code, thereby establishing a prohibition on carrying or possessing specified items while attending or participating in any public demonstration, rally, protest, picket line, or public assembly. To present the report, I'd like to welcome Captain Cornelius from the Burbank Police Department to present our report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the council, and staff. My name is Adam Cornelius. I'm the captain at Burbank Police Department responsible for the operations of the Patrol Division, and I'm here tonight to make a presentation to you about the amendment of Burbank Municipal Code 5-3-301, which covers prohibited equipment at demonstrations. We have a presentation, if you can bring it up. So our recommendation is to introduce an ordinance from the council amending BMC 5-3-301, which would establish some prohibited items that cannot be carried while participating in a rally, demonstration, or protest. The current version as it stands on the books was adopted in 1987. It basically is very limited in its scope and only covers essentially lengths of lumber or pipe, bars, solid objects that may be used as a weapon. It's very limited in scope. It's from 37 years ago. And what we see in contemporary times when we look at demonstrations around the nation, around the region, is we see items that, generally speaking, would otherwise be innocuous being used as weapons or as tools to vandalize property during demonstrations. We're talking about bars, we're talking about projectiles being used to vandalize or assault people, we're talking about pepper spray, bear spray being used on opposing groups, bottles, balloons full of substances, bricks being used as projectiles against opposing groups. And our current ordinance as it stands does not give us standing to take action to prohibit those items from coming into a demonstration area. So what we do as a department, what my chief expects us to do is we take a look at what we expect to encounter in the future, what we have currently, and where our needs are. And as we look at training, equipment, policy, we also look at laws and statutes. And one of the capability gaps that we see is in the current ordinance as it stands in our ability to safely manage what is coming into a demonstration or protest to keep everybody safe. With the current version of the ordinance, it's going to be difficult for us to respond to something that's happening inside a group of dozens, maybe hundreds of people when an assault begins. We would much rather observe and engage people on their way in, let them know what's allowed, what isn't, divert them to take prohibited items out of the protest area, and then come back in. So the proposed ordinance, the proposed amendment to the ordinance is modeled on other ordinances we've seen around the region in the last 6-7 years. It comports with language that we see in jurisdictions like City of Los Angeles, City of Glendale, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Covina, that have had these on the books anywhere from 2017 forward. It expands the scope of the restricted items. It's going to include items which could potentially be used as weapons. These are going to be things like projectile launchers, whether it's slingshots, wrist rockets, balloon launchers, pepper spray, glass bottles, laser pointer spray cans, and some other items. Again, some of these in day-to-day existence are very innocuous and not a problem. We wouldn't try and restrict people from having them. But there's also a reason that they don't give you glass bottles when you go to Dodger Stadium. It's because those Dodger games, I'm a fan and I get emotionally heated when things are not going my way. They don't give you glass bottles there. They give you aluminum cans, plastic bottles, because that glass bottle in a heated moment very quickly becomes a projectile, becomes a weapon. And the same logic applies with this proposed ordinance. We also look at signs. The ordinance allows for signs. It just defines the material that's acceptable. Soft, pliable material, paper, poster board, cardboard, soft plastic, cloth banners. What we see, and we've been very fortunate we don't see it here, but what we see in other areas of the country is you see people who come with signs that are affixed to maybe a sheet of plywood backing, sheet metal backing, which when that's on a handle, it is a quick second to turn that sideways and it becomes a weapon very quickly when emotions are heated, when there's back and forth, when there's pushing and shoving and things are escalating in a crowd, especially when you have counter demonstrators. As we look at the sign and banner restrictions that are in place, as it stands, our current ordinance defines pieces of lumber that are not allowed. It can't be over 2 inches wide or over 1/4 inch thick. If it's not rectangular in shape, it can't be over 3/4 inch thick. So basically it's restricting it to what we would call a dowel. It can't be sharpened on either end. We'd like to continue that. Can't be sharp, so we can't have sharp edges. You can't have a makeshift spear with a sign attached to it. That's current. We're also looking at not having metal or plastic pipes and not allowing hollow plastic piping unless it's essentially PVC piping. Talking about 3/4 inch in thickest dimension, hollow, not filled. All these would be acceptable items to mount a sign, mount a banner, because they don't make for an easy makeshift weapon. Our whole goal with all of this is to identify potential problems that would be coming into a demonstration, address them, have a conversation with the individuals, let them know what's allowed, what's restricted, and if they have something that's restricted, to have them take it home, take it to the car, make whatever modifications they need to make, and come back. My goal with this is that we never make an arrest off of this ordinance, but that we have some standing to enforce things and to maintain some order at these events. So in the last few years, especially since 2020, we have seen an increase in the tempo of demonstrations that we see here in the city, that we see around in the region. These can be emotionally charged topics. Historically we had issues with COVID, with politics, with schools, with other global issues that may not even touch directly on Burbank, but these can become very emotional, very heated. The demonstrations that draw counter demonstrators is where, as a captain of the police patrol division, that's where I have my concerns, because that's where things get unpredictable. I can't predict how many people are going to show up, what their disposition is going to be, how they're going to interact with each other, how they're going to interact with us. So I'm looking for ways to maintain order, maintain safety, let people have their voice, let people express their opinions, but to do it safely. Our experience here in Burbank in particular, we haven't had extreme occurrences. We haven't had a lot of the things that we see maybe in some other cities. But to be frank, we've also just been very lucky. It's unpredictable, and I never know what's going to show up when we have a demonstration. So in my role as a police officer, as somebody who's responsible for other police officers, I don't like being reactive. Being reactive means that we are already behind the curve and the bad event has already happened. I'd much rather be proactive. So the current restrictions in place with the ordinance that we have from 1987, 37 years ago, are pretty minimal. A lot of items that we see in other areas being used in a problematic fashion at demonstrations can be legally possessed, legally brought in. My officers don't have any standing to take action unless they observe somebody brandishing it as a weapon or using it as a weapon. And at that point, it's already too late for us, especially if it's a large crowd. For us to get in, effectively intervene safely is going to take a lot of time. And at that point, we're already going to have a bad outcome. I would vastly prefer to be able to have my officers stationed outside the protest area, be able to engage with people as they come in, observe what they observe. I'm not talking about searching people as they come to a demonstration, but make their observations, engage folks, talk to them, educate them, and divert them if they have something that's prohibited, and then let them come back. Again, we haven't had a significant event yet. We have had events of assaults, pepper spraying, some other issues, some vandalisms that have taken place at demonstrations here in town, but I would feel much more effective and feel like my officers are more effective if we were able to address it head on. So I want to be proactive. Again, we're seeking compliance. We're not looking to enforce this via arrest. In my career at this agency, I've been to a lot of demonstrations. I don't think we've ever made an arrest for a prohibited item, one of these lengths of lumber or a pipe. We have had conversations with people about what was allowed and what was not. We have historically a very good working relationship with people when they come here to demonstrate. There are organizations that organizers reach out to us before they come. We communicate with them about what their plan is, where they're going to be, what's allowed, what we're going to do to help them facilitate their expression of their First Amendment rights while they stay within the bounds of the law. When we find out about other demonstrations, we reach out to organizers ahead of time if we can. Sometimes it's the day of when something pops up. We go out and we communicate with people. We don't just sweep in and arrest them. And that would be our continued goal. Ways I'm looking to do this proactively would be public education. We can make our own social media and other public information attempts to make people aware of what we're having enforced. Communicating with people. We'll have signage made. We'll have officers around the perimeter of the demonstration area to talk to people as they come in. We'll greet and introduce the rules to people who are coming in. And we'll be observing and intervening before there's an escalation. So I'm going to go back to 2023, one of the events that brought this up to the forefront. We were responding to Glendale. If you'll remember last year, they had some pretty significant demonstrations surrounding their school board and school board meetings. And they called for mutual aid. They've had this ordinance, their version of this ordinance, which we mirror almost exactly, on the books since shortly after 2020. Our officers were out there. They saw police define what the demonstration area was, posted signs, posted officers, engaged people as they came in. They observed. If they observed folks carrying a prohibited item, they would talk to them, tell them what the rules were, direct them to take it to their car, to their home, out of the area, and then come back. They had no arrests made behind that ordinance itself, but it did keep items out of what was a very heated demonstration. They did have incidents of shoving, pushing, hitting, some pepper spray in some of the areas, but what they didn't have is they didn't have serious injuries, people going to the hospital. And they were able to manage that demonstration much more effectively than if they were only restricted to certain lengths of lumber and pipes. This ordinance it's modeled after has passed court tests. It's been found to be in compliance with the First Amendment. It's the Vlasak decision, was specific to the city of LA, basically saying that the point is to make public demonstrations safer. It's not to restrict people's speech. It's not to silence their voice. It's to manage the way in which they express it in a manner that's safe for the demonstrators, anybody who has a counter opinion, and for the officers and the general public. That's the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Captain. Don't go too far. First, we'll go to public comment on this item. Ms. Clark, do we have any cards?
We do not.
That might be a first. Well, Captain, I assume you have no response to the public comment because there's no public comment.
I do not, sir.
You're welcome to sit in the front row if you want. We'll see if there's any first of all, are there any questions of Captain Cornelius? Yes.
So I have to reach from my phone to grab the exact language of an email, a lot of emails that we received this afternoon. And I need to please, if you can clarify, the emails indicated that this new ordinance is going to create different rules for protesters and bystanders, which can lead into confusion. So I'm a little bit, I need some clarification to what that means, if you can help me understand what that means. Creating this ordinance, is it going to cause confusion for somebody who's a bystander versus somebody who's participating in the actual demonstration?
So I don't know exactly how they're delineating what the confusion would be. The way we've seen this addressed and the way we would plan to enforce it, if you will, is like most legal questions, the legal answer is it depends. Everything's very situation driven. We're going to define what the demonstration area is based upon the crowd, their behavior, and where they are located. We'll define that. We'll post signs. We'll post officers. Folks who are within that demonstration area are going to be contacted if they have possession of items that are restricted there, because when you're in that demonstration area, you could be standing there for 1 second and be a participant the next second. Somebody who's across the street observing or who's down at the next property observing, they're not in the demonstration area. And again, we're not looking to just swoop in and arrest somebody who's carrying a wine bottle out of the grocery store because there happened to be a demonstration in front of the grocery store. We're going to talk with them, engage them, get them safely to remove that object, or if we need to take some sort of enforcement action, we'll take enforcement action. But we're not going to be looking to scoop in bystanders with some sort of mass arrest, if that's the concern.
Okay, so our
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes. First, I'm going to recognize Mr. McDougall, then Chief Albanese, then back to the council member. Mr. McDougall.
My apologies, Chief. I'm going to read the exact language. It does not refer to bystanders. The exact language on attachment 2-2 provides no person shall carry or possess the following items or articles while attending or participating. If, to Captain Cornelius' point, someone who is a bystander is attending and they have a prohibited article, it would apply to them just as a participant. But if the officers on hand can identify that the person is not involved, not attending, not participating, then it wouldn't apply to them. But in my case, there is, I believe it could apply to both if they are proximate to the protest and they do possess a prohibited article.
Thank you. Chief Albanese, what would you like to
If I
add?
can weigh in, and Captain Cornelius' presentation was outstanding. So here's the bottom line. We are looking to have a safe forum for folks to protest and demonstrate. Folks that may have opposing positions on a particular issue, we want to make it a safe haven for them. So that's the purpose of this. I would ask you, if you have any concerns, is reach out to your peers at Santa Monica, Glendale, Pasadena, Glendale, and LA City that have essentially the same ordinance. The other thing I'll share with you is somewhat of an analogy, and former mayor will remember WGA, the horn honking and the demonstrations. A lot of people lost their mind over this. We had community members that had small children that were being disrupted or waking up, and folks that worked during the day or slept during the day. And we had folks that were honking their horns to demonstrate as they drove by. We had standing to cite those folks. We had standing. Porter versus Martinez, San Diego case, Supreme Court case, we had standing. We used an educational approach, and throughout however long that conflict went, there was not one citation issued. I am so confident that we can manage this with having a ordinance that will make it safer for the community, that we will be in a very, very good place. We have been very fortunate as far as our demonstrations, but I'll harken back to Tin Horn Flats. And that's why I look as old as I do, because Tin Horn Flats, that was a challenging summer. And when you look at the outcome, it was a good outcome. So we do have experience and expertise in this area. We consult with the city attorney as far as the development of this ordinance. We consulted with our peers at Glendale, Beverly Hills, Pasadena. So I would encourage you to support us in this ask.
Thank you very much, Chief. Back to you, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. And I totally agree with you, Chief, that this ordinance is there to protect people who are participating and protect bystanders and protect our officers. And I wanted just to clarify, because we received quite a bit of emails, concern about it's going to cause confusion. So I started getting confused and saying, I don't know what confusion, but I wanted to bring this out so we can all hear it. So I do appreciate the fact that you're expanding this to protect our residents and the demonstrators and everyone else who's participating.
And again, it's all communication.
Yes.
It's all communication, and we historically, with any of these First Amendment events, there's a lot of communicating going on versus enforcement.
And this is the point that you made earlier. When we have demonstration, they do contact the police department, and most, I would say 90% of the time, 99%, they let you know.
I don't know if I would put the percentage
Okay,
that high,
so-
but there is a percentage that
I was hoping they always let you know. But if they don't, you know what's going on because
And-
we've seen, yes.
I
Okay.
would say we have about a 99% success rate with some form of communication. There's a very, very small percentage of folks who are just non-communicative, even if they're not reaching out to us proactively.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. It was very clear and informative, and cleared up some things for me that I had questions for. And I also want to say that I appreciate the example you gave of Glendale and how you already had experience with this in Glendale and how it worked for you. It's reassuring. I have a couple questions. One is about the signs.
Yes.
So a lot of folks put a lot of energy into their signs sometimes. So I just want to make sure that the information and education that you can be providing, will you provide pictures and examples to give the community really clear ideas of what's allowed and not allowed?
We can do that. Yes.
That'd be really helpful, I think. Both, just kind of in the information you're giving out to the community and also available online under the information just generally they can look up. Thank you. And then the other question I had is just to reiterate that the intention of this is to increase the safety of our community members. And one of you had mentioned in these events, sometimes kids get brought, to these events. So we want everyone there, regardless of age and ability, to be safe. And the core reason for this is for
That
safety.
is the centerpiece of the ordinance. And we've had council members that participate in protest and demonstration, so we want to make it a safe haven for all.
Great.
So that is the bow on the ordinance.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Oh, yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask some seemingly silly questions. Council didn't request this. This is coming from the police department, yes?
Yes.
Is vandalism illegal in Burbank?
It is, yes.
Is assault illegal in Burbank?
It is, yes.
Outside of a demonstration or a protest, currently, if someone's walking down the street, can they carry pepper spray on themselves?
Yes. Absent some very specific exclusions, but yes.
So, to the chief's point, I reached out to former LA council member Mike Bonin, who was in the room when this was passed in 2017. I'm going to ask the same question he asked, and he didn't get an answer then. I'm hoping you have an answer now. If a woman is walking down the street and has pepper spray in her purse and sees a demonstration and says, "Ooh, that looks cool, let me join," and she joins the protest, unbeknownst to the officers or the people there, and maybe even to herself, is she now in violation of this potential ordinance?
I would say by the letter of it, yes.
Okay.
Well, I would bring your attention to 5-3-301, subsection B on attachment 2-3, which says, where feasible, excluding exigent circumstances, a warning shall be issued before enforcement of the provisions of this section. Such warning shall be sufficient if provided orally by posted signs or amplified announcement. In other words, if you introduce this ordinance tonight, you're introducing a warning provision that absent exigent circumstances, the penalty for that violation is a warning. And if it is unbeknownst to her, it's unlikely that there would be exigent circumstances. In other words, if it's not out and it's not being deployed, there's probably not an exigent circumstance.
Sure. And Councilmember Anthony, sorry to interrupt your line of questioning. I'm going to turn the floor back to you, but just colleagues, as a reminder and in general, I know our police department's more than capable of answering these questions, but if it calls for legal clarification or analysis, I'd like to direct those to our city attorney. Councilmember, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so this brings me back to my final question, I guess. This individual, this hypothetical person, shows up, has a pepper spray, and then pulls it out and uses it. That action in and of itself, going back to my original question about assault, that is illegal in Burbank. You cannot pepper spray somebody
Dependent on the circumstances.
unless they're defending themselves or
So
others.
this requires a lot of speculation.
Right.
Why are they deploying it? Who is the target? What happened? So this is territory we really shouldn't speculate
Right,
too wildly.
And I won't speculate any further. I just want to say we have a number of rules and regulations and laws in the books already on a number of these issues. And to me, seems duplicative. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate the line of questioning. Vice Mayor, what would you like to add?
You read my mind. I remember Mike Bonin asking that question, so that was going to be my first question, and I think you answered it brilliantly. And in following that, I would like you to paint me a picture. So let's say that there is, again, woman with pepper spray walking into this demonstration. I would like to know from the officer's point of view, what is the first thing you do? Let's say this, hypothetically, this ordinance passes and it's in play. What is the first thing an officer does?
So first thing, if she has pepper spray in her purse, we're probably not going to know. We're not searching every single person that comes in. That's not the point. If, let's say, for example, things are getting heated. She's in there. There's verbal arguments going on. That pepper spray comes out of the person's hand. In the hand, we're going to observe. We're going to make our way to her, have a contact with her, tell her that that's prohibited, ask her to remove it from the area, and then there's going to be some decisions made by her. We have a very good track record of negotiating people into complying with the law versus enforcing. If you look back a few months ago, we had a group out here that was attaching banners and signs to the fountains and the light poles and the trees. We made contact with them, had the conversation with them, explained the rules to them. There was some frank and open exchange of ideas about the rules and their compliance with it. But eventually, the signs came down, the banners came down. They continued their demonstration within the framework of the rules. That's what we would be hoping for. Now, obviously, if there's a flat refusal to comply with the rules, then there's probably going to be some sort of enforcement action. But that's our last resort.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could kind of zoom out here to the two primary exhibits, or shall I say the only exhibits that the police department provided with the staff report attachment. One is the current ordinance, which Captain Cornelius addressed. It's very general. Well, it's specific to a very limited number of articles. And this ordinance, which gets introduced and published, provides a much greater list of things for people to be aware of when they're planning a demonstration and attending a demonstration. Now, I don't know how often people contact the police department, but I do know that that is part of the process of some when they come out. And having a more complete list, there shouldn't be people, in my opinion, but there's no rule against it today, showing up to a protest with loose bricks in their hand. Unless they're fixing the fountain. It's a little suspicious, but it's not prohibited today. So bricks, pieces of asphalt, ball bearings. There is some necessity, if you look at attachment 1 versus attachment 2-2 and 2-3, for greater specificity about biohazard and other noxious matters, right? So there is a purpose served to the public so that when they do reach out organizing an event, the city has a more complete list of articles to basically put them on notice. Please know that we've determined these can be problematic at this type of gathering. So just to provide that, it gives a tool for anyone in the city who's interfacing with organizers to help them understand what rules should be followed.
And I appreciate that. And thank you, Captain Cornelius. I think you did a wonderful job of explaining exactly what would happen in that moment, to the point of something not being brandished. I only have one more question. So my only other question is, as Councilor Mullins mentioned, this is something that might generate some confusion or some questions from folks. Have we had a plan for maybe providing, even if it's electronic PDF of signage folks can post at the protest, or with pictures? I definitely asked for pictures at one point because I myself was not going to measure my PVC pipe before putting a sign on it.
Understood. And absolutely, we can make that happen on our website, through our social media, through our PIO, through the city PIO, and work with them on making sure we're reaching the broadest audience we can to educate prior to anything else.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, I will say one more thing. I appreciate you mentioning throughout the presentation that this is based on national, broader conversations, on regional conversations. I'm very proud of the fact that we've had a lot of peaceful demonstration here. We're a union town, and we're the town of a lot of studios where we have a lot of union demonstrations, and I want to see them continue to be peaceful and welcome here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask a follow-up question, Captain, on something you said. You said we wouldn't go out and search people. Under this ordinance, could you?
It would not be anything based on the ordinance. We have legal guidelines on when we can search people for reasonable suspicion that they have a weapon or probable cause to arrest them. And
So I guess my question
somebody
is,
walking to a demonstration doesn't give me reasonable suspicion and our experience with Glendale is these were items that were in plain view.
Mhm.
These were items that people were carrying to the demonstration. Officers saw, got directed to them, made contact.
I guess my question would be to the city attorney then. If we include new and different prohibited items, would that change the viability of probable cause to search people at these demonstrations? Because currently under our ordinance, we ban pipes and pieces of metal. And so if we see that visibly, sure, but other stuff like, one of the things here is chemicals in a filled materials. So if you see someone with a water balloon, today, under our current ordinance, it wouldn't give you probable cause, but with this new ordinance, there could be reasonable suspicion that they are in violation.
Well, actually, Councilmember, I'd like to add my perspective on this, if I might. In that scenario, not necessarily. The officers have no idea what's in the water balloon. And if somebody's walking through a protest with, a pipe in their hand or whatever, right, that does not necessarily lend itself to a stop and frisk where they're going to go through all of their items. It's very fact-specific where you're going. And so I think what we have to delineate is there's the conversation of what items are prohibited, but then there's also the judgment that the officers are making in the field based on what they observe. Is the person, clutching some sort of item with hands in their pocket or making some sort of aggressive gesture towards someone else present? So whether the item's prohibited or not, if I have my hands in my pocket and it looks like I could be reaching for a weapon and I'm aggressive with someone, they're going to respond whether the item is in fact prohibited or not.
That's exactly my point. This does nothing. If they're being aggressive, if there's reasonable cause, why? I'll leave that for later.
All of that has nothing to do with the ordinance we're discussing.
So let's before we go on, let's conclude questions and then we can get to discussion. So the only question I have, I'd like to go, colleagues, if I might, was first of all, Captain Cornelius, great presentation. I think I heard great or excellent. It was a superb presentation. I get to go last, so I get to throw that in. The only question I had was, did you at any point in time present this to our police commission? I don't throw that question out there as a criticism, but I know that they obviously are very active and engaged, love to weigh in on these things. So did you approach them about the proposed ordinance? And if not, would you have any objection, or Chief, would you have any objection when it comes back for adoption to maybe doing that on the date of our joint meeting so that they at least have a chance, should they have a question, to weigh in? So.
The answer is no, I did not. The timing of the introduction and police commission meetings did not, and their already existing agenda did not lend itself to that. And the other answer is yes, I'd be happy to.
Okay. So at the end of the meeting, I'll make the appropriate request, Ms. Paget. And then unless there's any other questions, we can start with discussion. The one thing I wanted to add just out the gate before I pass it off to my colleagues, I love the idea of a one sheet. If someone reaches out and has a protest, maybe a know before you go one sheet that can be emailed or handed to them, because I know our department well, and our goal is that everyone can safely exercise their First Amendment right. We don't want to be having that conversation about, you're now not complying with our law. So if you don't already have one, maybe our police administrator could work on a single page one sheet, just basic parameters and who to go to if you got any questions. So
definitely,
just my 2 cents. Councilmember Anthony, I think you had some comments here.
I do. It was a great presentation, and I do appreciate coming to us with this and the spirit of what this ordinance does. I commend you on doing what you can to keep us safe. I thank you for that. Here's my issue. LA City passed this ordinance, it's basically almost the exact same ordinance, in 2017, over the objections of Councilmember Mike Bonin and the ACLU of Southern California. The number one protest in the country in 2017 were demonstrations against the sitting president. Glendale passed a similar ordinance, almost, again, identical, after the summer of 2020. I won't even go into the number one demonstration of that summer. It seems, and this is just my own personal view, that these ordinances were passed after very specific political demonstrations, not unions, not rallies, political demonstrations targeting a very specific group of people. I feel we are just doing the same. My earlier questions about how duplicative this is, if someone is suspicious, they're suspicious without the ordinance, with or without. If someone is a threat, they're a threat with or without the ordinance. All this does is give a future police department, because I believe that our current police department will use good judgment, but our previous ordinance is almost 40 years old. So we're looking at something that may be on the books for another 40 years. I don't know who's going to be here serving the city 40 years from now. And if this is what we give them, the fact that we had so many of our questions had to be directed to the city attorney. I've never seen an ordinance come to us that has, other than maybe the gun control ordinance, and that took months. We're being presented to this first time as a first report. None of us asked for it. I got a number of letters saying, please don't do it. What we have is fine. I appreciate the spirit of what this is trying to do, but I think it sends the wrong message. I think we have the ability to keep people safe regardless, because frankly, we've been doing it. Since 1987, we've been doing it. And I was actually at that Glendale meeting. At no point did I feel I was in danger or threatened. The Glendale Police Department handled everything very well. Only, I think, one or two of the items even listed in this ordinance were present. And so for me, it seems like we're just adding an ordinance to make us feel safe and not actually making us safer. I'll leave it at that.
Before you respond, Councilmember Mullins, I will go to you. I just want to mention that procedurally, while most items, and I'm not suggesting that you were indicating or implying anything nefarious, Councilmember, just for public benefit, while most items do come as a product of council request, Ms. Paget could certainly share with all of us that it is not unusual for departments to come forward with their own agenda items. And, the only other thing I would just say, and I'll save the rest of my comments for later, is that the one distinction is that should someone be carrying pepper spray, now our police department would have the ability to say, please take that to your car and remove that from the scene, because as it stands, they would have no legal basis to do so right now. They could tell me, take your pepper spray back, or whatever the item is under the ordinance, and I could say, go fly a kite. And they would have no ability to enforce it. So I think what you're touching on is a fair policy consideration of what you want to do. I just wanted to clarify for the public that I wouldn't say it does nothing. It adds a tool. The question is whether we think that's an appropriate tool the department should have. I'll reserve the balance of my comments for later. Councilmember Mullins, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you also for clarifying this. The way I look at this list of additional items is to really inform the demonstrators what they can and cannot bring to a demonstration. It's making it very clear that we are not opposing to demonstrators. We've had many of them come, they were here in the city. And I think this is to clarify that if you come to that demonstration with a 2x4, you will be stopped, because obviously it's illegal to do this under our current ordinance, where, as the mayor stated, prior to putting something in writing, somebody could challenge and say, well, it doesn't say anywhere in your code that I'm not allowed to bring this. And in this, the way I see it, as I said earlier, this is really to protect the demonstrators. This is to protect the bystanders, to protect everyone who wants to voice their opinion, who wants to stand on our city hall steps and speak freely about the subject they want to talk about without feeling threatened that somebody's going to harm them. So to me, I think I'd rather know walking in there in advance that I'm going to feel somewhat safe because the city of Burbank does not allow to have bricks or rocks or asphalt or concrete or any of these items to bring with them to a demonstration. And so I'm looking at this as kudos that staff is updating their ordinance. We don't always have to ask for things because we have a lot of other items that we look at and we ask for. This is part of their responsibility, part of their job, to also come to us and let us know that they'd like to make a change, and it's up to council to decide whether we're going to do it or not. And so I applaud you for coming to us. I totally agree with the vice mayor. Education is important because if I'm looking to put together a demonstration, I want to go to the website, I want to see what we can and can't bring, and send a message to people who are going to come out and demonstrate. And Mr. Mayor, you beat me to it, so I do appreciate, given that we're both the liaisons. I was going to mention that I think it's important that we include our police commissioners. I didn't see it in any of the meetings that we've attended, but I think it's a great idea to talk about it for our upcoming commission meeting. It's good to just remind them what we're doing and the changes once this is get approved. So thank you with that.
Thank you. We'll go to this side. Councilmember Takahashi, anything to add?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my perspective, as I keep thinking, because I've been to a number of demonstrations and protests in Burbank and some in LA, and before my kids were grown up, they would come with me. And so I keep thinking of it from a place of like, I want to be able to bring my kids to protests. Now, not to say that now they're unsafe, but I think that anything we can do to increase the safety of children, women, those who are disabled, anybody who might be an at-risk community member is so important. That everybody in our community, everybody should have the feeling of safety when they go to a demonstration. I also really have a lot of confidence and belief in our residents that they are fully capable of creating their protest materials in a way that will not go afoul of this proposed ordinance. That they can figure out how to make signs, how to bring materials in such a way that they will not have to bring the things on this list. And it will not limit their ability, or our ability, us too, our ability to protest. We still can protest with these things on the list. So First Amendment rights are very, very important to me, and I was a little bit concerned about that for this, but I don't feel like this will suppress that at all. It's really important to me too. I appreciate the comment about 0 arrests, and I think you said 0 fines too, right? So far, there have been 0 arrests and 0 fines. Let's keep that record. That's really important to me, to have 0 arrests, 0 fines, and stay education focused. Also, someone mentioned, I think it was Vice Mayor, about the one sheet. A QR code might be helpful as well to get to put on the one sheet, so that, or maybe even like a foldy sign in front of the protest for people to quickly get the list with pictures and all that stuff, so you don't have to smush it on a sign as well. So I'm inclined to support this, and I do understand Councilmember Anthony's concerns. I also feel that our community is smart enough, capable enough, and so is our police force to be able to manage this and be able to still protest with and ensure their First Amendment rights in a safe way.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, anything to add?
Definitely, always. So, I think the first thing I want to address is the fact that I too had some questions for staff at the beginning and for our department about why now, right? We're so close to an election, and I don't think locally, but we all know nationally things can get ugly. And putting something about demonstrations on the books scared me a little bit. But Captain Cornelius, you said it today, and also in the staff report, it talked about being proactive, which is something this council prides itself in. We're not waiting for the moment when somebody brings something that could be a weapon, which is going to be very different in the year 2024 than it was in, 1984? 87? Very different, right? We have a lot of new things as listed here that could be considered weapons, that some which frankly I didn't even think about. I'm not going around thinking about glass bottles, but here we are. And to that point, I like the way it's been described as an educational effort, as a list of additional items, which to the point, Councilmember Anthony, this isn't creating really anything new. We're just adding to something. We're updating something from 1987. The mechanism for how we protect folks is there. It's just we're expanding on items that our department has now proactively seen as potentially lethal. And the other thing I'd like to add is I can appreciate your concern with Glendale and with the city of LA, but I do want to caution that correlation does not equal causation. Just because there were demonstrations around the time they had these ordinances doesn't mean it was tit for tat. And I think here, the way our department has presented it, the way things are currently going, we are doing it at a proactive place outside of any single targeted group in the moment, which is the time they should be done. And like I said before, I'm going to say it to the chagrin of, I'm sure, our neighbors on that side. I think the question, when asked by both of us about how this would be approached, and the example of a woman with a pepper spray was answered much better than it was answered by LAPD. I have confidence in that. And so I appreciate you all bringing this forward to us. I appreciate the focus on education, the warnings, and yes, that one sheet with QR code, information, and pictures would be stellar. And the only thing I will mention, and Mr. City Attorney, this might be one for you. In the ordinance itself, on Section B, it says, when feasible, excluding exigent circumstances, a warning shall be issued before enforcement of the provisions of the section, blah, 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 blah. Is that warning going to the organizers? Is that what's happening? Or is that just in general?
Well, it's going to be very context sensitive. The police personnel can answer that better. But to the person carrying the article, I mean, it wouldn't be, the organizer wouldn't necessarily know. They wouldn't possess it. So my sense is it would be to the subject carrying the article.
Yes, and it is very specific to the person. I would, to maybe frame it in context, it would be, if I'm going to go back to that pepper spray reference, if we see somebody walking into the demonstration area with a can of pepper spray in their hand, is the stop, you can't bring that in, you'll need to take it to the car, educate them, give them the warning. The exigent circumstance would be somebody's in the crowd, we see he's produced the pepper spray, looks like they're imminently going to deploy it. That's where there's an exigency to addressing that, intervening, and taking some action.
Got it. So my question is there any way we can add into the ordinance that we will also let folks organizing protests know? I do think the onus is on us to let people know if they're organizing a protest, a demonstration, something, that we have these new regulations, that we have these unallowed items.
So I would discourage you from putting a precondition before the ability to enforce the ordinance. In other words, we shall actively notify an organizer before the police can provide the warning or prohibit the articles. Some people who may want to demonstrate or do a protest may approach the police department and ask, where's a good place? You know, what can we do? What can't we do? And then at other times, an example was provided during the presentation, there may just be a spontaneous assembly of people, and we wouldn't want to overreact for purposes of informing them. Again, if there's no probable cause, then there's no need. But we wouldn't want to have a precondition to inform someone who didn't come to us first before we could enforce the prohibited articles. In other words, police would naturally give them the warnings as if someone who came and pulled a permit or asked, but it would make it very difficult. It could make it difficult to actually address an exigent circumstance if there was that precondition.
Got it. Okay, I see where you're going. So in that case, I just fully trust that you all will let the folks know that we know, reach out to organize things, that we have this ordinance, share that lovely one sheet, and move forward that way. And I know council, all of us up here and our members of the community will also do our best effort to make sure that information gets to you when we see an event is happening.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other comments? I will just say, just two quick things. There was an allusion earlier to the involvement of the city attorney in explaining the ordinance. Nothing unusual. I think this ordinance is really straightforward, and I think Captain Cornelius, Chief Albanese, you did a fantastic job explaining it. My reliance on the city attorney really comes from my training and experience as a prosecutor. I try not to put officers in a position to make legal conclusions, but that's really to protect them, but not an indication that they are not capable of answering eloquently as they did tonight. So that was very much just a Nick thing. And the other thing I would just say is I think that, when I first saw the ordinance, I had some questions too, but in the last 4 years as a member of this council, I have been part of some of the protests we've talked about, and I have in fact been protested. I've been on both sides of it. And I think that right, Chief? That was fun. I think the ordinance strikes the balance, which is to impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on the exercise of First Amendment rights to ensure the safety of everybody. So I have no qualms with it. And Chief, as you said, I remember Tin Horn Flats, and though Barrett may not be with us, we continue to learn from that experience. So I would encourage a motion, and I would love the idea of bringing it back at the joint meeting for adoption. Yeah, Councilmember Mullins, go for it.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. If
I knew you
everybody
would
else-
be. That's why I
I'm
was
just
calling you.
anxious to get this done, right?
We just got that sixth sense connection sometimes. I get it.
All right, I will move to make a motion to introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank amending Title V, Police and Public Safety, Chapter 3, Article 3 of the Burbank Municipal Code, establishing a prohibition of carrying or processing specified items while attending or participating in any public demonstration, rally, protest, picket line, or public assembly.
Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Motion by Mullins, second by Schultz. Any other conversation? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Mr. Mayor, I remember Tin Horn Flats. They protested at my house. They came to where I live. They made threats. They spent a number of days where my family lives. If anyone has cause to bring this forward, it should be me. Yet nobody asked for this. I got a number of emails saying, don't vote for this. I didn't get a single email, comment card, call in, citizen, resident asking for this. I would like to make a substitute motion that we simply take this ordinance and send it to the police commission for a full discussion. There has been no talk of this before tonight. I would like to make that substitute motion, simply send it to the police commission at their next meeting, have them have a full debate on this, and then bring it back for a second reading. That is my substitute motion.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second? Going once? Going twice? All right, Councilmember, your substitute motion fails. We go to the original motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion? All right, Ms. Clark, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
No.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Anthony dissenting. Thank you to our presenter, and we look forward to considering adoption at our joint meeting with Police Commission. Thank you all. Okay, that takes us to the second report to City Council tonight, which is the review of the City Treasurer's Investment Portfolio Report for the period ending June 30th, 2024. I'd like to welcome City Treasurer Crystal Palmer to present the report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Councilmember Takahashi, Councilmember Mullins, Councilmember Anthony, and my fellow Burbank residents. My name is Crystal Palmer, and I'm your City Treasurer. Tonight, I'm here to present the Treasurer's Report for June 30th, 2024. This report has been reviewed by the two oversight committees, the Internal Fiscal and Treasurers Review Group and the External Treasurers Oversight Review Committee. Tonight, I would like to mention their names because they have been so helpful in providing advice all through the years. On the Fiscal and Treasurers Review Group, we have Councilmember Anthony, Councilmember Mullins, City Manager Justin Hess, Assistant City Manager Courtney Paget, Financial Services Director Jennifer Becker, and CFO of BWP Joe Lilio. On the Treasurers Oversight Review Committee, we have Darren Guggenheimer, CEO of Gain Federal Credit Union, Norlin Carras, former CEO of Cedar-Sinai Federal Credit Union, Richard Martin, CPA, and Scott Reif, a retired Senior Vice President of Boston Private Bank and Trust. So the portfolio as it currently stands is at $648 million, and this chart also highlights the CalPERS payments we make every year to save on our pension costs. This pie chart shows how the asset class is broken down by the different categories. So the largest portion of our portfolio is currently at U.S. agencies at 31%, Joint Powers Authority Pool or CAMP at 20%, corporate medium-term notes at 16%, municipal bonds at 11%, CDs at 8%, our money market fund at 6%, and both treasuries and supranationals at 4% each. This table shows how our portfolio is in compliance with both the California State Code and our own investment policy that the Council approved earlier this year. The maturity range for the portfolio is currently at an average of 1.72 years. Looking at this chart, you'll see that we still have a lot of liquidity with both money market fund and CAMP balances. At the same time, we're also extending our duration to lock in rates for future income. Looking at this chart, our yield in June was 3.58%. This is in line with our neighboring cities. Glendale, for instance, came in at 3.11%. Looking at this chart that dates back all the way from 2014, we're proud to say that the portfolio yield is the highest it's ever been since then. This shows our income summary from the coupons we receive. Again, this has increased significantly in the past few months, and we received $1.8 million in June of 2024. Under our ESG initiative, I also wanted to highlight our investment with Rise Credit Union. The City of Burbank invested in a 5-year CD yielding 4.25% earlier this year. This credit union is headquartered in Boyle Heights and was founded in 1952 by members of IBEW Local 47. Their vision is to ultimately work toward ending poverty. What we like about this credit union is all the programs they actually provide for their members. So they provide immigrants with citizenship classes. They have an early payday program that gives members access to eligible direct deposits up to 2 days early with no enrollment and no fees. They also founded a nonprofit, the Center for Financial Empowerment, that provides high schools with personal finance workshops, youth saving incentives, and college scholarships. They've also partnered with more than 50 community-based organizations, including the YMCA, the LA County Foster Youth Program, and the Mexican Consulate. So let's go over the economic conditions we see today. First, the labor market. The unemployment rate now stands at 4.2%. This is in contrast with the 3.8% rate we saw when I last presented in April this year. Well, the labor market has softened compared to last year, and even right before the pandemic in 2019. Aside from the tech sector, we're actually not seeing a lot of layoffs, and they've been relatively low. The only big difference now is that we're seeing companies being a lot more cautious with their hiring, especially in contrast to 2 to 3 years ago when it was so much easier to find a job. Looking at wages on the right side, you'll also see that the growth of average hourly earnings is at a healthy pace of 3.8% annualized, still outpacing inflation. So even as companies are slow to hire, at least they're still giving raises to their employees. So with companies not really laying off workers, the question is, why is the unemployment rate slightly up? A big factor is really the expansion of the labor force. Beginning in 2021, for example, more than 9 million people migrated to the US, nearly as many as those who came in the previous 10 years. These recent immigrants tend to be younger and looking for work, adding approximately 3% to the total labor force. Another factor is that more women are in the labor force than ever before. With remote work policies from the pandemic, the percentage of women in the workforce recently hit an all-time high, with 1.9 million more women working compared to 5 years ago. While the US still lags behind other advanced economies in terms of our women in the workforce, we expect our percentage to improve, as we've recently seen a record number of women with children under 6 that now work. Looking at savings, the U.S. personal savings rate continues to decline and now stands at only 2.9%. So while median deposit balances remain above pre-pandemic levels, they've actually decreased to their lowest levels since then. However, this does not mean that funds have necessarily been spent, as households have increasingly invested in CDs, money market funds, and stocks. So even with talks of a softening economy, what's really interesting is that consumer optimism recently grew to its highest level since 2022 based on a McKinsey study. Maybe we've all just grown tired of waiting for this recession we've been talking about for years now, but people are now reporting a higher intent to spend across most categories. Consumers are now saying they intend to splurge more in 2024 compared to last year. At the same time, though, most of us are also trading down with our daily spending. For example, following nutritional guidelines we read online, we used to buy organic grass-fed milk for our 3 children. But at $13 a gallon, we really couldn't justify it anymore. So we recently switched to regular $3 gallon milk from Vaughn's and Aldi. And my pocketbook and the kids are perfectly fine with it. Debt. So even as total household debt in the US has reached $18 trillion, it is important to keep in mind that total household debt as a share of disposable income continues to trend below historical averages. While the delinquency rate has increased in the past few years, it still remains lower than pre-pandemic averages. Third-party collection activity also remains at record lows. So inflation. The latest CPI number came in at 2.5%, the lowest inflation number we've now seen in 3 years. While this is closer than ever to the Fed's target of 2%, the big issue for many of us is still how much more expensive things are compared to before. In general, we are not seeing deflation or a decline in prices. Prices are just plateauing with slowing inflation. Grocery prices, for example, are still over 25% since the start, higher than the start of the pandemic. At this point, we're all tapped out, and a lot of us are looking for more value for money. And some businesses are now offering deals. Looking at recent headlines, for example, we see this phenomenon now of our collective search for value. Americans are now turning to sausage as economic pressures persist. Lululemon dupes are just as cool with the TikTok crowd. What fast food chain has the best $5 value meal? Here's our ranking. Nobody was there. What's behind the summer slump at Disney World and Universal Orlando? Bottomless fries, floats, and broccoli. One restaurant's chain bids to get diners. Rolex, AP, and Patek prices are down over 40% since pre-owned peak in 2022. Looking at sales in the housing market, unfortunately, the problem is there's still not enough supply. Even as the population has increased from just over 200 million people in the 80s to now over 300 million, the inventory of homes for sale has actually declined over the same time period. With limited new construction and homeowners financially motivated to stay put, the low supply of homes for sale keeps prices high. With higher prices and mortgage rates, the growth in monthly payments to buy a home has now outpaced the growth in both wages and rent costs. There is some good news in the rental market, however, as a surge in supply and higher vacancy rates have resulted in a decline of average U.S. rents for the last 12-month period. even in Burbank, according to Apartment List, median rents are down 0.2% year over year. It is uncertain, however, whether this trend will continue because while a record number of rental units will be delivered this year, high financing costs and investment uncertainties are deterring growth. The S&P 500 recently closed at an all-time record high, with more people now thinking that the soft landing may really happen. The US dollar also remains relatively strong. While there is still a chance of recession, analysts are putting the probability at 25 to 35%, given stable economic indicators. So with the rate cuts that began this month, 5-year Treasury yields have come down from the recent highs as the markets continue to price in future rate cuts. As we all know, the Fed cut its target rate by 50 basis points in its meeting last week, citing both the slowdown in the job market as well as the progress we've made with inflation. With their meeting, the Fed also released their updated projections showing that they expect 2 more cuts this year, followed by 4 cuts next year. With the election coming up, I also wanted to highlight some economic policy wildcards that has been proposed by candidates. While most of these policies are likely not to happen, also depending on the outcomes in the House and the Senate, it is worth pointing out how they can impact the economy if implemented. Looking at taxes, for example, we've heard proposals about higher child tax credits for home buyers, no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security, raising marginal tax rates, lowering corporate taxes, taxing unrealized gains. So what do these policies mean in terms of our tax revenues? Can these lead to more budget deficits? Looking at tariffs, we've heard proposals about increasing tariffs on Chinese imports, increasing tariffs on imports from all countries. Can these lead to more inflation? Maybe more local manufacturing jobs? Looking at proposed price controls, we've heard about a price gouging ban on food and groceries, or maybe federal rent control. Can these lead to supply shortages, or maybe they result in lower prices? So looking at the IMF World Economic Outlook, global growth is expected to remain flat at 3.2 to 3.3% in the next few years. Here in the US, though, we expect to see a slight slowdown to 2.6% growth this year and 1.9% next year, although both numbers are already higher than what was estimated earlier this year. In general, there's still a lot of risks surrounding inflation, especially when it comes to services stemming from higher labor costs. There are also other risks to the economies worldwide with trade tensions, policy uncertainty, and geopolitical tensions. So as always, as outlined in our investment policy, our mandate is safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. Safety of principal is our foremost objective, and we continue to closely monitor our holdings while performing comprehensive due diligence on new investments. With liquidity as our secondary objective, we also continue to maintain adequate cash levels to meet both anticipated and unexpected cash flow needs. Finally, our third principle is yield. While short-term rates remain high, we expect these rates to continue to drop as the Fed cuts rates in the next few years. With that, we expect to move out of our very short-term money market funds and CAMP when this happens, and move to LAIF with its longer duration. At the same time, we also continue to ladder our portfolio, strategically investing in longer 5-year maturities so we can lock in these higher rates for future income. Before I take your questions tonight, I wanted to bring up our investment in Intel, which we also discuss in both our internal and external committees. Intel was recently downgraded by both Moody's and S&P to lower investment grade ratings of Baa1 and BBB+, respectively, with negative outlook. This downgrade stems from Intel's weaker revenue and earnings in the next few years, resulting from market share losses, slower demand, and high costs relative to its competitors. To mitigate these issues, Intel now plans to cut over $10 billion in costs in 2025, which includes capital spending cuts, dividend suspensions, real estate divestments, and cutting 15,000 jobs. While Intel's stock is down 34% in the last 12 months, it may possibly receive an $8.5 billion grant from the U.S. CHIPS Act and an additional $3 billion from the U.S. government to manufacture military chips. It is also worth noting that Intel has considerable liquidity with $35 billion in cash. So So as you recall, we've had similar discussions in the past when our investments have had similar downgrades. In 2020, for example, our Disney investment was downgraded to BBB+, and we decided to hold on to our investment with our confidence in our neighbors' brand strength and future outlook. In 2023, we talked about our U.S. bank bond in the context of the risks in the banking sector at that time, and we decided to sell our investment. So as a brief background, we purchased our $2 million Intel bond in 2021 during the pandemic when rates were low. The bond matures in 6 months in March 2025. Because rates were much lower when we purchased the bond in 2021, if we were to sell our investment now, the current sell price would be lower than what we paid 3 years ago. Even taking into account the total interest received since purchase and additional potential interest from reinvesting any proceeds, we would still incur a net loss if we sold this investment right now. So I discussed this with both our internal and external investment committees, and both committees recommended we hold on to the investment. The bond matures in 6 months in March 2025, and both committees believe that Intel will continue to be stable until then, with its strong brand name recognition, we all have it in our laptops, steps it is taking to contain its costs, and support from the U.S. government. By holding on to our investment, the city would not incur any losses and will continue to benefit from our bond interest payments. While both committees provided excellent advice similar to other discussions we've had in the past, I would also like to know what council thinks before we make any final decisions.
We will be happy to give you our thoughts as soon as we get through public comment and questions, and then we'll definitely go back and forth with you on that. Did you have anything else, Ms. Palmer?
No, that's it.
Okay, perfect segue. Don't go too far. So thank you for the presentation. Now is the time for public comment. I don't believe we have any public comment cards. Okay, so Ms. Palmer, you can come right back up. Sorry, we have to do it the formal way. Otherwise, the city attorney gets mad at me, and I don't like that. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Palmer or feedback to the question that she just posed? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I actually have feedback to the specific question you posed. Intel's been in business for a long time.
Yes.
They've been downgraded and upgraded over the course of their existence many times over, yes?
Yes.
And you said this particular bond has only got 6 months left to full maturity.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it seems fine. I'm not BBB+. I'm not too worried about it. That's just me personally. So if you want to keep it, keep it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Councilmember Mullins.
I think that was our decision on the committee when we met. Was it last week or the week before? Mm-hmm. So we did discuss this in length, and it really doesn't make sense. 6 months, we will incur a loss if we sold. They have been doing good so far, and so we decided that we recommend to keep it until maturity, and then we revisit at the time to see if there's anything else that we can possibly do.
We decided during our committee meeting that we will continue to monitor our bond, obviously keep an eye out on any new news developments until the bond matures in 2025 in 6 months. But right now, we are not worried, given the maturity of the bond.
And Intel will continue to sell their products.
At least I continue to buy.
Christmas is around the corner. I'm sure they're going to be selling some good computers around Christmas time. So I think we're safe to continue with it. So thank you for the presentation. As I said earlier, we heard it on the committee. We support the recommendations, and I'll leave it to my colleagues to weigh in.
Thank you. Anyone over here? Vice Mayor?
I trust the committee. I trust your judgment on Intel. I did have a question earlier when you were talking about continuing strategies and safety. You mentioned moving to LAIF with longer duration. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sorry, you talk about the longer duration. So right now, as we all know, rates are starting to go down. The Fed cut its rates last week, and we expect this to continue in the next few months, in the next year, maybe even in the following year. So with that, the rates would probably be much lower, a year or two from now compared to now. But if we buy, say, a 5-year bond now, we can lock in these rates at a higher level than if we buy that same bond a year or two from now. So when you buy a longer duration bond, like a 5-year bond, you're effectively extending the duration, or it's like the average time lifespan of your portfolio by buying these longer duration, 5-year bonds, as opposed to investing in a 1-month bond that will, mature in a month, and then you'll have to reinvest it again.
Thank you. I missed that part.
All right, no worries.
Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation, as always. Very
thank you.
nicely laid out. And I agree with my colleagues about the Intel investment, and I trust the experts as well. I also wanted to highlight the RISE Credit Union spotlight. I just so appreciate your continued search for investments that also really align with our values as a city. And so I appreciate you finding this, and please continue the good work of finding other investments like this, so we can not only benefit our portfolio, but also support these kinds of efforts in what little way we can with our investments for them.
All right.
So
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Palmer, great report. I don't have any questions. I will just say that I echo the sentiment of my colleagues that I know our subcommittee members work very closely with you. I do trust their judgment, and as you presented it tonight, I can't say that I disagree with their recommended course of action. So if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. I believe this is a note and file. So that concludes my presentation.
Oh, wait, right here. Yeah, sorry. So I've been getting a number of questions recently about what we invest in and what we don't invest in. I believe your office has a policy on certain stocks or bonds or things to trade in that you refuse to invest in. Could you just give us a quick overview of the kinds of things that you don't put our money in?
So our ESG statement was approved by council a few years ago, if you recall, and that outlines that document in our investment policy, actually outlines a lot of investments that we do not invest in. So with that, our mandate, as I said earlier, is still safety, liquidity, and yield. So we follow our ESG guidelines, assuming everything else is equal, right? But in our ESG guidelines, for example, we encourage investments in companies that support the environment, for example, fairness, health and safety, entities that uphold good governance, impact investing in our local credit unions or local banks that actually directly benefit our community. We do not make any investments, for example, in foreign countries or foreign territories that support terrorism and genocide. And that's actually a question I've gotten from some of our constituents with a lot of the geopolitical issues we've had in recent years. And I'm so glad we have that in our policy because, as Councilmember Takahashi said, it is our money and it should reflect our values.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, Ms. Palmer, as you mentioned, it's a note and file. Thank you for appearing before the council tonight. Have a great evening.
All right,
I think the
thank
gift
you.
shop's still open downstairs.
All right, I'll make a few.
Okay. Now, that's a great idea, but I won't go down that rabbit hole, Joe. Not going to go there.
It's not agendized, Mr.
I know. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to go there. I'm just waking everyone up for our very exciting next item. Our third report to council this evening is a discussion and overview on a gift shop. It's on short-term rental regulations in the city of Burbank. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Vanessa Quiroz, Senior Planner, to present the report this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and City Council members. Vanessa Quiroz, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. May I please have the PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. At the request of the City Council, I'm here tonight to provide a first step staff report and presentation on short-term rentals. As part of the presentation, I will provide you with an overview on the city's existing practices, previous efforts to establish short-term rental regulations, the practices of several cities in the state, and alternate approaches to regulate short-term rentals for the City Council's consideration. Tonight, the City Council is not being asked to approve short-term rental regulations. Staff is only seeking direction on whether the City Council wants staff to commence work on regulating short-term rentals to either permit or explicitly prohibit the use. Any future regulatory process would include further research on specific regulatory components and robust community outreach to inform a comprehensive program that would be returned to the City Council at a future date. Before I proceed, I want to give the City Council a brief refresher on short-term rentals. A short-term rental is a rental of a residential space by a person or group of people for lodging or sleeping purposes for a period of less than 30 consecutive calendar days. This includes unhosted stays, which is renting an entire residential unit where the host is absent, or hosted stays, which consists of renting a portion of a residential unit, such as a bedroom, where the host is present during the entire stay. The Burbank Municipal Code is currently generally silent on short-term rentals, with the exception of the ADU and SB 9 ordinances, which explicitly prohibit the use. Those short-term rentals are prohibited by omission in all other residential units. Based on staff's research, it is estimated that there are approximately 300 to 400 unpermitted short-term rentals currently operating in the city. City staff does not currently have an existing mechanism to proactively enforce the prohibition on unpermitted short-term rentals. Therefore, the city practices reactive enforcement resulting from complaints. Since 2022, there have been a total of 174 unpermitted short-term rental cases filed with the city. Further, the city cannot currently levy a 10% transient occupancy tax on short-term rentals, given that they are unpermitted and unlicensed use. Per the City Council's direction in June of 2020, city staff embarked on the preparation of an ordinance to regulate short-term rentals in the city from 2020 to 2021. That included extensive community outreach and research. Staff prepared 2 ordinances during this period to permit and regulate short-term rentals. They were considered and denied by the Planning Commission due to concerns with potential neighborhood impacts and the ability to enforce the regulations. Ultimately, the efforts were placed on hold to address other pressing matters pertaining to new housing laws, such as SB 9, 35, and 330. Generally, the ordinances proposed to add these sections into the Burbank Municipal Code to permit short-term rentals in all residential zones, establish a business license process, apply hosting platform and operational requirements, increase penalty fees, and collect a transient occupancy tax. Staff surveyed several cities throughout the state to see how other cities regulate short-term rentals. The survey results noted that some cities only permit hosted short-term rentals, but prohibit unhosted, while others allow both. Further, the survey showed that cities generally tailor the requirements to meet the specific needs of their communities. For example, the city of Long Beach allows both types of short-term rentals, but has a process by which short-term rentals can be prohibited within a certain census block through a petition process. Staff also came across a variety of regulations such as minimum night stays, caps on the number of permitted short-term rentals, and minimum bookings within 1 year, as well as extensive host, guest, platform, and operational regulations to help prevent impacts to residential neighborhoods. Staff also looked at cities that prohibit short-term rentals and how it is enforced. We found that some cities undertake a proactive enforcement while others take a reactive approach. Of those that proactively monitor unpermitted units, they utilize a third-party tracking system to track and enforce. Additionally, some cities apply high penalty fees and can possibly seek criminal charges. Overall, cities take different approaches and tailor the regulations to best fit their community needs. In looking at the potential short-term rental regulation and enforcement options that would best fit Burbank, staff identified the following three options. Option one would be to permit and regulate short-term rentals. This would consist of codifying the short-term rental regulations into the Burbank Municipal Code, creating a business license application process, establishing a violation process, increasing penalty fees, implementing an administrative and monitoring program, and collecting the transit occupancy tax. Option two would consist of explicitly prohibiting short-term rentals in the code. This would be prohibited citywide. Additionally, it could establish a violation process with increased penalty fees for unpermitted short-term rentals. Within this option, there are two different approaches that we can take. The first would be to be a proactive approach to enforce the ban by establishing a robust monitoring and enforcement program to find unpermitted short-term rentals. The second would be to maintain the existing reactive approach and pursue unpermitted short-term rentals as cases are filed. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. The third option would be to continue to prohibit short-term rentals by omission and continue a reactive enforcement approach as complaints are filed with the city. Under this approach, short-term rentals, the penalty fees would remain the same and short-term rentals would remain unmonitored. While a more comprehensive expense and revenue study is needed for all of the options, we did want to generally present the budget considerations for each one. General costs would consist of staff work and programs to support the enforcement. General revenue would come from the tax and business license fees, if allowed, and increased penalty fees for options 1 and 2. Under option 3, costs and revenues would generally remain the same. There are pros and cons to consider regarding short-term rentals. Pros include more lodging options, revenue sources for property owners, establishing city fees for recovery, cost recovery for the programs to license, monitor, and enforce. And through the implementation of a regulatory system, it can increase accountability and establish specific requirements for responsible operations. Cons include a reduction in the amount of available housing stock, potential rent increases associated with the reduction of available units, can cause a variety of disturbances and public nuisance, and competes with the existing hospitality industry. There are also additional factors to consider. The 2021 through the 2029 housing element, which includes goals and programs that look to facilitate the production of housing while also preserving existing housing stocks. The city's recent efforts to protect tenants, consideration of the policies in the recently adopted economic recovery plan to preserve and expand tourism in the city. Hotels in the pipeline that could provide approximately 1,000 more rooms in the city. Currently, the average hotel occupancy rate for the city is about 74% as of this year. And lastly, upcoming major international events in the next 2 to 4 years, such as the 2026 World Cup, the 2028 Olympic Games, which will increase the demand for short-term rentals and hotel stays in Burbank due to the city's proximity to the airport, train stations, major sporting venues, and entertainment attractions. So there are a lot of important items to consider as the City Council decides on how to proceed with short-term rentals. After carefully considering all of the information and options, staff recommends that the City Council direct staff to proceed with option 1 and initiate work on potential regulations that would permit and regulate short-term rentals in the city. This would include additional research, community outreach, as well as further vetting the proposal through the Planning Commission and the City Council. In doing so, it would provide clearly defined regulations for all parties, set enforcement tools, establish legally permissible violation fees, and potential legal actions to help deter bad behavior, to protect the city's neighborhoods. And it would provide the city with a self-sustaining system to recover the cost of establishing a short-term rental program that would provide requiring licensing, monitoring, and enforcement. Staff would also like to make the City Council aware that more than one option can be further explored as the City Council continues to decide which approach to proceed with. As mentioned, today's decision is to provide staff with direction. The City Council is not taking action or approving short-term rental regulations at this stage. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Feel free to grab a seat. Don't go too far. We're now going to public comment. Ms. Clark, just confirming, I have 3 public comment cards, correct?
That is correct.
Outstanding. In compliance with City Council revised policy, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council. We'll be starting with Juan Munoz, followed by Noah Suarez Sykes. And don't worry, your time doesn't begin until you start talking.
Honorable Mayor Schultz and members of the City Council, my name is Juan Munoz, and I'm a political coordinator with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union, representing 32,000 members across Southern California and Arizona. I'm here on behalf of our union to urge you to move forward with a ban on short-term rentals with strong enforcement, including a private right of action. Short-term rentals are harmful for cities and jurisdictions that allow them to operate. A solid body of research suggests that they raise rents, take homes off the market, and increase homelessness. The staff's recommendation of option 1, as written, would exacerbate the housing crisis in Burbank by allowing short-term rentals to operate. Studies show that the economic benefits of TOT are likely not outweighed by the cost of regulation or enforcement. The staff report cites that collecting the 10% TOT tax on short-term rentals would generate about $470,000 for the city a year. However, other cities have conducted economic analysis that show that even despite the TOT that short-term rentals may bring, STRs actually end up costing cities money in a lost tax base and other economic effects. The City of San Francisco conducted an economic study in 2015 that suggested a loss of $250,000 to $300,000 in revenue for the city per housing unit lost to operate as an STR. While that analysis was done in San Francisco, the underlying logic also applies to Burbank, especially considering that in our estimation, 3 in 4 STRs in Burbank are unhosted, meaning that the entire home is being lost to renting out. Instead of allowing STRs to continue to drain money and residents from the city, we urge the City Council to consider option 2. Approach A in the staff report to prohibit STRs in the city of Burbank, protecting renters and the city from the negative effects of STRs. We need every single unit of housing for folks like our 200 members that currently call the city of Burbank home. And unfortunately, as we know, folks are struggling to be able to afford to continue living in the communities near where they work, which brings all sorts of detrimental impacts. So we really hope that you can continue and move forward with a ban. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Noah Suarez Sykes, followed by Mara O'Neill.
All right, let me adjust this real quick. All right. Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and staff. My name is Noah Suarez Sykes, and I'm an organizer for Better Neighbors LA, a coalition focused on preserving long-term housing by curbing illegal short-term rental activity in LA. I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 12. The City of Burbank's municipal code does not currently address short-term rentals, as we've heard, allowing for a gray area in which short-term rentals are technically but not expressly banned in the city. This lack of oversight has allowed a staggering growth of short-term rentals, from 276 in August 2020 to 602 in August 2024, which is a 218% increase over 4 years, 74% of which are unhosted. The economic effects of short-term rentals have real consequences for renters. In Los Angeles, as you've heard, short-term rentals are directly responsible for an average $810 a year increase in rent, according to McGill University professor David Walksmith. The current staff recommendations, option 1, supports establishing a permitting regime that will legalize short-term rentals. Allowing short-term rentals to operate legally within Burbank will inevitably give a green light to the commodification and corporatization of desperately needed housing, and put vulnerable communities of renters at even more risk of displacement. BNLA encourages Burbank to follow the example of the city of Irvine, which banned short-term rentals in 2018 and saw a 3% drop in rents as a result, while rents increased in every surrounding city. We urge the City Council to ban short-term rentals entirely with proactive enforcement and fines, as per the staff recommendations option 2, approach A, and make sure that residents are not pushed out in favor of tourist accommodations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mara O'Neill.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and City staff. Thank you for having me. My name is Maura O'Neill, and I'm a policy advocate for Better Neighbors LA. Let me just move that down. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12 and urge you to move forward by explicitly banning short-term rentals with proactive enforcement. As we all know, Southern California is in a housing crisis, and Burbank is not exempt. As the staff report itself notes, short-term rentals can exacerbate the housing shortage by reducing housing stock and increasing long-term rental rates. It's a simple supply and demand problem. According to the LA County Department of Health, 47% of households in Burbank are rent burdened, and 23% of households spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Allowing short-term rentals to operate legally, as the staff recommendation option 1 suggests, will exacerbate the growth of short-term rentals that has already resulted in an over 200% increase in STRs in Burbank. Sorry, I'm losing my breath with the mask. Instead, BNLA suggests that the City Council follow the example of Arcadia, Claremont, Temple City, La Cañada Flint Ridge, Calabasas, Diamond Bar, Rosemead, Culver City, West Hollywood, San Gabriel, La Habra, and La Mirada that all ban short-term rentals entirely. West Hollywood actually has strengthened their enforcement to include a private right of action in their ordinance. Banning STRs is a sound policy choice that has the potential to return up to 600 units to the market, alleviating some of the immediate pressure on the housing crisis. Given these factors, BNLA urges the City Council to choose the staff recommendations, option 2, approach A, a proactive approach, to move forward with a full ban on STRs, following in the footsteps of communities throughout LA County that have chosen to put the needs of residents first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. That is the last speaker card that I have, so we will now consider the public comment period complete on this item. Before I go on, Ms. Quiroz, you don't have to, but do you have any response to any public comment you've heard tonight that you think council should consider?
Thank you. Vanessa Quiroz, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. We just want to say that we hear the comments that were presented today and that were submitted to the City Council. Based on the direction that we received from the City Council, planning staff can look further and explore some of the issues that were brought up as we continue to vet the proposal that the City Council wishes planning staff to proceed with. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we'll start with questions. Councilmember Takahashi, I think this was your item. Would you like to begin?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so as staff mentioned in the report, thank you for the report, by the way, and thank you for bringing this to us. In 2020, there was a proposed short-term rental. There were 2 proposed short-term rental policies, and I was very involved as a resident through that whole thing. And I think we're all aware that the current way that we handle short-term rentals is unmanageable and unsustainable. So I really appreciate the council and staff bringing this up. So I asked for this first step tonight, and tonight this is just a first step. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will agree with me that we should move forward with this. And I do have some ideas on thoughts about moving forward in a win-win-win kind of way, but I'm going to wait till deliberations to put forward those thoughts, and I just have a few questions before I do that. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so just to clarify, when we're talking about short-term rental, we mean rentals that are less than 30 days, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What do we call rentals that are more than 30 days? Like 30 days, 60 days? What are those? Are those called medium term?
But those are just the standard long-term rentals.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And then if a house or apartment or condo is a short-term rental, is it still counted in our RENA numbers? Do you happen to know that if it still gets counted there?
Specifically for the RENA numbers, the RENA numbers pertain to a new housing that has to be provided within that housing cycle. But in terms of like overall like calculations to the housing that we have, like the housing stock of the city, it is counted towards that.
Okay, it is counted as housing stock. Okay. So you mentioned that the planning board did not approve the 2020 proposals. Can you expand just a little bit on what their reasoning was on why they didn't move forward with those two proposals?
Sure. There were concerns with, permitting short-term rentals and the potential impacts that it could lead to, and also concerns with the ability to enforce the regulations.
Okay. I seem to recall, too, that they mentioned, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they mentioned that they preferred a ban or preferred not allowing short-term rentals. Am I remembering that correctly?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And then this time around, if we were to move forward with a proposal, would it go to the planning board again for their consideration?
Yes, it would. Initially, as part of the process of putting together a proposal, however the city council directs us to move forward, we would vet it through the planning commission and the city council, and as part of the ZTA process, the zone text amendment process, we would present it to the planning commission, obtain their recommendation. That recommendation would then be presented to the city council.
Okay, great. And last question is, we did go through that extensive project process in 2020. Would we use any of that information we collected back then in our current process now?
In terms of like the issues that were, or the regulations that we looked at, similar, regulations in terms of like, in terms of the requirements on the host, guest, as well as the platforms. We would also look into like the approaches that they took to community outreach. So we would once again conduct robust community outreach, meetings, workshops, and surveys.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Ms. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins.
Well, this is for questions. So on slide 4, I want to focus on the amount of currently, it says approximately 300 to 400 unpermitted STRs. How did you arrive to this number, since we do not have a log and we don't know how many short-term rentals that we currently have in the city?
Sure. This was based on research on platform websites, as well as in discussion with a consultant that specializes in short-term rentals.
Thank you. So when I go on the website and I look under Airbnb, and we received, by the way, and as my colleagues will state to that, lots of emails today and yesterday giving us their, from residents giving us their feedback. And some have indicated that Burbank has currently over 1,000 STRs out there available on Airbnb. So I don't know if that number, if your number is most accurate, and I looked it up. I just went in there and there's a lot more than the 300 to 400 obviously out there right now.
And they sent us screenshots too.
Yeah,
So.
one send us a link and a screenshot. Thank you. Saw the same email, and there was near 1,000 of them out there. And then we just received that email today, I believe. So I'm wondering if our numbers are accurate, because there is a perception out there that there is, and we saw it, but I'm not sure how accurate that website either. But there is close to 1,000 currently out there.
Council member, if I may, Daniel Villa, Principal Planner with Community Development. So to answer that question, or I guess some background, so we did reach out to service providers who do monitoring of short-term rentals, and as part of that process and working with them, it was identified that at the time, which I believe was like a month ago, there was 300 to 400. Having said that, I also received that email. We did click on it, and in clicking on it, it did show a large service area. I don't know if those boundaries were specific to the city of Burbank or if there was maybe overlap with city of LA. Having said that, we could look into it further. When we undertook this effort in 2020, 2021, at the time there was 600 short-term rentals identified in the city, approximately. It seemed like the number may have gone down. We did hear from commenters today that the number may have gone up in their opinion. So what we do plan on doing is, as part of any option the council proceeds, we'll just undertake the effort of working further with monitoring consultants to understand what that number is. But as of a month ago, the number that was given to us was 300 to 400.
Thank you. And it indicates on your slide that there's 174 code enforcement cases open. And if you could just elaborate with those cases, I'm assuming because we received a call or a complaint or an email that the particular address that they refer to is operating as short-term rentals.
So the 174 are the total number of cases that we have received since 2022. It does not, from our discussion with the code enforcement services, it appears that there's still, out of those 174, 13 that are active. Or still open cases that they're working on. So that 174 is a number that we obtained from the year of 2022. And those are the addresses that we have in record that have unpermitted short-term rentals currently operating, or that have had short-term rentals that have operated in those sites.
Okay, so that's kind of a 2-year period that we are looking at 174 in violation.
2.5, yeah, roughly.
And the reason I'm asking these questions, because there's a lot of perceptions out there to how many are out there, how do we actually enforce the code? So if I would email the city today and say my next door neighbor's operating with short-term rentals, they're not, but if they are, and I report that, can you walk me through the process and what type of penalty and how do we handle approaching that particular address or homeowner?
Yes, generally once code enforcement receives a complaint, they would investigate. And if a violation was found, then they would issue a notice and work with the property owner to address it within a certain time. If it's not addressed, then they would proceed to administrative citations.
And can you tell us what that citation, what that dollar amount means, translate to? How much is that?
So for the first citation, it would be $100. The second would be $200, and the third and any subsequent citation would be $500.
Okay, great. I know we've also heard from our speakers and also talked about the housing stock that we have. And Councilmember Takahashi mentioned the RENA numbers. In your beliefs, as staff conducted the work since 2020, short-term rentals take away from our housing stock for renter, to be able to rent it to long-term rentals?
Councilmember, so presumably if a short-term rental is being used to house short-term residents for, say, 3 days or less than 30 days, it wouldn't go to a renter who would otherwise be using it for a longer period of time. So presumably, yes, it could potentially take away from the housing stock. At this point in time, we would want to do more research to understand what other cities have found as impacts, to be able to give the council more information on findings, again, from other cities.
Thank you. That's it for right now, but I'll have some follow-up.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Appreciated all those questions, Councilor Mullins, and I'm going to piggyback of the last one right there. Do we have any idea, and I understand the answer might be no, what kinds of these potentially 300 to 1,000 short-term rentals, do we have any idea if they're majorly single-family homes, multifamily properties? Do we have any idea? Rooms, ADUs?
Oh, we can look into that a little further, and follow up with the city council. We can, based on the information that we have, we can work off of the 174 and see what type of units were used for those.
I appreciate that, and sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Councilmember, if I may just add to that, one of the things that we found in working with code enforcement is that it's been really difficult to understand the addresses, what types of units they are, where they're located in the city, specifically, just because we don't have a process through which to regulate them, right? They don't have to come into the city, get a license, and when we look at the platforms, in many cases, it just shows an approximate area that they're in. It doesn't really provide an address, and you can look at images of what that could look like. So it is challenging, but as Ms. Carrillo's mentioned, we'll definitely work with monitoring providers, if the council so wishes, to try to understand what that mix looks like, so we can report back.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I would just supplement that by saying this has been an evolving process. When short-term rentals first came out on the VRBO and then Airbnb, the owners listed the addresses in Burbank. Mm-hmm. We enforced against them, and they took all the addresses off. And so they'll list Toluca Lake, they'll list Sun Valley, they'll list East San Fernando Valley, and it won't be until we compare photos. It gets difficult, but just having your photo on a site is not a violation because our ordinance doesn't actually prohibit a short-term rental. Anything less than a 30-day stay is by our ordinance determined to be a motel use. So it ends up being not a short-term rental because we don't define that. It ends up being the unauthorized operation of a motel in a residential zone if you can actually prove that someone actually paid money to rent a place, which means that a code enforcement officer has to do a mini investigation, and the person actually has to be truthful, because if the person says, no, this is my uncle's house, or that's my aunt's house, or whatever, we don't have evidence. So and because we don't define the use, which is why there's multiple options, like we have to do something or nothing, but nothing is very difficult. These 174 cases are actually as frustrating for our license and code inspectors as they are for the residents, because we don't define the use in a way that makes enforcement easy. And so they have become as clever disguising the location as we have in trying to find it. So with all due respect to the gentleman who had to buy concert tickets for his nieces, that hasn't been our experience here.
Which leads to my next question. Have we or can we reach out to Airbnb, Verbo, under an ordinance and say, hey, we need this information? Is that something we could possibly do? Would we really have to contract through somebody, a third party, to get that information?
So presently, they have no obligation to communicate with us. What our casual reach out to other cities is, once the business activity is actually allowed, then they actually sign an agreement with the local jurisdiction and they help enforce and collect TOT. But you have to have a program. If we had a use and we could prohibit it, one approach might be, and I don't know to what extent we've even investigated this, is to try to geofence and get them to agree. But again, it becomes kind of a cat and mouse process, and because we don't have a definition, I don't think we've gone that far.
And Mayor, if I may just add to what Mr. Madugos just said, so in the previous efforts, 2020, 2021, our staff at the time did actually reach out to Airbnb and some of the service providers to understand whether they were open to the geofencing option. And at the time, they weren't excited about it. They didn't like jump off
Gee,
off
I
their
wonder
boots
why.
to say yes, let's do it. So what we learned then is that like they may need an incentive, right, to actually help us through that process. I would also just add to something that the city attorney was saying. One of the other things that our code enforcement department mentioned is that our fees right now may not discourage people from having short-term rentals. So what we found is that in other jurisdictions, in many cases of fees for short-term rentals, of fines, they were actually a little bit different, a lot higher when compared to other violations. So just wanted to throw that out there so that it's understood that there is benefits in potentially looking at doing something because of that.
Yes, I've heard our fees very cutely defined as just the cost of doing business, which I don't appreciate. Councilor Mullins, I think you had a follow-up to that.
I do. Actually, I want to add, there's also, we're always assuming it's only on Airbnb and VRBO, but there's many other sites that people post their one-bedroom house and ADU that they are renting. On social media, you can look on Facebook, you can look under Marketplace, you can look just the neighborhood app. There's multiple places where I've seen individuals say, I have a one-bedroom, I'm looking for someone to come and rent it on weekends. I need some extra money. Or somebody seeking a place to stay for the weekend. So this is the difficulties where it brings to us, because we're focusing only on these two major websites where the majority of the people, especially from out of town, they'll look at Airbnb or they'll look at VRBO. But I've seen in multiple locations, people are seeking or allowing other people to stay in their residence and pay the money, which we will not be able to control. And this is why, if it's okay, Vice Mayor, to continue on page 6, it says that, however, verifying the number of days sometime operates their residential property is solely dependent on the homeowner. It does say here that it's almost the mechanism for staff to regulate this is difficult to do, because there could be a lot of different areas that we are not able to catch these individuals who may not come in and take a license or may not register with Airbnb. So I just want to throw it out there, because if we're looking down to have a solution, there's a lot of other areas that people do post, and they're able to rent their places that way. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then that's a good point. How are we catching folks on Facebook Market? My question now becomes about the fiscal impact of this. Obviously, it's a heavy burden to regulate all of this, and we've looked at that potential third-party service. Do we have, and I asked this earlier this week, do we have a ballpark estimate of how much it would cost to contract with a third party to regulate?
It depends on the type of work that we want to require from that business and the capacities of their programs. Based on the estimates from 2020 to 2021, to monitor and provide staff support, it was estimated to be about $225,000 or so. For us to look at that again, we would have to, issue RFPs, get estimates from other consultants, and the cost of obtaining that additional staff support. as option 1, to help us process business licenses, enforcement, and additional staff support. And then also for the option 2A, where we actively enforce the prohibition of short-term rentals, and that would also include, utilizing their monitoring program and providing additional code enforcement support.
And you're leading right into my next question, which was, right, that's the cost potentially of option A, which I would almost guess has increased given 2022 numbers. Do we have an estimated cost or an idea of how much it would cost to just do the enforcement on our own? If we were to hypothetically ban short-term rentals?
Councilmember, at this point, I would say that we would have to look into it further to understand what that potential cost would be. However, we did want to I would say that the majority of the 225,000 number was monitoring and enforcement. We'd have to subtract from that potential enforcement. I would assume that we would want to do some monitoring to understand what's out there, so we can then on our own enforce on it. We actually do, give me a second, let me check. I believe in previous staff reports, we may have broken down the number of 225 to by item. And I believe that's attachment 3.9 of the staff report.
Brad, I see you on the edge of your chair.
Welcome back, Mr. Ramirez. Yeah, it's been a while. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director of Planning. I think I'd mentioned it, so I'll take credit or blame that I think the initial estimate of $250,000 is probably a safe one. That includes the platform as well as the enforcement, whether it's using third-party code enforcement staff or having some additional staffing in support of this effort. Because as you've seen, and I think the city attorney mentioned this, it's a very complicated effort to, one, identify that they're actually in violation, and then based on our current citations, is have a situation where we can get their attention and have the corrective action happen. And as you recall, in many code enforcement cases, once the issue is resolved, the case closes. That doesn't mean that that person stops doing it. They could come back a month or two later and be like, well, let me give it a go again and see if they catch me this time. So I think one of the reasons, and I wanted to explain this, and thank you for the opportunity, hopefully you'll indulge me, is the reason we came with option 1, maybe that's the question, is I wanted to make it clear that short-term rentals are happening now. The absence of any sort of regulation. The establishment of a program monitoring and enforcement is typically, when you have these situations, one of the vehicles which allows you to be able to now say, we're going to define the guardrails within which this particular use can or cannot operate. And that's separate from a prohibition and an enforcement effort. But some of the pluses that were mentioned was the fact that it could, in essence, be self-sustaining over time if we have licensing and if we have the ability to capture revenue to, in essence, keep the program going for monitoring purposes. It's less of an issue of generating revenue, and it's more of an issue of generating the revenue necessary for the enforcement and the requirement. Because in a way, by doing that, you're actually protecting the neighborhoods where these things are happening. So if we have 1,000, let's just say for the sake of discussion, if you have 1,000 short-term rentals operating currently in the city, and we have 174 cases since 2022, if you just add those numbers, kind of parcel them out, then the bad actors that are resulting in the code-compliant cases are a very small number of the ones that are currently operating. So I just put that out there to juxtapose to some of the things that we're talking about. But a lot of the externalities, a lot of the emails that we received are all the things that are happening on locations with bad actors, whether it's the property owner or the person that's residing, noise, parking issues, complaints. I think there was one where someone said, we've been calling police and they don't come out to enforce noise requirements. However, the issue is, the reality is the police has things that are more along the height of, life and safety that they have to address, and they're not really like a neighborhood security detail. So I just wanted to put those out there to note that, yes, what we're recommending was an option that would create a structure to, in essence, kind of pin down the current operations, but to your point and the discussion that's been had with the public, an alternative is an option to prohibit with heightened enforcement and very clear standards of what is a violation. But I would also recommend that if you're going to go that route, that the citations need to be looked at, because you really do need to get the attention. If someone's renting a $220 a night Airbnb or short-term rental, and our citation's $100, they rent it for 5 nights, as you said, it's the cost of doing business. So I just wanted to make sure you had that and kind of bring it back to kind of the issue at hand. Regardless of where you go, I do think we need regulations that help us create a structure, and we'd ultimately bring that back. So I'm bringing it back to the issue of the budget question, is when we do come back to you, then I think we'll be at a point where we can give you more definitive costs, and we would never bring something back with you without telling you what the budgetary impacts would be.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. I appreciate that. And so my colleagues know that is a major concern of mine, the budgetary issue. Because no matter what we do moving forward, this is going to cost us some. And I want to be mindful of what it's going to cost us in resources, staff time, and being intelligent about that. Let's see. Oh, I had asked a question about the complaints. Do we have those numbers of how many complaints approximately per year we get? Because I know it was 179 total, but what does that breakdown of that in the last few years?
Sure, we do. So it's 174 as of 2022. And for I have the numbers in my head, but I know I don't want to mix up the years. So it's 54 in 2022, 71 in 23, and 49 as of June of this year.
Thank you for that. And then one of the commenters tonight mentioned private right of action. Is this something that staff has considered yet? Mr. City Attorney, do you have any thoughts, comments on that?
We'd have to look into it. I mean, generally speaking, the LA City's ordinance is really their stronger ordinance is a party house ordinance. Because they allow them, and I believe the staff report says they have something like 21,000 Airbnbs, their ordinance is really targeted to street takeover parties with giant inflatable animals and bouncy houses.
Let's do that.
Yeah. For enforcement. It's for enforcement of, there are actually an Airbnb phenomenon, and I might sound like I'm actually out of the loop saying this, where people will rent the house for a party spot, and then they'll charge tickets, and it becomes it's not a vacation rental with 12 people coming in 3 cars and taking up parking spots. It's actually several hundred people show up, and they actually take their tickets at the door and have a cash bar in the house, and it becomes a venue. So LA's ordinance is really targeted at that type of venue ordinance, and now I've talked beyond the question,
and somehow we've managed to bring back bouncy houses.
I think we should stay on the agenda item in accordance with the Brown Act, don't you, Mr. McDougall? I think that's a great course of action.
I agree.
Okay.
Houses are not agendized.
The city attorney found a
If we're not
beautiful way
talking
to
about
tie them in.
If we're not talking about a gift shop, we're not talking about bouncy houses. All right.
So private right of action was the question. So in that case, to borrow from an earlier item, that's a nuisance. And private individuals have a right, a private nuisance, which is interference with use and enjoyment of property against their neighbors already. So if it is a neighbor versus neighbor issue, then that would be a nuisance. We don't need to create a separate. In a different context, regulatory context, the council created an affirmative defense in a landlord-tenant context. So we'd really have to evaluate who is it that's being protected, what laws are available, do we want to add one? And we really, this is a first step report. We really haven't had the opportunity to look into that.
I appreciate you giving me your thoughts, though, your musings on it. It is the first we're hearing of it, and I'd be interested in taking a further look since it's the first we're hearing of it.
Madam Vice Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the speakers mentioned that West Hollywood has a private right of action.
Yes, they do. And for anybody following this issue, the City Council of Los Angeles is actually taking a look at this again. And they may be considering, just like we are, a potential ban. I don't know where it's going to go, but it is something for us to know that our neighbors next door are considering this and how it may impact us. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. I'll save the rest for later.
All right. Councilmember Mullins.
I want to, on attachment 10-1 under 2A, where we're talking about increased penalty fees. And it's mentioned here, first penalty is $1,500, second is $3,000, and third is $5,000. Was this based on other cities who have implemented the fees, or where did we get these numbers from?
Those numbers were from the 2021 proposal, so we just incorporated that in there, but noted to be determined.
Okay, so we don't know what other cities are charging. I'm assuming that back in 2020, you might have looked at examples from other cities.
Could I just follow that logic real quick? You're saying those numbers on this table were brought back from
2020.
From our discussion at this council. Well, some of us weren't here, but we had proposed it then. But where do we get those numbers from? Like, did we just arbitrarily looked at how much people were charging and said, "Oh, this number would"? Is that basically what I'm hearing?
Staff did research and, looked at other cities.
Okay, so we did look at other cities and they're fine.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah. And
all
then
right.
in the survey that we have attached under attachment 9, generally provides some information from other cities in terms of like the fees that they charge. So there's some information there that ranges within what we have and what we're proposing.
Yes, I see that on an attachment, well, it's on page 2 of attachment 8-2, where it says enforcement and violation fees. And my point is that there are cities out there who do have a significant fee to charge for violations. So even though our fee is $100, again, which is, nothing, but I really would love to see what other cities, if these fees are still in place or they've increased it higher than that, because 2020 is 4 years ago. So they probably increased their fees somewhat. So there is an option of adding additional fees from what we currently have.
Yeah,
So the
and
council's, I'm sorry for interrupting, the council's authority is different depending upon whether it's a regulatory framework that someone voluntarily participates in versus whether it's bringing an action as a criminal enforcement infraction versus misdemeanor. There can be statutory limits in the criminal context. If it's a regulatory framework, it's a little different. So it'd be helpful to get the clear second step direction from council, because that'll make a difference, whether it's a regulatory program or just a prohibited program.
Could I ask a follow-up? Generally speaking, regulatory fees and fines are typically, not that they're lower, but they have a lower cap, I guess, than penalties associated with either a criminal or civil code violations. Is that generally speaking?
So infractions and misdemeanors are prescribed by statute. But a regulatory program in which you're issuing someone a license or permit could have a different structure because it's not criminal enforcement.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yes, thank you. the short-term rentals, are they considered rental property pursuant to, say, tenant protections?
Councilmember, I have not researched that question. I would prefer to do so before answering, but I
Okay.
see the city attorney looking at the mic.
So no. So the Tenant Protection Act applies once a tenant, with a lease or without a lease, has occupied the premises for 12 months. Unless additional tenants join, and then that period of time could be as long as 24 months.
Okay.
So if someone is only renting for, 1 day, 1 week, even 3 months, the Tenant Protection Act wouldn't apply.
Okay, so let's see if you can follow me down this rabbit hole. Would the property be considered rental property under our code?
Mr. McDougall, it's a great question, but I think we're getting into the territory
Well,
of
okay,
rent control, and it's not on the agenda.
I'll go right to the end of the question.
I would simply add that it's the council members' hypotheticals that warrant additional city attorney commentary, not the matter itself.
I was gone for 2 minutes, and we talk about bouncy houses. Come on, people. No, I'm kidding.
So here's my question. This is what I'm getting at. The Ellis Act provides that anyone who has a rental property can remove that property from use as so long as they are not using it for tenants and rentals.
Yeah, so we can't speculate on the application of the Ellis Act to what we consider to be a poorly defined unlawful use.
Okay, you answered my question. That's what I wanted to hear. Does a private right of action or even a affirmative defense or a nuisance brought by one neighbor to another neighbor, does that cost us anything to enforce? And
I don't think staff has the answer, but I think your line of
in
questioning...
in general for code.
I don't want to speak for staff. I don't think they know, but I think your questions do beg to maybe the need for further information from staff. What I'm hearing them say is they didn't look at it. They heard it maybe for the first time tonight from one of the speakers. It sounds like they need direction to look at what the private right of action entails.
All right, because from my understanding, it typically involves private
Save it
lawyers
for
and-
deliberations,
Yes,
then
all
you
right.
can say it.
All right. Last question. You said our vacancy rate is at 74%. This is a two-parter. We know COVID had an effect on our vacancy rate, right?
Occupancy?
Occupancy rate. I wrote down the wrong word. Occupancy rate. Oh my God, 74% vacant would be crazy.
Councilmember, Mayor, if I can clarify, that is hotel occupancy rate.
Right, that would be crazy if our hotels were 74% vacant. Occupancy rate. Our hotels are at 74% occupancy, meaning they're filled 74%. Prior to COVID, do we know what our occupancy rate was, say, in 2019? Do we have those numbers available?
Councilmember, they were closer to 80%.
Closer to 80. Okay, interesting. Theoretically, if a regulation or a limitation or even a ban on short-term rentals were to be in effect, do we speculate that our hotel occupancy would go up or down or stay the same?
We don't speculate.
We don't speculate. Excellent.
I'm just glad I got you. We can just go back and forth on this one, Joe.
Last thing I would say, I'll leave it for deliberation. I'm good.
All right. Any other questions? All right. I just have one. Mr. Prescott, I don't know if I could call upon you or Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Prescott or Mr. Ramirez. No, look, I don't mean this as a criticism. I'm just going to call it like I see it and I want to ask. I remember I was new on council, as were you, Councilmember Anthony, and we had our city clerk at the time. I was watching the public forums. I watched the planning commission meetings. I guess and obviously we had a very involved community member as well. There was a lot of work done, and then it sort of just died on the vine. And I get that we are where we are, but it just seems like in hindsight, we're going to expend a lot more energy and resources now restarting the conversation as opposed to have just, when the planning commission, did not recommend that we adopt it, it seems like we should have just brought that to council. Can you speak to why the approximately 2-year delay in it coming forward?
Sure. I'm going to tag my director in because he's asking to be tagged in. So.
Thank you. Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. I requested to the city manager that we shelve it at that time. There was opposition from Planning Commission. The neighborhoods were being bombarded with ADU, SB 9, SB 35. People were feeling under assault. It just felt like too much.
Single-family development permit.
Single-family special
amendment.
development permits, all the new, remember when we redid all the, it just felt like too much. So some of the neighborhoods felt a little under siege, and then given the Planning Commission's lack of support, I requested that we just ice it, and it's come up again. Since I'm up here, I will say that regardless of what we do, what council directs us to do, status quo, explicit prohibition with increased fines, or allow them and regulate them with limits and so on and so forth, details to be figured out later, we will still have short-term rentals operating illegally in Burbank. I don't think we have the resources. No, I know we don't. Nor do I think that council should, in my professional estimation, assign the resources to aggressively, proactively seek out short-term rentals and fine and eliminate them. Because you'll do it temporarily and they'll be on another platform. There's a dozen other platforms. Or they'll take it off for 30 days and they'll put it back on. It just happens. People are paying their mortgages doing this, by the way. And then we have others, Mr. Uziel, who spoke tonight, his neighbor, an extreme example of a single-family house being renovated to have 6 bedrooms and very small living area and an 1,000-square-foot ADU with 5 bedrooms that are just being rented. And a property owner who's being cited over and over again and not paying. And judges who are very unlikely to want to take these cases. So we can sound aggressive, but the reality is that, the cost of doing business, right, is $3,000 in fines for ADUs that you rent out almost every night. That's definitely the cost of doing business. But if it's $1,000 per violation, then $2,000, then $5,000, then maybe it's more than the cost of doing business. But again, you're looking at, as staff mentioned, $225,000 or more. You're looking at least as a staff member if we're going to be going after that. And the explicit prohibition doesn't generate revenue to pay for enforcement also. So that comes from fines and general fund.
Thank you.
Since how do we pay for code enforcement right now as it stands?
Just general fund.
Fines?
The fines are so de minimis. They're just, $100, $300.
And in your
$500.
professional estimation, if we were to do a program with fines, that would not cover the cost of code enforcement?
Yeah, if you make the fines big enough.
High enough.
Yeah.
Sure, $10,000 a violation. You can cover that program.
Well, you can do it in, 20 violations.
Well, I'm just speaking in hypotheticals. Damon and I
Hypothetically.
we could.
We're rich with hypotheticals.
We
tonight.
really are.
Yet poor with bounce houses, so...
So hypothetically, if we were to return back to the bounce houses.
All right, I'm going to give the floor to Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
that
Prescott.
Mr. Prescott can sit down.
Well, actually, I need him up there for a second. In your opinion, how do you think, it's a hypothetical question but how do you think the other cities who banned short-term rentals have been successful in banning? Or the question is, have they been successful? I don't think we're ever going to be 100%. Whether we make it legal or not make it legal, there's always going to be room for those individuals to take advantage of whatever policies we have. but how do the other cities manage to be successful, somewhat successful, in implementing banning the short-term rentals?
Planning staff has an answer for you.
Councilmember, I will try. I will try to answer. So we do. So just full disclosure, we need to do a deeper dive into the programs of other cities in greater detail. But generally speaking, we have found that some cities have been successful in doing it, and that's because they haven't. Well, let me take a step back. Well, what we found is, just talking more broadly, is that you've had cities who've actually pursued a program, then they've actually backtracked and actually like established a prohibition. And in many cases, that was because they did not always address a lot of the neighborhood concerns initially. There have been other cities who have prohibited, maintained their prohibition, and in some cases, it is because of fees. For example, I was looking at a city this morning. It was one of the desert cities. I believe it may have been Palm Desert. I believe they had fees of $5,000 for the first violation, $10,000 for everything subsequent after that. So to the mayor's hypothetical, that's actually something a city is doing, charging $10,000 fees. It is something that we'd have to look into more closely to make sure that it's legally permissible to charge that. But cities that have been successful, I would say, have an enforcement program. They do active monitoring. And as part of that program, they find ways of discouraging the use of they try to discourage bad actors from actually having ongoing short-term rentals. I hope the last part answered your question.
Yes, it does, because I'm familiar with Palm Springs and Palm Desert areas where they had him and then they retracted in some, and there is heavy penalties there.
And if I could just add in, and I think one of the things that is going to be critical is, depending on the council's decision, regardless of what we do, I think we have to make sure we tailor the action to the city of Burbank. I think as part of that effort, we'd have to do community outreach if there are proposed potential regulations to understand what are the concerns, what is it that people are worried can happen, and we have to try to find creative ways of potentially addressing that. We can learn from other cities. We can learn from just other sources that we have available to us. We can learn potentially from actual monitors who have been working with other cities doing monitoring. So again, it is going to be a robust effort, a lot of extensive outreach, a lot of back and forth with the council, such as similar to firearms, for example, to make sure that whatever we do ultimately is something that everyone is comfortable with. Again, whether it's option 1 or option 2 or option 3.
All right. There being, at least as I can tell, no further questions, let's move it into discussion. Councilmember Takahashi, this was your item. Do you want to lead us out?
Yes, please. Thank you. Great questions. It's a great discussion. All right. So I did some research on other cities and what they've done with prohibitions versus permits and limits. And here's some things that I found that I think might be helpful, at least for me, that directed to me my opinion on where to go. So in the past, back when we went through in 2020 through this process, it would have been back then fully the city's responsibility to enforce any regulations, because Airbnb and other websites were highly resistant to collaborating. That's what you experienced, right? Okay. But this had been the case until June of 2023. So in June of 2023, Airbnb sued New York City for their ban on short-term rentals, and they lost the suit. And so after this, Airbnb and others slowly started to collaborate with cities because they're going to lose any suit against it. Yeah. So I can provide you a link to the suit if you want to see it. And so now, if you look on Airbnb, VRBO, I don't know how to pronounce it, and other websites, they list the different cities and what their regulations are. And then almost all the big websites, the main ones, have a link to report if a listing is in violation. And so that would be an individual in the community reporting it, not us. And what we're seeing is that in cities who have bans since 2023, and they partner up with Airbnb and others and make sure that information's updated and everything's up to date, they see up to a 90% decrease in listings. Yeah, because most people don't want to try to skirt the law. They will if it's easy, but if it's hard, they won't. And so there are going to be people who will obviously take advantage of this. There will be people, every city's got that, 10%, 15% or whatever, who are willing to risk it and keep relisting and doing all that. But to the staff's point, and multiple points, if we make a high enough fine, then it really discourage them from doing that. And then we only have to enforce 10, 15% and not all of them. And if they list them in Sun Valley or Toluca Lake or these other cities that are trying to get around it, individuals who recognize the picture or just they notice that they live near an Airbnb and then they see it's listed in Toluca Lake, they can still report it as being in Burbank, and an Airbnb will take it down or tell them they can't do the short-term rental. They have to do 30 days or more. And then I can actually send you a link as well to the list of all the cities in California, actually all the cities that they've got there for their regulations. And then for the successive businesses and folks who have properties that use this as an income. So I looked at other cities who did not allow the short-term rentals, and what you see is that folks are resistant at the beginning, but once they shift to the 30-day plus rentals, they're actually pretty happy overall with the result. So I actually have a list of some comments that I kind of did a deep dive into a conversation on Reddit, in an Airbnb subreddit. For them, what happened was I found a subreddit that somebody was like, oh my gosh, my city just enacted a ban on short-term rentals, what do I do? And this was a result of this was some of the quotes. Overarchingly, throughout the entire discussion, people are like, yeah, it really sucks, but it actually ends up turning out to be great. So here's an example. This happened with my aunt. She found a tenant who's in medical school, and it's been a great fit. Another quote, I transitioned to do rentals 30-day plus or more, mostly travel nurses and students. So glad I did it. This one was an interesting one. Our neighbor complained about our short-term rental, and we got a letter from the city threatening fines. We ended up renting it on Airbnb for 30 days. I really should thank this neighbor because it's been rented anywhere from a month to 10 months and doesn't require all the cleaning, communication, and restocking. And then I actually asked a local resident who owns a property in another state, and their HOA banned short-term rentals, and what happened. And she said, I asked her permission to quote this, she said that now it varies, sometimes getting rented out for a month, sometimes 3 months, sometimes not at all, but it's working out fine for me. So I think that this idea that if we ban short-term rentals, it's going to really hurt the folks who own property, I don't think it may seem like it in the beginning, but I think it actually might benefit them in the long run because they may have more income, it's more consistent income, and then also the people who live there will be more considerate of the property because they're there for a long period of time. Okay. I also was thinking about who would rent 30 plus day, because that's what I was looking at the list of their traveling nurses and students. In our community, who might rent for 30 plus days? People who are working on projects in the entertainment industry, right? So right now, if we allow or have a regulation around short-term rentals, not only are we limiting potential housing stock, we're also potentially limiting stock that these folks who work in our city can use to live here for a month or two while they're doing a project, which would be less expensive than staying in a hotel for a month. So we actually would be opening up to two populations by making it more enticing to either have it sold or to have long-term rentals. Let's see. The last thing. For fines, what I've seen with other cities for fines, initially what I liked was 2 times rental rate. Whatever the rental rate is, 2 times per day. But now I'm liking more and more the $1,000, $2,000, $5,000.
Or 10, 20, 50,
yeah,
fine too.
really high levels so that when we do enforce it, really disincentivizes folks relisting and relisting. And there are folks who list on Facebook and whatnot, but Airbnb, Vrbo, and those other ones, those really are the main ones, and that's the bulk of it. So whatever we do decide, though, as a group, I feel it's essential that we have a clear, enforceable ordinance and that we put all the information onto the short-term rental website so that folks can report it themselves and we don't have to enforce every single report. Most of it will be reported on its own through Airbnb, Vrbo, et cetera. I think that overall, though, I do have you probably could guess, a strong preference for option 2. A or B, I'm not sure. I think maybe more B, but I'm open to thoughts on that. But I have a really strong preference for option 2 because I think that's the one that gets us closest to a win-win-win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to our next council member, I'll just note that the reddit.com article that you've passed around, I've given a copy to Ms. Clark. We'll order that that be part of the public record on the matter. Council member, I saw Mullins and then Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to continue on that discussion from Councilmember Takahashi, I think for me personally, the number one issue is protecting our neighborhoods. That is priority because of a lot of the emails that we receive and have looked at, disturbance, people coming in and out of homes, people conducting birthday parties, weddings. I think we had an email not too long ago that was there. They conduct weddings in this one house, and they see lots of guests coming in and out in the traffic, and along with the parking issues. Parking issues exist today because of the ADUs, and then it adds more traffic to the neighborhood. And then the other thing is we're all up here pushing for additional housing, making sure our housing market is available for our tenants and that we do have enough stock on hands that we need to make it available on longer term, not just for the weekend or for a week. So a lot of these concerns, and as we read in our emails that we received, people are not happy with the idea that we were even discussing it, but we do need to talk about it because we do have an issue. And the issue is people are doing it whether we like it or not. And therefore, I agree, Councilmember Takahashi, we need to find the way and put language for staff to be able to enforce the violations. Instead of sending an email saying we currently don't have language in our ordinance, we do send language saying that we prohibit short-term rentals and our fines is severe, $100, $200, $300, even $500. I think as much as I like the $1,500 and $3,000, I think I want allow staff to go back and see where they got these numbers from, because it'd make me feel better that other cities out there are doing the same thing. I want to be reasonable, but I don't want to be too lenient of allowing them just to get away with a small amount of money, because that's nothing, like you said, Vice Mayor, that's change. It's the way of, cost of doing business. So having to put strict language for enforcement, I actually defining in our code that we prohibit short-term rentals, identify what it means, short-term rentals. People, I guess, I've talked to just friends and asking around, what do you think of short-term rentals? So what does that mean? How many days? And I'm like, anything less than 30 days. I think it's good to identify what it means to the city in our language, and that we continue protecting our neighborhoods. We continue to also look at housing opportunities, so we're not taking that stock away from individuals who do need to rent for long term. And then also, I want to keep our hotels occupied. I mean, we have, I believe, 2 new projects in the works right now, and we have more rooms coming in the city of Burbank. I want to see them at 90% capacity, especially with the Olympics coming up. And those are the TOT, that's where we're going to get our money from the hospitality group. So I want to continue to support them and make sure that we are enabling people that are not going to go to stay in a hotel. Now, I'm not a hypocrite. I do use, Airbnb, and when I travel, I look to see in their neighborhood if it's available. We all take advantage of it. But I think it's for us in the city of Burbank, we have plenty of hotels, but we also have housing issues. We don't have enough housing that we're trying to build now for our community. We want to protect our neighborhoods from disturbance, from traffic, from parking issues. And therefore, I am really not in support to go with option one. I'm in support to go with option two as well, and give staff that ability to be able to regulate it and to be able to put that fine, whatever we decide when it comes back to us, that we are taking care of. We're sending the message out that we are not going to allow this to happen in the community. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Anthony, then the Vice Mayor.
So I used to run a couple Airbnbs actually. I was a short-term rental service provider, and right? I've had every job in the book. It did not. It did not.
You're all testing me tonight.
There's a number of platforms: VRBO, Airbnb. We mentioned Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. A lot of places that you can get a room or a house or a party house for a night, for a week, for a couple of days, whatever. There's many ways of getting it, right? So you're never going to be able to remove it completely. But the kinds of regulation we're talking about is really, how do we make the housing that we have work for the people who live here or want to live here? And, when I start to look at people who are simply vacationing in town, and our occupancy rate is lower than it was prior to the pandemic, I start to think we're using housing stock for tourism. There is a market for 30, 60, 90-day rentals. I mean, many of us drive up Barham, and there's the Oakwood Apartments. They're famous for their 1-month stays and 2-month stays. But those are people who are working, who are spending time and money and trying to find their way into the community. The vast majority of those people living there, if they end up getting long-term work, move into the city. And there's definitely a market for 30, 60, 90-day rentals. But fewer than 30 days, it becomes this sort of revolving door like we've seen. And it opens us up to all kinds of nuisances. We've heard that word many times tonight. The sort of unscrupulous behavior of some of the larger companies that run this. Obviously, they lost this lawsuit, which I think is precedent-setting. But in the way they conduct business is also difficult. You can have something listed in Burbank and tag it as Toluca Lake and vice versa. And this is true with all their listings. And so, you as the service provider, you put in the word or the words that you think people are going to be searching for. I've seen listings where it's in Burbank and they say Hollywood because they know people on the other side of the planet are going to be Googling Hollywood and then stay here in Burbank. So they allow it to be sort of fluid in its definition and its location. So it's hard to tack down. And for that reason, and because of so many other unscrupulous behaviors I've seen from some of the larger companies, personally, I would be in favor of option 2A. Start with a very robust, direct enforcement. See what that gets us, and then scale back as necessary. I'm in favor of putting in the fines as is allowed. We have to see if the higher fines are obviously defensible in court, if it holds up to scrutiny. if there's a way to include either a private right of action or a affirmative defense, or if it's not necessary in those instances, if we have something on the books that already works for it. But I'd like to see all of that come back, because I think what we're trying to do here is curate the type of housing that we want to see in the city. I think that's the basis of what we're trying to do. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I want to thank staff for bringing this to us, and I also want to thank Councilmember Takahashi for the Reddit sheet and for clearly the homework that you've done on this item. I appreciate it greatly. I echo everything that my colleagues have said. I would just like to add two things that I would like staff to focus on when they bring this back. Number one is taking a deep and serious look at that private right of action with, maybe if we want to take a model from the city of West Hollywood. One thing that staff said really resonated with me, the fact that, that was a smoking gun to me, that other cities have looked at regulating and then have gone to outright bans. That should give us a sense of where people are going, right? So if we're seeing the tea leaves, I am comfortable going with option 2. And the private right of action, definitely looking into that. And I would love to see you study that, bring back recommendations. Of course, City of West Hollywood is one option, seeing what else is out there. And then the other thing I would like you all to focus on are the fines. I know my colleagues have said they'd like to see some more comparable fines. I would like to see some high fines. And the reason for that is I think lower fines encourage this cost of playing. How much does it cost me to keep my business? This is not a license. This is a fine. And the goal is to get somebody to stop, right? That's number one. The other piece is I do want you all to focus on de-incentivizing the illegal use, but also paying the cost of the code enforcement. Because quite frankly, when somebody is operating and doing so in a hypothetical way against an ordinance that is in the books, then they are costing us staff time, resources that would otherwise go somewhere else, and are coming from our general budget. So I want to make sure that we have fines in place that can cover the cost of the code enforcement that we are using on somebody operating illegally. That is something that's really important to me, and I hope my colleagues will join me in that, because I do not think we should be spending funds from our general budget that could go elsewhere because we're trying to chase down somebody that's not complying. I think they should be paying for their non-compliance. So those are my two things: private right of action and making sure those fines cover the cost and really derail somebody from wanting to practice and operate an illegal Airbnb.
Yeah, go for it.
I do want to agree, but I do want us, for myself, Councilmember Takahashi, and also the Vice Mayor, because we mentioned option 2 in Councilmember Anthony said 2A, and I do want to clarify my recommendation of 2 is also 2A. So maybe both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Takahashi, because it's prohibiting and monitoring, versus 2B is to prohibit without monitoring. Because I think I don't know if we all agree that we do want to monitor, and the monitoring comes in from paying the cost for building in the fines at a higher cost. And this is something staff will come back and let us know what is the cost, and how could we offset that cost with the fines that we will build in.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So briefly, I've looked at articles about the New York regulation. It does not appear to be an outright ban. It has been illegal since September 2023 to rent out an apartment as a short-term rental in New York unless you're registered with the city and you're present in the apartment while someone is staying. So what I think would be helpful is to get a motion and a second on the second step report.
Yeah.
That if a majority of the council is leaning toward a ban, that council, that staff, who's been focusing on a number of available options, focus on a ban and look at cities to determine whether they are a ban or not, whether, because things are not always what they appear in an article. And it may be that there's some more nuances. So that kind of direction will be very helpful, because we won't look at a robust program to permit 400. We'll look at a limiting program, but the programs themselves may operate a little differently than the headlines. And there's like 100 headlines that came up on New York, and they all have different levels of detail.
Also, if I may add about the reason why I brought that up more was to show that Airbnb has shifted their approach to how they work with cities and the others as well, whereas before they were resistant. So now whether you have a ban or whether you have a reporting process or whatever, or you have different regulations, Airbnb is willing to work with cities and certainly has all of the information on there for self-reporting. Just want to point that out. Thanks.
And to Councilman Mullins' point, in looking at option 2, I specifically said option 2 without mentioning A or B, because I'm not thinking about A or B. I'm thinking about the 2 points I asked staff to bring back. That's what I would like to know more information about, because I'm really looking at another city as an example, and also that dollar sign at the end of the day. I don't want this to be something that's a costly endeavor for us that then leads us down a rabbit hole where we don't solve an issue. And I trust that staff can get that in a second step report, regardless of A or B.
I wanted to ask, and you don't have to answer, but I feel like the difference between A and B is a proactive hunting and finding and going out and looking for it, and B is more of a waiting for a reporting. Are you comfortable with either, or you're not set yet, or?
Yeah, and I don't know. Do you all feel like you need A or B? I kind of want some more information to come back, right? I want to know, how much is this going to cost us?
I think it would be more than sufficient for staff to look at option 2 and bring us options of whether it would be A, B, or maybe C in terms of feasibility and cost. I think that would be a great subject of a second step report.
If the bullseye is option 2, we will see how close we can get with private right of action, increased penalties, those sorts of things. We won't be able to hammer it out with any more detail until we bring it back for council's further deliberation.
This is very superficial, top level, which direction we want to go. We're going to flush all of this out in a next step report.
What about bouncy houses?
I don't think that people should be allowed to have a short-term rental in a bouncy house. That's just me.
Well, what if
Sorry.
it's hosted? If it's a hosted bouncy house?
Boy, that does describe my
What if it's more than 30 days?
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone. Things get goofy here when it gets late. All right. I'll weigh in. I have a couple notes here. No, I don't. I'm just going to be very simple. I agree with my colleagues. Option 2, let's leave housing stock for housing, which we desperately need. I think that we can definitely flush out some of these answers in a second step. I definitely encourage us to, as regrettable as it is, not to belabor the point. I understand why we took the pause that we did, but I really think we have to go back and do the public outreach again, because folks, this chamber was not packed tonight, and I remember those planning commission meetings. There was a lot of opinions on it, so we're going to have to go back out there and educate folks about what we're contemplating. But I agree with my colleagues that I think that a ban would be most appropriate. And the last thing I'll just say is, look, there's Senate Bill 1037 sitting on the governor's desk, which, if I recall correctly, would impose $50,000 a month in fines on cities that don't have a compliant housing element. The reason I bring that up is to say that clearly there is conversation at a state level of encouraging cities to do everything that they can to achieve housing goals. I think the same concept applies. If we have actors in our community that are taking from our housing stock, then we should certainly look at all of our available tools to achieve compliance, and we want to use housing stock for housing. And if you want to come visit the wonderful city of Burbank, media capital of the world, stay in any one of our amazing hotels, and we have more than enough room for you there too. So that's my 2 cents. Would somebody like to make a motion? Councilmember Takahashi.
Been taking notes with everybody's asks. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion to move forward with this item with option 2A and B, consideration, prohibition on short-term rentals of less than 30 days, with A and B, monitoring and enforcement or passive waiting for reports. In addition, direct staff to include a plan to make sure that Airbnb and other short-term rental sites have information online to allow people to report themselves. Also to include how many short-term rentals there are. And let me know if I'm going too fast, but I think these are things that we already talked about. So how many short-term rentals there are and the composition of our short-term rental stock, houses, apartments, a room, et cetera. How prohibitions are enforced in other cities, and how prohibitions affect 30, 60, 90-day rentals in other cities. ZTA that defines what a short-term rental is, and increases in fines, 1K, 2K, 10K, what fee would be enough to disincentivize and also fund the code enforcement. And then potential costs, what the potential cost would be for monitoring and enforcement, that was yours. And then provide information on private right of action option.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for option 2, a ban. Any other discussion? Does your motion contemplate bouncy houses? Okay, fair enough. Ms. Clark, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you to those in attendance for staying to give your comments so late. Thank you for having us. You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, can I make
Yes,
a motion to pass 11 o'clock?
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, before we do, under our new procedures, we need to consult on the record with our city manager. So, Ms. Paget, what do we have left and how much time do you foresee needing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one item left on the agenda. It is the review of City Council's yearly selection of the mayor and vice mayor. At this point, as this is primarily an internal policy decision for council and doesn't have a lot of direct impact for the general public, staff's recommendation is that council can continue the meeting, and we are confident that you can address this item in an expeditious manner.
Okay, I'll take that motion at this time. Councilmember Mullins to extend past 11. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor by a show of hands. For the record, we're noting 5-0 to continue past 11. Thank you, Ms. Paget, for your consultation. So, the last item tonight is a report to council regarding a review of the city council's yearly selection process for the position of mayor and vice mayor. At this time, I welcome Ms. Catherine Labrado, assistant to the city manager, to present the report.
I will keep my report nice and brief for you. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. Catherine Labrado, assistant to the city manager in the city manager's office. I'm here this evening to provide a review of council's yearly selection of mayor and vice mayor at the request of Councilmember Takahashi. The process for council's yearly selection of mayor and vice mayor is stated in the city's charter, very simply, as the council shall choose one of their members to serve as mayor, and the council shall also choose one of their members to serve as vice mayor. The mayor serves as the presiding officer at council meetings and represents the city at various functions. The position's largely ceremonial, with the mayor receiving the same vote as the rest of council. In looking at some other jurisdictions, some agencies use a clear rotation process, while others function similar to Burbank, where the mayor and vice mayor are determined via majority vote of the council. Most cities that do have a specific process codified the process through a resolution and based the rotation on the seniority of council members, followed by the amount of votes that they received in their election. Some cities also applied their rotation policy to the vice mayor, and the vice mayor would automatically assume the mayor position, while others applied it to the mayor, and sometimes the vice mayor was through a majority vote. With the request of this item, Councilmember Takahashi requested some information about the City of Glendale's process. So the City of Glendale has a code of ordinances that details a selection process that appoints the mayorship to the council member with the longest continuous uninterrupted service on the council since last serving as mayor, and who is not currently serving as the mayor at the time of the mayor selection. And then in the event of a tie, the considerations include the most votes in council members' most recent election, or highest percentage of votes if council members were elected during different elections. The vice mayor is then selected by a majority vote of the council. Interestingly, the City of Glendale selection process does include a caveat that allows the council to bypass the next council member in line if the council as a whole feels that it's not in the best interest of the city to appoint that particular council member. Specific to Burbank, this item was considered by council in 2016, and the council voted 5-0 to not adopt a specific policy. Should council decide tonight to move forward with adopting a policy, it will need to consider whether the policy would apply to the mayor or would apply to the vice mayor. So just meaning, does the rotation apply directly to the mayor and then the vice mayor is selected in another fashion? Or would you like the vice mayor to automatically go into the mayor position so the rotation policy would actually apply to the vice mayor? And at this point, that concludes my presentation, so council can have discussion on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Before we go on, Ms. Clark, no comment cards, correct? Okay. No public comment. All right, so let's begin with questions. I know there'll be lots of discussion, but questions. Councilmember Takahashi, I think this was your item. Do you have any questions? Okay.
So just quickly, as staff said, thank you for the presentation. I requested this for consideration as a way to clarify policy on rotation. I prefer policy to be codified and consistent. I'm interested in codifying it and hearing if you're interested as well. And to the point of whether to do it to vice mayor or mayor, my interest is to have the policy for rotation for for vice mayor, and then the vice mayor moving into the mayor position, because that's traditionally what we've done in the past. So that's what I'm looking at, but I'm open to hearing whatever y'all are thinking.
Okay. Thank you for the context. Again, we'll have fruitful discussion. Any questions before we get to discussion? Okay, no questions, then let's have discussion. So we've heard from Councilmember Takahashi. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Anthony.
I'll be speaking as former Mayor Anthony in this particular fashion. Well, no, I mean, it goes to my point. I'm glad you brought up Glendale, because this was one of the issues that I watched over there while this was making its way through our staff to come to us. Having a discussion every time the new appointment comes up, I think creates a discontent amongst our voters and residents, and even amongst us. I think having a clear, concise method would alleviate a lot of our issue around this, but also, per even Glendale's point, creating a system where we can change if we need to. And even to the point of removal of that seat. I know we've discussed that previously. So having something on the books that a future council can look at and say, well, look, it's right here. Let's discuss this. We don't have to go and theorize. We see what's been used before. We see what's worked. Let's go from there. And at the end of the day, any council at any time can simply vote to do something different. But until that happens, I think it's, with everything we've seen, everything we've been through, I think putting something on paper is our obligation. I think it's important for us, this 5-member body, to take this on and use our experiences and what we've seen to lay this out and say, we think this would be the best thing forward. So applying it, I think, to the vice mayor is probably best. And then having the automatic rotation in from vice mayor to mayor, I think it creates a seamless transition. I think there may be possible hiccups if there's no vice mayor or something like that, at which point we could apply whatever's to the vice mayor to the mayorship. We could say in the presence of no vice mayor or something like that. But then at the same time, we should also have something where if the conduct of the vice mayor has been unbecoming, that person, or I guess no, because so you're getting into the weeds. All right, I'm going to take a break.
You still have the contours of the charter.
Right.
So there are verbs in the charter which need to be given effect, and those verbs are choose.
Shall
So
choose.
each year at the reorganization, the council shall choose one of them. So what you're considering is it wouldn't, in my view, be automatic.
Right.
Because then the council's not choosing each year.
Sure.
You're simply agreeing potentially on criteria that you would use to choose. And the charter says the official so chosen shall hold their respective offices subject to the pleasure of the council. So you also can't modify that provision to the point of meaningless.
Okay, so then let's work backwards, I think, then from the mayor. And it should be a sort of a checking of boxes. I think it should be the mayor, council shall first look at the vice mayor, barring any absence of the vice mayor or any misconduct of the vice mayor during that term. Following that, any other council member can become mayor. I think that simple statement puts us in a good position that we're still choosing a mayor. And then we move to vice mayor and say, council shall look at the longest serving, tenured, without having served as mayor previously, barring any, right? So like that kind of language is, I think would still follow the charter and still give us choices. Okay. So that's what I'm thinking.
All right, Councilmember Mullins?
My mic. So I think the question that I have, why do we have a need to do this? Just because Glendale did it, and I hate to say this, and the whole process failed miserably, as we all know. It created arguments, division, lawsuits, and I can go on because all of you know, you've all witnessed what happened. At the end of the day, it takes 3 council members to vote the mayor and the vice mayor in. And we can change, 3 council members can change an ordinance, a law, policies, everything here in the city, right? And at times, it may not, and I think that's what you were alluding to, Councilmember Anthony, we may not choose the mayor or vice mayor because of bad conduct. And we've had that in the past in the city. I've seen it. They've been bypassed. There could be multiple reasons for bypassing the appointment, even if we have a policy, even if we say, well, this is what we're doing. But it takes 3 people to say, I'm going to appoint this person, as we've done when you were the mayor, you became the mayor, the vice mayor. And so the process, the way I see it, we're trying to make it more complicated than it really is, because again, if the charters say we didn't vote, or shall appoint, it'll be a whole different story, because then what are we following? What steps are we following? It takes a nomination, a second, and 1 more vote. That's it. And recently, on the police commission, I thought about that, and I was like, this is exactly why 3 votes, they say it's 3 people that make the decision who's going to be serving, where Commissioner Coombs has served 3 years in a row to be the chair of the police commission. And the vice chair was not nominated to be the chair. And it took 3 votes to make him again the chair. So he's doing 4 years in a row, okay, as the chair, right or wrong. It took 3 votes. Somebody nominated, I believe he nominated himself, somebody seconded, and a third person said, yes, I vote for you. So I'm not implying that we're going to have the mayor sit here for 3 terms, but my point is, I think what we're trying to do is to complicate an issue that has worked for the city for many years, has worked for a lot of cities, and the one city that we chose to have him come back with language found it very difficult to make the appointment and to move forward from that mess that was created because there was something written. But other council members found that the person that was supposed to be appointed was not fit for the position at the time. Right or wrong, again, we don't know that. So my opinion, I think what staff recommended is to continue doing it, to continue appointing from within. And if you have the 3 votes, great, congratulations. We move on. We all did it. I know I nominated myself. Councilmember Takahashi nominated herself. I don't know who else. I don't know. You didn't nominate yourself. But, it was all decided at the end by 3 votes. The mayor, the vice mayor, and life goes on. So I am in favor of remaining with our current process, not to complicate the issue, and get the nomination, second, third, whatever, and let's take the votes and move on. That's my 2 cents in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you even okay, yeah, let's go to Vice Mayor next. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's no secret, and I've been very open about this since probably day 1 on the council. I'm in full agreement with Councilmember Takahashi on this. I believe in a rotational process. I believe we should have it explicitly written that the vice mayor becomes mayor and how we select our vice mayor. I think it is perfectly understandable to have these caveats where if the council deems that the person next in rotation is not fit to do the job, they should have the ability to expressly say so and choose somebody else. Many councils do this, and the reason I believe strongly in that process is because, as I've said from a long time ago, it takes the politics out of it. It stops the back and forth, the politics and the confusion, quite frankly. We alluded a little bit to the last rotation. I think, like we mentioned, a lot of us nominated ourselves, and there was confusion, frankly. And there was lobbying from the audience, and there was, of course, the community came out and said their opinions. And I think we can avoid what ended up being, I think, Councilmember Takahashi, this came out of this, too, out of that meeting, which ended up being a 4-5 hour meeting. I think we can avoid a lot of that, a lot of the gamesmanship, a lot of the politics, if we create a system. And I think we are very lucky as a council to have a code of conduct that explicitly states what could possibly be violations of a council member's conduct that does not allow them to become the mayor or become the vice mayor.
So based upon what happened in Glendale, though, I would strongly discourage you from wording it in a way that implied it was some kind of a right.
Right.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Glendale may be not the best example. That's why I said we have many across the state who have these guidelines, and they are explicitly said to avoid confusion. I mean, when we talk about seniority, 3 of us here have the same seniority, 2 of us here have the same seniority, and I think we're very lucky. And lucky, I'll give us a pat on the back. We're a very good council together in the fact that we've been willing to work with each other with civility, with respect, with mindfulness in our selection process.
Some might say we're very demure.
I knew that was coming. But I say this to say that, of course, obviously, some of us on here have something to potentially gain from this. I'm going to address the elephant in the room, right? But I'm not thinking about us right now here. This council is very capable of making these choices and of not throwing insults or objects at each other across the room, which maybe has not been the case in other places or other spaces of time in this city. And I cannot know what is going to come in the future. And I would like to leave our descendants on this dais with some kind of structure, some kind of guide that they can then use to make these hard decisions. And if they need to deviate from them for whatever reason, then they can make that choice when they get there. Again, guidelines to follow so that the process remains less confusing, so that the process is not political, and so that the meaning behind the rotation is held. Because we have done this already in a very what would I want to call it? In a very unofficial capacity, we have done this rotation. And our community expects that the vice mayor becomes the mayor. I don't know how many times I've had somebody pre-congratulate me, and I have to say, well, we will see. There will be a vote, you know? And I think it is to the credit of this council. The Burbank City Council has been very good about that. So I would like to ensure that we keep it that way and we keep politics out of the room. I know it's been a day and maybe I'm going to get some calls from my colleagues in LA because I've been poking the bear a little bit today. But if you have watched LA City Council when they are choosing a president, it is a political game. It is a political battle. And I would hate to see that in the future in this city at any point where, hey, vote for me and X, Y, and Z. I would like to see a process that is rotational, that continues to be that way ceremoniously. And if, God forbid, one day somebody gives us a reason or gives another council a reason not to go in that direction because it's not in the best interest of the city, they also have an out. But at least we have some kind of guide, which, quite frankly, we didn't have this last time around, which led to a lot of confusion, concern, both on this dais and in the community. And finally, I'll just say one more time, it takes the politics and the gamemanship out of the room, and I think it allows the two people that become the mayor and the vice mayor to do so without that process, so that there's no resentment, there's no awkwardness, and those two can hit the ground running and do the job, which is ceremonial, which is being out in the community, which is not political. This is a ceremonial position. No offense, Mr. Mayor, it's not a very powerful position. It is about the ceremony. It is about the service. And that way, whoever is elected can just hit the ground running day one and move forward and conduct their service. And those have been my thoughts on this for a long time. Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi, for bringing this up.
All right, I'll wait. Oh, no, go for it, Councilmember Mullins.
So my question is, I agree with you. Politics shouldn't, but it is all about politics, right? Because it takes 3 votes. There is dirty politics, good politics. There is doing your job and elected. And I think with the last go around, I don't think it was confusing. I think having to nominate myself, for example, or Councilmember Takahashi nominating herself. I think, I don't remember exactly what happened, whether you nominated yourself or
Councilmember
somebody.
Anthony nominated me.
Okay, he nominated you. It's kind of your obligation to the community to show that you want to step in that role and you want to show that you are here to serve the community, whether as a mayor or vice mayor, whatever the case is. So that whole rotation, the whole knowing exactly what to do, it's absolutely fine. But guess what? You still need nomination. You still need to second. You still need the 3 votes. And this is what I'm saying is, you know, the way it's been described as, you know, you're automatically, because it says in the policy that you're up next, or, you know, Councilmember Anthony or myself or to Councilmember Takahashi that they were automatically going to go into that role. On the contrary, no matter what policies we have, you still need to nominate, you still need a second, you still need to take a vote. It does not matter what policy we have, because if I was up for nomination and I did not make the rest of you happy, guess what? I'm never going to receive it, right? Because why?
Now, hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said if you don't make the rest of us happy, but
Because of my conduct. If
Well,
I
that's
was doing
different.
something wrong. Or because, let's say, I'm not a team player in your opinion. I'm just throwing something out there. I'm not
look.
really sticking to something.
I hear you. And those excuses that you just mentioned have been used in the past to block former council members from becoming mayor. Tim Murphy served an entire term, never became mayor once. David Gordon served multiple terms before becoming mayor.
That's right.
And so when we look back at councils from the past,
Mm-hmm.
having this open-ended policy allows for exactly what you're talking about.
I'm still not going to get the votes. I'm still not going to get the votes, right?
But at least, you would have an argument to come to your council members and say, hey,
Okay.
this council back in 2024, they saw what had happened previously. They saw the politics. They wanted to remove it. They gave us clear guidelines on conduct and responsibility and how it's just simply ceremonial. And you can simply come and say, look, I'm just here to serve. I may not vote with you all. I may not support your positions, but I have served my community. I was put in the seat by the voters. I have an opportunity to become the mayor. And at that point, if they vote you down or any future council member down, there's actually something on paper that they have to go against
No,
or not
so
go
the
against.
charter,
but
you cannot, so the charter gives every council member the right to cast their vote at reorg. So yes, you can devise what you think are very practical guidelines for how to settle a tie, right? 3 council members, all elected in the same cycle. How do you value the order, right? You can do that, but you can't take away a council member's vote or choice during reorg to cast it however they want. So yes, you absolutely can lay out some practical criteria, but each year, each council member, the charter gives them their vote to choose. So you're both right.
yeah,
So-
I'm just, yeah.
I just put it out there because this is what happened in Glendale. What happened in Glendale, it was a council member that said, I don't believe you're fit to do the job, even though there wasn't enough evidence to see whether this person fits to be the job. And at the end of the night, it was all about 3 votes that, another individual got, and the council that was supposed to be putting as a mayor did not get. Obviously, I'm just making a statement from seeing over 37 years of my career of how people were not chosen, and you mentioned Councilmember Murphy and Gordon, and they fought the fight, and they sat here and they said why they should be, because they were elected. The voters wanted them, every good reason, but neither one of them got the 3 votes. So they were never appointed. And that's the bottom line. That's what I'm saying. Whatever we put together, obviously there's the rest of the council feel there's a need for it, but I just want to remind everybody, as the charter says, and as the city attorney said, each one of us have a vote, and we need to vote for that mayor and vice mayor, as we did last time. And, it might be a discussion on the dais. We might want to, throw our names in the hat and say, hey, what about me? Because you're obligated to the people you represent, that you want to show them that you do care. You want to show them that you're interested for that seat. With that, I'm fine, whatever is decided, but I want to make sure that we're having this conversation to make sure that you understand it's 3 votes, no matter what policy we have. Otherwise, okay, we're going to have a lawsuit. There is a lawsuit. God knows what's happening with that lawsuit.
I hear what you're saying, and you're right. At the end of the day, it is 3 votes. But I want to go back to something that was mentioned earlier about when I nominated the vice mayor. The mayor and I had before us 3 highly qualified, newly elected individuals who could all serve the job. It was impossible for the 2 of us to make a distinction. You all swore in on the same day. You all had the same tenure. You could all do the job exquisitely well. And so I had a hard time coming to terms with who we should make the next vice mayor. And the only guidance I had was my own process going through that appointment. And at the time, 3 years ago, I had a long discussion with the mayor. And we looked at what had been done previously. And typically, over years and years, barring a few specific incidences where people were skipped over, what we had normally seen was, like in Glendale, the longest tenured council member who had yet to serve as mayor was selected as vice mayor. Now that worked in a system where most people get reelected, or there's usually just maybe one person new. The fact that 2 of us got in at the same time, that hadn't happened in modern history in Burbank. 2 new council members, people were like shocked. Lo and behold, 2 years later, 3 new council members come in. So all I had to tether me was for lack of a better term, the democratic norms of our processes, tradition. So I fell back on what the mayor and I had deemed the most appropriate way to determine our tenure. And we simply talked about vote totals. It's not about quality of character or age or experience or education. We simply left it up to something that was out of our hands. That's the numbers that we were given. That should be the thing we use. And so when it came back 2 years later, for the 3 of you, that's the only thing I had to hold on to. And I worry for a future council that is grasping with this, just to give them some guidance, some outline, some form of, hey, we've been through it. We were the council that was 2 new and then 3 new. Like, when is that ever going to happen again in this city? So I'm hoping we could just put something down. That's all.
So I'll jump in if that's all right. So Vice Mayor, to your point, you're right. It's not a very powerful position. And that's okay. It's a good thing because we are 5 equals sitting up here and no one has any greater voice than the other. I've talked about this a few times over the last 4 years. I consider myself an institutionalist. I'm just going to go to the punchline. I actually support what you're proposing, Councilmember Takahashi, and here's why. To your point, Councilmember Anthony, everything that I've done over the last 4 years, every vote for leadership has been informed by my experience. In terms of a policy, and I'll kind of weave the policy with the story here, I do think that there should be a preference, not a mandate, no right, but a preference that the vice mayor ascend to the office of mayor, to this position of mayor. For the same reason that we voted for Vice Mayor Frutos at the time to become mayor when we both took office, because other than Sharon, who is just completing her term as mayor, he was next in the rotation, he was tenured, he was experienced, and at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, who better to lead us? And it was for that same reason that we then put, at that time, Councilmember Talamontes into the vice mayor role. And that leads to my second point. So then, after 2 years on the council, you and I have the conversation of, okay, who's going to be in the vice mayor role? And I know, oh, that's right, I'm sorry, 1 year, geez. Okay, it felt like 2 years at that point. But like, look, you know
But
this.
do you remember, I mean, being on council for only a year and having to make that decision?
It was tough, and also I know you know this, and Councilmember Mullins might know this through the grapevine too. There are plenty of opportunities for me to try to corral votes and play politics and leapfrog you, and I refuse that temptation because I'm an institutionalist, because of our conversation, because I felt that if I do that, what's to stop someone from doing it the next time? And all things being considered, we ran in the same election, and you had more votes than me. And no, it's not a perfect metric, but it's something objective. It's something that we can point to and say it's more than just politics of who wants it more and who's, horse trading, outside of meetings to corral votes. So yeah, I absolutely supported you in ascending to the vice mayor position. And this leads to my second policy consideration. I do think that we also, as much as we need to have a preference that the vice mayor, again, a guideline, a preference, but not a requirement. As much as we should prefer that the vice mayor goes to the role of mayor, I think that once you have served as mayor, you should go to the back of the rotation to make room for new people to have an opportunity to serve in that role. Because you remember, Sharon got nominated to be vice mayor, having been mayor previous year before, trying to leapfrog you and I. And it was at the time, Vice Mayor Talamontes, who was becoming mayor, who said, that's not fair. The whole point of this is that everybody, we're a council of equals, everyone should get their turn to be mayor. And I think that needs to be baked into the policy as well. And then, yeah, I agree. I think that when you look at it, we should look to seniority. Number of years on the council is certainly one metric, hopefully, of experience that prepares you. And all things being equal, vote total, it's not perfect, but maybe it's a reflection of community trust or some other metric that we can point to. So those are the three things I'd like to see in the policy. And I can just wrap with this. It took me 2 years as a council member and then a year as vice mayor before I took the role, the position of mayor. And I'm glad I did it because it prepared me for it, because I had a chance to learn from, including Sharon, as I was running as a candidate, 4 people that all approached the job very differently, and that better prepared me to do it. But to the vice mayor's point, I'll just wrap with this. There are politics in everything, I suppose, but I really think that we all need to be institutionalists in how we approach this, because at the end of the day, whether you're the mayor or a council member, you have the same vote, you have the same ability to affect public policy. And when you're in this role, what your primary job really is just to facilitate conversation and try to corral people to finding some common ground. I mean, it's not any more advantageous or strong a position. So not to minimize it, because I know you're all going to have a chance to serve in it very soon, but it's a team sport. Someone may be the point guard, but you still have to have the shooting guard, the small forward, the center, and the power forward. You need all 5 positions. Those are my thoughts. So does anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, very quickly, I will say one thing just for the 3 of us and the sake of the 3 of us. I feel like my decision on this is even with greater sympathy or empathy for the people who sit in our rotation. You 2 had the chance to have a conversation and a gentleman's agreement. Because of the Brown Act, we do not get that privilege. So we just had to sit there in the dark with no guidance, nothing, and show up the day of the vote like this. So I think with great empathy to whoever comes next in the cycle where it's 3 people, I fully support this.
I'm also thinking that because we talked about this can't be obviously a requirement, simply putting it in our council member handbook as customary practice, rather than even be official policy, just kind of written down in our handbook as a guidance to say this is customary. So here's an example. Let me know if this is something that's okay with you. To put in the council member handbook, customary mayor rotation process. The vice mayor moves into the mayor position. The individual at the highest seniority and who has not served as mayor recently, I don't know the exact wording for that, and then most votes moves into vice mayor. And while this is a customary process, council can choose not to use this rotation for any reason and select any member as vice mayor. So just have it in there as like a loose like guidance of like how we customarily do it, but it's also very flexible and not hard-coded so that it's very clear that anytime a council can choose not to do that. But I like having it just on that like council member handbook, so when future council members come and take a seat, that they know what the history is of what we typically have done in the past.
Well, that, and to your point, at least they can articulate, I think we should deviate from custom because, and have a reason rather than, well, what we've seen in the House of Representatives, right? Like people jockeying for it, and it's purely based on who I like or who I think will treat me better with some assignment. This at least requires you to try to articulate an objective reason for why you want to buck the tradition. So it's good, but it still leaves maximum discretion to all the council members.
Mr. Mayor, I want to bring up Glendale one more time because they didn't do that. They didn't give a clear reason. They didn't articulate why they were deviating.
One of them tried to.
One of them tried.
I was going to say, it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, but for the vast majority, and I was there, I was in the meeting, I watched them, I was like, okay. They simply went straight to the vote. And it was unfortunate because I think there was a conversation they could have had, but I think it may have been lost because there was nothing on paper. So
Well, Glendale's process is on paper.
No, I'm saying the process for not doing it.
The charter does not require findings.
No. I understand. I know that. But I'm saying they didn't. I got kind of lost where I'm at. All right.
It's all good. So,
just very quick, to the point of that, we have a lovely code of conduct, which if any council member would like to reference when stating their platform as to why not choosing somebody, they have subsections among subsections to back their claims.
All right.
And again, I refer to the charter. I sound like the city attorney here. It takes 3 votes. No matter what happens, it takes 3 votes. That's it.
And
I'm going to leave with that.
I agree, and on that note, I decline another term as your mayor, so thank you, Suzette.
I am going to nominate you before you leave.
No, I'm done.
I did once, and I'll do it again, right?
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm good. I had my fill. Do we have a motion on this?
The motion, if everyone's okay with putting it in the handbook, is that okay place for it to live? Or?
Absent a straw poll, you can make any motion you think is appropriate.
Okay, all right, I make the motion to put the following in the council member handbook. In the wording, staff can figure out the best wording for this, but to have a little section that says customary mayor rotation process, where the vice mayor moves into the mayor position, and the individual with highest seniority and who has not served as mayor recently, and then the most votes after that, moves into vice mayor. And while this is the customary process, council can choose not to use this rotation for any reason and select any member as vice mayor.
Okay. We have a motion.
And mayor. Yeah.
Do we have a second?
May I clarify something?
Please.
I lost you at the last, as the vice mayor or as the mayor and the vice mayor?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I just heard vice mayor.
Yeah, and I added mayor afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Anthony?
I'll second, but then I'll ask for a friendly amendment. I'm trying to remember what you said. The rotation.
She wrote it down.
She did write it down.
So you don't have to remember.
Right. No, I remember. You said who has not served recently.
Yeah.
I would like to see if you would be willing to change it to who has not served prior in this term, in their current term. Because one of the issues is maybe you shouldn't get to be mayor twice in a single election cycle. And then, second change, if you are open to it, shall use highest vote total as a tiebreaker. So that's not, so you don't have to
Right.
go to it.
Okay, yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay.
You'll accept both of them?
Mhm.
Okay, so we have, and obviously you would as a second, so staff, do you need any clarification on the motion?
No, we are good.
I'm happy with her phrase, "for any reason."
Clear as mud, right?
It's sufficient.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion? Well, thank you again for the nomination.
Just a
I'll
thank you
decline.
for
but
discussing.
Appreciate it, Suzette. All right. All right, Ms. Clark, let's take a roll call vote on this one.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 5-0. I look forward to watching and seeing all this plays out in December. That'll be fun. All right, we will now
You
hear.
mean you're not going to be in the audience?
I'll be right
cheering us?
here. I'll be right here. Kind of have to be, right? In all seriousness, though, it is a real honor serving as mayor, and you're all going to be great at it. And I look forward to watching you all in that role. So I'm going to stop right there, or else Joe's going to give me the stink eye. Now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, movies you've been to, bounce houses, and other community events. Councilmember Mullins.
Brief reports.
Brief reports. Councilmember Mullins, I appreciate your volunteerism.
September 11, we attended the commemoration here at the police department. And then on September 12, I met with the president of now the University of Redlands, Krista Newkirk, very professional. Was very impressed with her, and just as an introduction to get to meet our new president. And then the same day, I met with a group of individuals, the two teachers, Krista and Nikki from Village Preschool, to talk about the wireless project. And then the same afternoon, we had the fiscal and the city treasurer review group. And then the following day, we had the YMCA 100-year celebration, and then followed by Valley Sunset District Fall Conference. Oh, that was for the district for Women Achiever lunch. And then on September 18th, I attended the State of the School Mixer, which they gave an update. It was a very nice event, very well attended. And then on September 19th, I attended the first responders night at the Masonic Lodge, which they acknowledged our firefighter of the year and officer of the year, and also Miss Morano from the records department as the civilian of the year from the police department. And what else did we do? There's few other meetings that I attended with some community members regarding some of the agenda items today, and that was it. Thank you. Oh, I do want to have a quick reminder, since we're talking about calendars. Metro meeting on the 26th of September at 10 o'clock in the morning, which I know Councilmember Anthony is going to be attending to speak on our behalf to clarify any issues that were brought before the Metro Board regarding BRT. Thank you.
We will all be watching with bated breath. Councilmember Anthony.
On the 12th, I was at, the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group. That was very informative. I attended the first in-person rent cap meeting. Very well attended. A lot of people showed up. On Friday, September 13th, watched the play Survivors, which was a teaching of the history of the Holocaust. That was at Burroughs, and boy, it was just really well done, especially for that age group. It was just perfectly done. And then yesterday, I was interviewed by a reporter from Mother Jones on my thoughts on California Proposition 33. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember Takahashi.
Sure. Let's see. On the 11th, September 11th, I went to the 55 and Beyond Resource Fair at the Jocelyn Center. That was an awesome set of resources, well attended. I hope they continue to do that because it's a really great event. I got a lot of information because I'm going to be 55 and beyond in just a couple of years. So that's pretty cool. And then on the 12th, I went to the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, which is always awesome with a bunch of different events being announced. And my calendar is full of arts things. On the 13th, I also attended at Burroughs the Survivors play. And one thing I think that was really cool, besides the fact that that play is amazing, is that one of the actors was the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, and then there was actually a Holocaust survivor in attendance who got up and spoke. So that was both really, in addition to the play being powerful, that was powerful too. On the 16th, I attended the unveiling of the McCambridge Rec Center's new gymnasium murals with the vice mayor. Oh my God, if you have not been there yet, I highly recommend going. It's awesome. The same individual who did the mural for the VFW for My Leadership Burbank, and many of the utility boxes he was the one who did it. So that was great. And then that evening, again with the vice mayor, it was a busy day with the vice mayor, which is Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting. And then on the 17th, I attended SCAG, Southern California Area Government's Safe and Active Streets Working Group. So we get together and they give us updates about what SCAG is doing for safe and active streets. And they brought up several funding sources. So I did pass that along to staff and to consider. Some of them staff had already looked at, so that's great. And then later on that day, I attended the National League of Cities Human Development Committee meeting. Then on the 18th, I also attended the State of the Schools mixer. On the 23rd, that was yesterday, I went to another committee meeting for the National League of Cities. And then today, this morning, I attended another SCAG event, a demographics workshop. And I took a bunch of notes about the changing demographics in California, and I'm going to pass it along to staff. And we passed it along to their council members too. It was really interesting information. So right now, we are at a 1.7% population increase in California per year. Yeah, and it was 1.3, so it's kind of slowly going up. But there's more details on what that looks like. I can send it to you. And that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor.
All righty. On Wednesday, September 11th, I also attended our 6:30 a.m. police and fire commemoration of 9/11. If you have not been, you're a member of the public, please attend. It's a very solemn and very special moment. That same day, we had our Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Regional Housing Trust meeting, which Mayor Bell is the wonderful staff member who has helped spearhead that for the city of Burbank, and we did acquire $3.5 million for that homeless shelter that we're building. So we're excited to keep doing work with that, and I will update you all accordingly. This time it was Pasadena's turn. They have a housing development that they're looking at, and next we'll hear from Glendale. That same night, I attended our Board of Library Trustees meeting. They had a couple of presentations, two that I believe have already come to council, and they had very lively discussion. The rest of the week, I was gravely ill, so I wasn't able to go to any of the things. Thank you, Councilors Anthony and Takahashi, for going to the Survivors Play, and just a shout out to Roosevelt Elementary School for their Hispanic Heritage Celebration. I'm sorry I wasn't able to go, and thank you for honoring me as a member of the community that is Hispanic and showing the kids. It was very sweet. On Monday, September 16th, once I recovered, I went to the unveiling with Councilmember Takahashi of the ribbon cutting ceremony for McCambridge Center's new gymnasium. If you haven't been, do check it out. But also, there is a lovely video that the artist and his team put together, and I believe it's on our Parks and Rec website. And then we had the Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting. That was great. Lots of wonderful information coming our way. On Wednesday, September 18th, I also attended the State of the Schools mixer. We got to hear some great presentations from our friends at the school district, from the Education Foundation. There is a tuba that they need. I'm not over that. They have two tuba players at Burbank High School and one tuba. That is miserable. So just for the folks out there, if you're listening, you can go talk to the district. I think they would love to discuss that. If you have a free tuba available.
Or donate $10,000 to buy one.
On Thursday, September 19th, I attended the grand reopening to the Crowd Boost Marketing. Congratulations to the lovely father-son run business. They are wonderful, and we're excited to have them here. I also attended the First Responder Night event at the Masonic Lodge with our honorees who are here tonight. It was a great event. Really grateful to the Freemasons for hosting the event and for hosting the future event that will honor our teachers and school staff here in Burbank. And then Friday, September 20th, I had the pleasure of attending John Muir Middle School's 11th Japan Day lunch. I did not know this, but they actually have a sister school program, much like our sister city program. The same way we have our sister city of Ota, Japan, they have a sister school in Japan who they do a cultural exchange with. And this year, I believe we have 36 students from John Muir traveling to Japan to visit the school with the principal. It's the first year we're doing this, and it's really exciting. And they sent over a group of students as well. They performed. And I will say one more thing. Shout out to Public Works because they made possible a monument that is going to happen there. So shout out to them. They brought down the rocks for the monument. They helped out with equipment. They made it possible. And everybody at that school is very grateful. And it didn't hurt that one of the Public Works staff who made it possible was a former alumni of John Muir Middle School.
What's the age group? Can I ship my son off to that, or is that
Okay, so we're well beyond brief reports.
My last thing is the Kids Community Dental Clinic annual fundraiser. And I have nothing on bouncy houses to report.
I do. 1 minute, time me. September 11th, Burbank Police and Fire commemoration. Great job, everyone. Go next year. Thursday, September 12th, went to the ribbon cutting of Slice House. Probably one of the best slices of pizza I've ever had. Try it yourself the next time you go to a movie at the AMC Theater. It's right across from the AMC. Friday, September 13th, I was thrilled to join Burbank YMCA in celebrating 100 years. Most of last week, from the 16th to the 19th, I was in Washington, D.C., meeting with departments of Interior and Energy on hydrogen, direct potable reuse. Also had a meeting with Congressman Schiff and representatives from Senator LaFonza Butler and Alex Padilla. Then on Saturday, a KCDC Clinic annual fundraiser. And then lastly, on September 22nd, I was there to represent all of us at the annual Armenian Independence Day Festival in the city of Glendale. And there was a bouncy house, and the kids loved Elsa and Frozen. And I think I did that in under a minute. Thank you. With all that said, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Councilmember Mullins, looking your way. Councilmember Anthony, looking your way. Over here? Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
I do. I have two. Okay, the first one is, I'd like to agendize a request for use of council travel funds in the amount of $400 to cover my Cal Cities conference pass coming up in October. And then the second thing is I'd like to agendize a first step or feasibility, I'm not exactly sure, maybe staff can help me with this, for the Hate Has No Home magnets that they mentioned earlier today for the city vehicles. Thank you.
All right, you got that, staff? Great. Vice Mayor, anything?
Yes, I'm going to probably butcher how to say this, but I'd like to request a first step report on the trail bikes or motorized scooter usage in right-of-way and how that's affecting that. We've had a couple community members bring it up, and I'd love a first step report on that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilmember Anthony.
I just have a question. We discussed earlier, there's a report coming back on the 29th about minimum wage. Do we know if that also includes any paid family leave? Do we know?
We're still looking into that. So It's
Okay.
on the forecast right now. There's potential that might be shifted, but we're looking at everything in the agenda right now. But it is
Okay.
on the forecast.
Okay, I won't
And we'll
put anything
confirm
on.
if that includes the paid family leave.
Okay, I won't put anything on the agenda. Thank you.
Great. Is there anything else? I have only one very brief item. I am completing my second year as the representative to the American Public Power Association. I'd like someone to get a head start while I'm here on the council to be a mentor of sorts. So I'd like to agendize a future discussion item to select a new representative. Well, I guess it'd technically be to nominate someone so that Burbank Water and Power can nominate them to serve on the APPA Policymakers Council. Wonderful. Anyone else? No? Okay, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, October 1, 2024 for a joint meeting with the Police Commission in the council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor above the gift shop. Thank you and have a good night.